Halfway through our 4-week adventure in Malta, and well, week 2 finished last night. You don't have to wait too long for week 3 to start, because we are starting Monday morning action. Pretty interesting clash first up between the Warriors and the Crusaders, but I tell you what I'm excited about. Rico Full, he is on the island, and I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge week in European cricket. It is week 3. It is day 15 here in Malta as this FanCode European Cricket Series Malta rolls into the second half of action. Of course, we had some struggles with weather in week 2. Hopefully things clear up in week 3. So we are starting the day with a clash. It's match 57 between the Malta Warriors and Southern Crusaders. Both these teams have had pretty good starts, especially the Crusaders, who are undefeated at this stage. I do have some toss news, and a little bit earlier it was Malta Warriors that won the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. They want to have a crack at the Crusaders first up. We know their top order has been very good. Basil George has been excellent for them, but I think that they've got a lot of players that have gone to the next level, the Crusaders, and that is the reason that they are one of only 2 undefeated teams at the moment in this competition. Malta Warriors, though, I've got to say that they have also recruited really well over the last year or 2. They've got guys that are just getting to the level. They're very competitive. And I think they'll feel that they have a chance with some of their bowling. I think that Shijil Joy has been very good for them, and I think he's the kind of leader. He'll do whatever's required of him wherever he thinks the team can use him, and I think they want to have a real crack at the Crusaders and want to essentially ruin their perfect record at this stage of the competition. Okay, conditions here in Malta today, bit of cloud cover. Probably the last thing we needed was more rain, and we got a little bit overnight and this morning. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. But the good news is we are on track to start on time. We haven't lost any overs, but yeah, just a little bit mushy underfoot, I suppose. It wasn't what we wanted, but the thing is, it's not so bad that it's going to hold anything up. The players just have to be a little bit careful about their footing, especially earlier in the day. Okay, let's talk about who's going to be joining me today. Corey, he's off, but Rico Fu is on the island. Rico, very warm welcome back to Malta. I know you've been here many times before. Everyone's happy to see you, including me. I'll see you in a second, but let's start with the toss news. And in match 57, the Warriors, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl. It's over to Rico Fu as we get ready for the start of day 15.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Hello, good evening, good morning, I should say. I mean, you're so used to saying good evening, but yeah, from Gibraltar to Malta, been here many times as Vinny has said, and certainly looking forward to this contest. Have a quick recap what we've seen so far. The Blasters took on the Royal Strikers, and both teams, well, they shared the spoils yesterday, didn't they? That first one, it was Omar Sharma, 21 not out, made the difference in that match. And second time round, it was all about, well, Push Prajan. Once again, Priyani with some good form with bat and with ball. And Gurdeep Singh, despite his efforts, he made a good 43 and also took 4 for 16. But it was Priyam Push Prajan, his efforts, that got him the player of the match in that one. And then we welcome back Gozo. Gozo, the team that gave us that golden ball delight. And no delight for them against a very strong and undefeated Sweet United. Again, great performances. First time round for Vibha Yadav. Hasn't he been on fire? And a straightforward, comfortable victory in that one. And second time round with Gozo, it wasn't just the Yadav that was showing his batting powers. It was Qasim Muhammad. He's been right up there, one of the top run scorers. 64 not out or 25 deliveries, earned him the player of the match. But just too strong for Gozo. Sweet United, they are looking strong. Another team that are looking very strong and undefeated as well. The Southern Crusaders, they are in action today. Well, that's how the table looks. Sweet United, right up there, probably. And right behind Southern Crusaders, of course, the big disappointment is the number of no results because of the weather here. Well, I'm trying to bring a bit of sunshine to Malta. Let's see how that works out. This match, looking forward to it because the Malta Warriors sitting 5th in that table you saw there. They've got a 5-3 record. 2 no results against them, but it's all about the Crusaders at the moment. 6-0. And looking at the lineup there, they've got a couple of good additions. I mean, this is the 5th time in Malta. And I know the likes of Boom Boom Basil George, who's captaining them, is on top form. Ryan Bastien, when he clicks, is sensational. Afi Khan can also pile on the run. So you've got a very good, strong batting lineup. But they're up against a good bowling lineup. Shishal Joy has been in great form. He's second in the wicket takers, taken 10 wickets in the series. And then Ajin Suman as well with 8 wickets. So this is going to be a good contest for me. Top batters from the Crusaders up against some good bowling from the Crusader Warriors. A very warm welcome to a lot of people on the chat already. Bajinder Yadav, hello to you. He's saying hello to us, and Andrew Hogan, Kai Bai as well, and Ivan. Nice to have you all with us, and it's nice to have the players out there ready to rock and roll, ready to give us a bit of action. And it will be Ajin Suman who will be starting off the procedures here. A little bit overcast. There was some early morning rain, but fingers crossed that does stay away as we get ready for this one. It's going to be Ryan Bastien who's going to be on strike, and Michael Guntaleka, the captain, is out there at the non-strikers end. But as we said, there's still got plenty of good batting to come. Basil George and Avi Khan. I'm quite surprised one of those two are not opening up with Ryan. Try and get a good power play in. So nice to see the sun starting to come out. And Nowdy is out there, one of the match officials, getting ready for the first delivery of this match number 57. And if you're tuning in from the sub-Indian continent, namaste, salam alaikum, sasrikal, Ibo1, here we go. First ball, bat versus ball, and it's been whipped away. That's a good looking shot, and that will sure go all the way. It does, and what a start that is, what a hit. And right on cue. Well, yeah, I'm back in the house, and we start with a biggie. Lovely shot, picks it up sensationally. Just as the sun comes out, well, there it goes. Going, gone. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Beautiful hit. And a great start. Ajin needs to come back. And goes sort of more or less in the same area, and the ball this time goes all along the deck. There is a fielder out there. He can't do anything about it, Thomas. There's going to be 4 more, so 6 and 4, and hungry for more. A great start this from Bastianci. He's not hanging around, is he, the big man? Big, strong left-hander. It's a cracking start. Someone under pressure here. He's taken 8 wickets in the series. I mentioned him as one of the leading wicket takers. Under attack early on from the Crusaders. Change of angle, see if it makes a difference. And it does. Instantly gets this one outside the off stump. Swing and a miss from Ryan. Dot ball. So finally, good comeback from the bowler. It's lovely to be back at this Malta International Cricket Ground. It looks a treat despite all the hammering it's had from the weather. Slower delivery, bit of a miscue. It goes out into the offside. We'll take the single. The captain, Shishal Joy, does the fielding. Nice new turf. Official wicket that was laid last year, and it was just settling in. Be interested to see how it plays for me this time round compared to last year. Last year, some of the bounce was maybe a little bit unpredictable. Gives a little bit of width to look at facing his first ball. Gets away with it. That was nicely played. Just gets that inside the line. Good delivery. Just get a bit of movement away as well. But yeah, that's perfectly fine. Goes for the Yorker length. Good ball. Nicely played. Had to play at this, did Michael, the captain. Misses that, and he's right in front. Just guides that away. Takes a single. And moves up the end of the over. So goes straight back on strike, and not a bad start. 12 off it, courtesy of those 2 boundaries to start off with. Big hit for 6 and 4 runs. LMF is asking, who it goes there, who will to the company of Gibraltar? Well, Joe's there, Joe Weggs. So you're in good hand in Gibraltar as well tonight. Just have a look at this, 89 to 93 in favour of the Southern Crusaders. No surprise there. You look at the form of the two sides. Captain Joy to try and bring some joy to the Masida Warriors early on. Gets this one to nip away. So nice delivery. It's a couple there on that area now that have gone past Michael Gunteleka. Yeah, so just slightly short of a length, and Michael's not really using his feet, and as a result of that, you see he stands planted in his crease, and he tries to rock back and guide it, looking to guide it down to that third man area. Good start from the captain. Second in the wicket takers so far with 10. Now this is too short, and he rocks back and plays it away. The fielder will stop it. Get just a couple. Better shot this time, gets into position early, doesn't it? Nicely played. Pull shot instead of swivel. Just takes a single. Ryan Bastian's quite happy to stay on strike. A positive start. Back in, but doing too much. It's a good shout. You can understand the excitement from Joy there. So it just nips back too much. You can see that the ball, once it pitches on the stump, just continues to go down the leg side. But it's Fuller, which is where he needs to be. Cuts back sharply. Wicket keeper Manuel Anthony going up, but clearly missing leg stick. Bit of width, no run, well fielded. It's better from Masida here. Bowlers just varying the line slightly. Johnny G in the chat. Good morning to Johnny, how are you? Yeah, Johnny just made the point that with the rain again last night, early this morning, the outfield will be a little slow. But it's been cracked pretty well. Well fielded. Good pick up and throw. Has a shot at the stumps, and well, unfortunately, no backing up. So the batters will come back for two. There was Tom Thomas right on the boundary that finally does the backing up, gets the ball back. But I think it was worth having a go. I think he would have got there. I mean, he's a little bit slow going, ball watching to start off with Bastians, but he does get back, and then once it sees the ball gets past the inner ring, they take a comfortable two. Joy looking to finish the over well. Goes to the slower delivery, and though it's down the leg side, it's missed out on by Bastians, and that will be the end of the over. So not a bad over at all, just the 3 runs from it. So after 12 of the first, he slows things down a little bit. Bastians looking for that favourite shot of East, clipping it over the square leg boundary, but not to be. So we have a look at the tables once again. So 10 teams in action. And Sweden United, they're the team in form at the moment, strengthened with a couple of good plays, including with Yadav. He's been sensational. Southern Crusaders, they're looking to catch up with them here. I mean, a couple of wins, they're right back in contention. But of course, there's a lot of those games that were unfortunately postponed that is causing a few teams some issues. Crusaders obviously know that if they were able to get those games, they'd be right up there with Swiki. The team that are having issues is the Victoria Lions and Marsa. Well, they go head to head late this afternoon. That's going to be an exciting contest, you know. Goes wide, taking him on. Good one-hand pickup. Oh, this would have been close. This really would have been close. Loving the work there from the fielder. I mean, like Johnny G's pointed out, it's not going to be easy fielding out there. Your footing's going to be a bit slippery. But the fielder comes in very quickly. He knows that Bastian wants to get on strike. But look at this. It's not an easy one to field. It's a one-hand pickup. And that is so close. So, close call. Bastian's back on strike now. Subman is the bowler. He's had a good series so far. And sticking to his guns, but that one's a little bit too spicy for Manuel Anthony. He hits his gloves hard, not able to take it cleanly. Good delivery, conscious effort being made here to keep the ball outside the off stump. To Ron Bastians. Let's see if Bastians makes any change. No, this one's right. I mean, oh, that's spicy. A little bit of masala with that one. Oh, the spice is nice. We like it. And good reactions though from Bastians as well. This is a pretty quick, sharp delivery from Sajith Sukmararan. Really does creep up on him. So just see the way it hits the deck and pops up. See once more. So they had to take a bit of evasive action. Good backing up. Michael Guntelaka to take the single. Michael struggling at the moment. Needs to get his feet moving. And this one could be gone. They're asking the question. The umpire takes the head. It's very close, you know. Very close to that edge. It's a good sharp take behind the stance man Anthony. He goes up straight away. Not far away, you know. Follows him. And loses his shape completely. Look, loses his head. He's in no control. The wicketkeeper's interested. The umpire, a little shake of the head, says not out. Slower delivery. Gets worked away. To think about the second. Fielder recovers from a slight slip. Gets the throw in. Bifin Mohan. Nice to see the sun is breaking through the cloud cover. The forecast the afternoon, there is a chance of the odd shower. Let's just hope that the weather gods are now going to be kind to us after the hammering, not only that we've had here in Malta, but also in Gibraltar. The weather's been a bit unkind to the crew there as well. Sukmaran looking to finish. It's not been a bad over, but he strays down the leg side. This is clipped away. His best of deliveries, but not getting in the middle. And Thomas will come along and tidy that up. So just 4 come off that one. So after a good explosive start in the first over, see the Warriors have come back into this pretty well, and I think they'll be the happier team with this power play. They've restricted them to just 19. And I like the way that the captain, Chiddlejoy, has used 3 different bowlers in that power play. I mean, could have been tempted to go back to Saman, but wasn't. And you saw that the last 2 overs went for 3 and 4. So nice start. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that's on the chat. Certainly enjoying the cricket and enjoying that the cricket is on. And I'm enjoying myself here as well. And it's good to be back. And it's good to be back with Mr. Maximo as well, who walks into our commentary room at the moment. Vinny, great to be back.
Buenos dias, Rico. Buenos dias a todos. Hello, everyone. Great to have your company. And great to have your company in particular, Rico. First time we've been together for, what is it? It's almost 3 months, I'm going to say.
It's a long time.
Over 3 months, maybe. Maybe not quite that long. 2 and a bit. But, yeah, super excited to have you here on the island. So, actually, all 3 of us here. With Corey having the day off today. We'll mix and match a little bit this week. I know everyone in the chat very excited to see you as well here in Malta. Here's Chiddlejoy. Over number 4 starts with a big filthy full toss. And Bastians doesn't quite get all of it, but he gets 1. Yeah, so you've spent some time in Gibraltar, of course. Your first time there. How did you find that?
Gibraltar, what an amazing place. First time in Gibraltar. It's absolutely fantastic. The scenery is incredible. But the weather, the elements can get a bit harsh, and the crew there doing a fantastic job, and the teams as well. We had some interesting days of cricket.
Yeah, for sure.
In conditions I've never experienced before. Let's just put it that way. But it's, I mean, that Europa Point stadium.
It isn't so much sometimes the rain, it's the spray that gets you there.
A little bit short this time. He does favour that shot, the pull shot, or the hook. But again, doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. Just get a single. So he's really playing a bit of anchor. He's going to, I think here, Vinny, that Michael's going to be thinking to himself, right, okay, the power play hasn't quite gone the way he wanted. He's still got the likes of Basil George and Afi Khan there. I think it's make or break here. Yeah,
I think so. I think that to try to get a bit more batting into Guntilaka, I can understand that. I also think Basil won't be waiting too long to get out there.
Does him with the change of pace. I'm liking this from Shidal Joy and the Masita bowlers at the moment. They've been a good bowling unit, and they're bowling with, I like to say, it's a little bit of this Bombay mix. You never know what's coming next. The variations are good. That's the slower delivery. You can see Astians is filthy with himself and missed out on it, but that was all about the pace. It took the pace off and it worked a treat.
Yeah, clever bit of bowling, wasn't it, from Shidal?
This one, though, is right where he likes it, and he's hit this hard, and he's hit it clean, and it will go to the boundary, 4 runs. And nobody's stopping that. That was just where he likes it. Good clean swing of the bat, and boom, goes to the boundary.
Liking the angle. Yeah, I just noticed that you might see bottom left there, Ryan Bastians. He's in the Malta squad. This is the squad for this weekend. We'll come back to that in a second. Afi Khan in there as well from the Southern Crusaders. Basil George. So 3, just that I can see right there from the Southern Crusaders. Also, Vidusha Rashmika is in this squad as well. So that's 4 and counting. Just having a first look at that squad.
This is hit down the ground, and it looks big, and it will go all the way, will it?
Well, it's good effort.
Good effort.
Really good effort.
Just get stopped on the boundary. Great bit of fielding there.
Yeah, that's Arjun Soman, who has been very, very good for the Cedar Warriors. And so, see, the Crusaders not wasting any time getting after it. So yeah, it's going to be a long single in the end. So good morning to everyone in the chat. I saw that Jason is there, and he's watching from the Zurich office, which I'm actually going to check out midweek. Looking forward to seeing you there, Jay. Of course, Jay played for Switzerland, the ECC, not too long ago. The old bowler clothesline comes in. Maybe we can have another look at that Malta squad because, yeah, plenty of players from this tournament we'll see there. Milton Devasia getting an opportunity with the national team. I see him there. Darshan Patanka, he's in there, but he hasn't been in good form so far in this tournament. Varun Prasad, likewise, hasn't had too much cricket, but that should be super interesting. Fazil Rahman's been bowling with fire for Gozo Zalmi. Anyway, this one is going to be Horn to the leg side. And it's going to plug, and down goes the fielder. And he still can't pick it up. So this has been the story with this outfield. When it rolls along the outfield, it's actually pretty fast, right? But when the ball comes from the air, it just plugs. And that time, it wasn't just the ball that plugged, it was the fielder that plugged as well.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't surprise you because of the amount of rain we've had. But yeah, I mean, look at the fielder, gets lucky because he gets wrong-footed. But the ball, as you said, just sits and waits for him. And, well, he needs 2 attempts to pick it up.
He did it in the end, Vipan Mohan. So into 4 overs, it's 28 for no loss. And I also should mention that John Gray, he's finally found a way to get back into the chat. So he is Johnny G in the chat. We've also got Johnny G from Malta. So we've got 2 Johnny Gs in the chat. It's not a fake. It's John Gray, who's one of our big supporters, and he had some issues getting into the chat, but now he's back in there. So to John Gray and to Johnny Grimmer, very warm welcome to you. And you know that Johnny G, as in Johnny Grimmer, has a birthday this week. He actually turned 64 on Friday. He's going to spend some time in Greece.
Time on Friday. Well, he's gone for the big one, goes down to one knee, and this one will go all the way. Balle, Ginna Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Well, what a shot this is. Look at this, down on one knee. Ale, fetch it. Where's the camera? Take a couple of pictures as he holds the pose.
Yeah, such a good shot through the line. He's one guy that is hitting some form. Tony Lewis bowling over number 5.
Goes down leg side. He asks for catch it. Oh, he doesn't catch it. Now the question here is, where does this fall? I've got a feeling this is pretty close to that rope. The batters are still running, and they will just get 2. Well, they might even go again here, actually, but Bastian says, nah, that's enough. Let's have a look at this. Opportunity, not an easy one, because he's got to be aware of where the rope is here as well. Question is, first of all, are his feet okay? And then where does the ball drop? Have a look, where's his feet when he goes to attempt this? Looks okay there, and that's going to be 4, because when he does touch it, he's on the other side of the ground. So it's probably not 6, but it's definitely 4 for me. It's a boundary, because look, just at this point, look at that foot is planted, and he makes a touch on it, I think. I just wonder if they're having a look at this again. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of hand contact. Yeah, there you go. Andy Nowdy getting the signal through. Great work from the production team here, Vinny.
Yeah, fantastic work. Elza doing a great job on that replay for us. Some great Great camera work. Anyway, this one you might not need a replay, Rico. This one's out of here.
You don't bowl it there, as this one has been whipped away effortlessly. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Eso es más dulce de tarta de chocolate. There he goes. Bastians, you just can't bowl at his pads. And, well, they've done well the last few overs to keep it outside the off, and now as soon as he's back into the ball angling into his body, he's been put it away. Lewis, 16 of just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, and Lewis having a rough time.
Being hit down the ground, so this is where Longhorn comes in, makes the change.
I want to say hello to Sundori, to Marnus in the chat as well, I think to Ivan, to Andrew Hogan, and of course Mrs. Hogan, Graham Doolan, Julian Dawson, anyone I've missed. Matt Aravides also watching from Perth, sunny 35 degrees there. I actually caught up with Matt when I was in Perth, believe it or not. Messaged him on social media. He said, do you want to catch up for a beer? I did, and I watched a session of the test with him at one of my favourite places.
Oh, big wild swing. Gunther still there, but he's just eating up deliveries.
And I want to say hello to Helix as well, all the Johnny G's in the chat. And Pantera had a good question. He said, what about Pushpa Rajan? He's having a very good tournament. Why isn't he in the Malta squad? But you've got to remember, this is ICC criteria. So Pushpa Rajan hasn't lived in Malta long enough. He hasn't fulfilled the residency requirements, which is 3 years. He's only been here less than a year. So that's why there might be a few players playing well in this series. You might say, hey, how come they're not in the Malta squad? You need to fulfill either one of the 2 criteria for ICC selection, which is either citizenship or passport, or to have lived in the country long enough. Anyway, end of the over. The score is 46 without loss. Pretty excited, Rico. It's 2 weeks today until we will be in Khartoum for the first day of ECL 23, the 3rd edition. Hard to believe it's going to be here. Remember, at the end of last year, we were saying it'll come around quickly. It sure has.
It's hard to believe it's going to be here. Yeah, it's 14 days, but it's also hard to believe that you cooked the robots. What's going on there? What's this story I heard about the Robothon? You did this Robothon. Everybody got excited. What's happened?
Here's the good news.
Give me an update.
The one good thing about the 3 days washout, it gave me 3 days to kind of brush up on my Mandarin and sort this out. Yeah, so here's the thing. The robots have been ordered again. This time they did approve my payment. I know there was one plan at one stage for you to pay.
That's correct, yeah.
I worked it out. Honestly, it was jumping through hoops. You have no idea. And the funny thing was, this Chinese website, they thought I was scamming them. I'll decide who's scamming who. And
so they're back ordered. They're on the way. That's good news.
I suppose, so they've told us the delivery date is expected between the 21st of February and the 11th of March. So it could be anywhere from a week before, a week before to maybe halfway through. So stand by.
Vipin Mohan comes on to bowl. And, this is a full toss and has been absolutely hammered, and he's going to take the catch. Yes, he does. That's quite exceptional from Shizul Joy, the captain. What a catch this is. This is hit like a bullet, and I reckon when it hits his hands first time around, he goes, ooch, ah, cha-cha-cha, but it stays in his hands. What a catch, Vin.
Yeah, that's incredible, and potentially a game-turning catch. Shittul Joy, I mentioned it in the preview. He's one guy, whatever his team needs, he never seems to let them down. He can bat anywhere between 1 and 10. This one, where he had the fumbles, we've seen some amazing juggle catches here in Malta. We even saw a catch that somebody juggled to another fielder, and then it went back to him, the original fielder. But it's a pretty useful opening partnership. But if you think things are getting easier, the Warriors might have another thing coming, because this looks like it's going to be boom, boom, Basil coming out at number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Basil, he's quite sensational. But he comes in there thanks to what was a brilliant catch for the captain. Well held, and it could make all the difference here, because one thing that I think Basil, he hasn't got as much time as he would like out there, so maybe in a bit of a hurry, so maybe a few miss hits here. Let's wait and see. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He knows he hasn't got as much time. We're already past halfway point, so he's going to go after everything straight away. So sometimes when you're going with that mindset, you don't get your timing right. So it could work in the favour of Masida.
It's well bowled by Mohan as well. He locates that one pretty well. Very small margin for error to Basil.
Oh, well, he gets away with a full toss there, Vin. That should have been pasted to the boundary. Basil looking to hit it straight when he should have just waited and played it out on the offside. So gets away with that.
First couple of balls, no matter who you are, you're a little bit jumpy. I think this one's going to be attempted to be smashed out of the ground.
He misses that one, another. So 2 deliveries outside the off. They're full deliveries as well. And Basil, maybe he's just stuck inside his crease a little, but gets away with 2 of those.
Always can be difficult when you're coming out cold. Doesn't matter what you're facing. And Mohan, to his credit, he's got it right. Definitely line-wise to Basil George. He's only had 1 run scored off this over. Last ball.
And he beats him again. It's really good bowling. What an over that is. What an over indeed. I mean, it could have been all different if it weren't for an outstanding catch on the boundary from the captain, Sidil Joy. But Mohan just really needed to slow things down slightly and put more pressure on the Crusaders. He's done just that. There's the bowling figures there. Vipin Mohan so far just a one wicket as well. And you've also got Sumakaran to come back. You've got the likes of Saman as well. So they've got options here to tidy the innings off well.
Just looking at this lineup though, no Divyesh Kumar in the lineup for the Warriors today. Hey, let's have a look at this Spain squad as well, because I want to get your thoughts, of course, as a Spanish resident. Tell me who you're looking forward to seeing in this one.
Well, I like what's happened here. That there's a mixture of some experienced players and players that haven't got as much experience as well. It's good. I mean, the biggest thing for me, news is Baba Khan and Matthew Rahman. Matthew Rahman is a youngster. I've been seeing this young man play for a long time. It's great to see he's qualified to play. He's going to be useful. But I think in this format, Baba Khan, look out for him.
It's one thing to see if you can do it at the next level. So I think that's a great opportunity.
It's a good challenge for them.
They will get opportunities, those players as well. Here's the start of a new over. It's going to start with the wives. Joy Mathai, who is in the lineup. Just going back to this game for a second. No Divyesh Kumar hurts the Warriors as far as their batting. He's been brilliant for them. But they do have Sajid Sukumaran in the lineup.
It's a bit short. It hooks it away. It just gets it over the infielder. But once again, Waka Guntaleka just isn't happening for him. He gets to 10. But he's taken 13 deliveries to do it. That was the first wide in the innings, by the way, so they've been pretty tidy. They're just 2 extras.
Especially because they've been kind of flirting with the tram line as well, so they haven't made any mistakes.
Yeah, look, I mean, going back to those squads, I mean, of course, what we're talking about is this the international T10 happening there this coming weekend. I mean, isn't that big? Isn't that huge?
It's huge. It's the first time we've had T10 cricket outside Spain, we realise as well. 50's up for the Crusaders now.
Tucks Basil up a little bit there. That's the sort of lot of the areas Basil is probably looking for. He's very strong there, but it just doesn't seem with it at the moment. A little bit tied back, pegged back a little. Good delivery there from Mathai.
Yeah, I just feel like the bowlers are in charge of Basil so far. I mean, one big hit from Basil could turn that dynamic around.
This is a little chip, and we'll get just a single. So this is now Michael Goodluck. I think whatever happens here, he's going to be throwing his bat at this pretty hard. He's still got Afi Khan, who's a hard hitter, to come in as well.
There's Bristow Baby, still one of our favourite names.
I love it.
The European Cricket Network. So the Spanish squad, interesting as well. At some point, probably look at the Austrian squad as well. But yeah, as far as a concept, I mean, it takes a lot to make it happen as well. Obviously, transporting the international players and the accommodation, all those costs. But I'm so glad they found a way to make it happen, because it just is going to mean more international cricket on the network. Yeah, just a single. So the Crusaders have hit the skids a little bit. These last third of the innings is going to be super important. And of course, we've got the 2 days of the men's ECI, but then the first time women's T10 international cricket in Gibraltar starting on Monday, and that's also really exciting.
And all of that happening, you know what's so great? I mean, February it's super February, isn't it? What a month it is, because as you said, men's here. This one's a swing and a miss and getting a bit frustrated because they're not getting runs on the board. Bowlers on top, only 4 of that one from Matthias. So they are going along really nicely here. The score 51. It stays after 7 overs. So on top, I think we'll see the Warriors here. But just touching back on that, Vinny, absolutely amazing that we got the T10 Men's International. Women's one coming out. You're going to go for that in Gibraltar. That is going to be fantastic. 4 teams taking part in that. And then, of course, it all leads up to the big one, the ECL. It's just, what a month.
Super February. You're probably exactly right.
What a month.
Just remember, Rico's back with me today. If you want to say a quick welcome back to the ECS to Rico, you can always get him on Rico Full on Instagram. And yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is from this Saturday, 3-team, 9-match men's ECI tournament. Women's starting Monday. That's 2 matches a night from Gibraltar involving 4 teams. And yeah, just looking at those squads as well. Super excited that we'll get to see international cricket, international T10 cricket outside an ECC for the first time. Yeah. So yeah, stay tuned. Going to be a big weekend. Big weekend for travel for me, because the Malta to Gibraltar is not an easy route to get quickly. It's not an easy route.
I mean, which way are you going? You know, what you're going via where?
I'll tell you actually my trip Sunday night. It's Mohan. Well, it's a very good first over.
Goes for that leg stump Yorker. Basil
Look
turned
at
inside
the
out.
length they've bowled though.
Yeah.
Up in the block hole, I think no matter when you're bowling, it's always a good default. I think Basil is looking for some length to get under and kind of get a swing on the ball, but yeah, right now he's really struggling to get going, and Goodentillik has been struggling to get that run of ball pace.
Well, he's going to get lucky that they're going to get a bye here. Keeper just not able to pick the bounce. It's a slow delivery, well disguised, but it's all tiki-taka at the moment. And, well, one man who can go boom, boom is out there now. Basil George, is he going to finally get one out in the middle of the bat? What I've noticed, though, they're staying on the back foot. They're not coming down the pitch here, Vin. Got to take him on. Basil knows it.
Disrupting the length here. Feet not really moving at the moment. Warriors sending in the Crusaders at the moment. This is exactly what they want. Again, great length from Mohan, and all he can do is get a toe of the bat on it, and just a single. Yeah, so obviously Joe Wegasani is doing a great job in Gibraltar. He was almost blown away last night, I think, literally. But he'll be there with me for the women's series starting on Monday. I'll be here for the men's ECIs on Sunday. So I go Sunday night. I go to London, Gatwick. I stay in a little cube because I like cubes.
Oh, well, this is a miss out. Is it going to go to the boundary? We are 4 byes. Well, that's so unfortunate. That's 5 byes in this over. Valuable runs for the Crusaders. Once again, totally missed here by Manu Anthony. He should have done better here.
Yeah, it's a momentum killer, isn't it? And Anthony just needed to make the block however he could, even if he didn't take it cleanly. He would have burst through him.
So you go to London.
So I'm going to London, staying in a pod for a few hours. I'll tell you the exact timing in a minute.
Better shot. Has he got power to go to the boundary? No. Fielder was there. Nicely done by Tony Lewis.
End of 8 overs, so 60 for 1 after 8. And the Crusaders been hamstrung a little bit. Some good bowling, though, has started it off in this innings. Yeah, so I fly, I think I leave here about 8 o'clock. I get to London about 11 o'clock, and I've got a little somewhere to sleep overnight in the airport because I'm flying 7 a.m. straight into Gibraltar, which apparently is a bit of a hairy landing.
Good luck,
because of, yeah, that's what everyone. The pilots have to be specially trained because of some political issues. The plane has to basically do what seems like a U-turn to get in there. And definitely when I was there last year, okay, different world then. But there are only about 3 flights a day going to Gibraltar, and you probably know this now. The pedestrians walk across the runway, then they put the boom gates up saying, sorry, there's a plane coming in.
Correct.
And
that's actually the border is the runway, the airport. So you actually have to stop and let the planes land. This will be quarter wide. But listen, I don't want to put you off or anything, but while I was there, especially the last couple of nights, there was 3 flights that were diverted to Malaga and other parts of Spain because it gets a bit choppy. And if you've never seen it, folks, this is thrashed down the ground, but I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. No, it won't. It will be fielded there by Saman. Yeah, if you can go onto YouTube and look at some of the landings in Gibraltar. Just have a look at those before you go, mate.
Yeah, I've seen it. The other thing is, you know, there's a football field right next to the runway.
Yes.
I'll tell you a funny story that some of the Gibraltarians...
It's the national stadium.
Yeah, they were telling me about this. So just get another one down the ground for 1. So holding them well. Thinking it too, but I don't think they're going to genuinely take it on. So apparently they said when you're playing a football match there and the plane's landing, the ball starts blowing all out of the ground because the plane landing affects the wind, creates wind.
Better shot. And this one will go to the boundary. So finally, Michael Goodentillik, he finds one out of the middle, but he's been there a long time. That's the 21st delivery that he faces. And, well, though he hits the boundary, it only takes him on to 18. So 18 of 21 balls. He'll know that in this format, and being the captain, that's not good enough. And maybe he's got a flurry to finish with.
I think that this score is still competitive, though.
Oh, wow, that could have been nasty.
Back foot.
Joy Mathia, he just slips there.
Back foot lands on the side of the foot, gets a pat in the bat from Andy Nowdy. Anyway, good to see he's okay and back up and about. I think something like 80. It's more competitive than you think.
Rocks back again, and he's going to get back-to-back boundaries. So not the line to be bowling. Michael Goodentillik, he's played this shot throughout the innings, but without much success. Hasn't really timed it well. And now he's got 2 in 2 fours. That's exactly what he needed. So the captain is waking up.
You can see the difference, though. These are balls that are shorter. They're not short balls, but they have some length on them to work with. I think when the Yorkers have been coming out, you can only really get the bottom of the bat on them. So I think he just has to get a little bit fuller here, Joy Mathai. He's got 2 to come.
does get fuller. This will be driven down, but should be nicely fielded.
So it's hit pretty hard, but I mean, can't get more than one. So that's a good adjustment from the bowler.
Yeah, but this is the thing. He's under attack here. And, Basil George, we're looking to go after. I mean, his strike rate at the moment is not good at all either. Just 4 of 10.
It's been one of those innings for Basil. He has not been able to break out. He'll be trying now. Last ball of the ninth.
He hits this pretty well, and he's not moving. But, well, he'll have to move because the catch gets put down, and it's Bristow Baby that puts it down. Well, he's going to be crying like a baby because that could have made a big difference. But Basil, he hits it, says, nah, it's going all the way. It doesn't, you know. Bristow, good attempt in these conditions, but wasn't able to hold on to it. And then they do take the single.
Yeah, well, don't drop the baby. The baby does a drop, and it will be the end of 9. I'd love to see Bristow getting a bowl a bit more as well. Anyway, Basil survives. I suppose that saves 5 runs in a way, but it does keep Basil there at the crease. You always just feel he's 1 ball away from launching a huge amount of sixes. So 73 for 1 after 9.
What's been the average score here then?
Yeah, so I think it's around 85 or so. Not sure if you've got the graphic ready to go just yet for today, but average score 94 in this tournament. I also think, though, the Warriors, no Divyesh Kumar is probably the most consistent batter. He's not the lineup. I think something like 80 is pretty competitive, especially Southern Crusaders got a pretty disciplined bowling lineup of their own. Got a good keeper behind the stump, Safi Khan. Let's see. I think this could be a close one. Somund to bowl the 10th.
An edge, and well, it was almost a slow motion dive from the wicketkeeper Manu Anthony. I don't think he wanted. It was like the heart was saying, let's do it. The body was saying, no, I'm not going. And he doesn't really get off the ground at all. So it gets past him, but doesn't go to the boundary.
Yeah, well, it's a good effort, actually. I don't know whether he gets a finger on it or not. And the ball comes in. So you don't want to waste your direct hits. It's an interesting one here.
Yeah, lucky.
I think his bat is
only just past that line. If it's on the line here only, he would be out. I mean, they're going to have to look at this. I mean,
it's so close, actually.
Is it actually part? You know what? I'm looking at that again and thinking, I don't know.
I'm going to go with just in, like 1 blade of grass.
Yeah,
I think that
it's just the right side of the line.
Yeah,
close.
It's a really good bit of camera work as well. See, they liked it, but I mean, I suppose the argument here is, do you want Michael in or out? Because someone could come in and just come and just whack it from the get-go. But
yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised they're looking at this a few times because it's very close. The question is here is, does the bat actually get past the line? And I think when you look at it again side on, I think you see that he just gets the toe end of the bat down the other side of the line.
I think ultimately you go with umpire's call here. I think that's what they're going to do. But like I say, lucky maybe the rain made the grass grow a little bit more, and that's what his bat's touching. Anyway, good to Teleka.
Nicely played. That's more like it. And well, he goes with the feet. He gets lucky. Gets the stop in. It wasn't really going that fast once again because the outfit is pretty wet and soggy, so it's not racing along it. But then a nice shot. He's starting to click now. A little bit late, but starting to click. But he'll be looking to take this form into the next match, that's for sure. What about Basil? Can he go boom, boom?
Yeah, well, Marnus thinks maybe it's Basil's grip that affects his ability at times. Maybe. I mean, sometimes he maybe just holds about a bit too hard. He seems to get a bit leg side conscious, but yeah, he just hasn't been relaxed in this innings at all. And you can see the worse it's getting now. They like it. But
yeah, I mean, look at his body. Look where he's going here. He's going way down the leg side here. And there's no way, and that's where the bowler does the right thing. Get it outside the off. There's no way he's getting bad onto it. Clever bowling. Look where Basil goes. Takes himself away from the shot. If he stands still and looks to hit over extra cover, that's the shot to play. But they've got him sussed here slightly.
Makes it hard to reach as well. But yeah, that's the thing. He's a fluent player when he gets in, but it just has never got going.
This time he does wait for it. It gets a fair bit of bat on this. A slight misfield in the in circle, but they'll only just take the 1.
Kai in the chat, just reminding everyone, if you haven't subscribed already to ECN, do it right now. ECN European Cricket Network. Get in early before the ECL rush and the international rush, which is coming during February. But yeah, it's one of those innings, maybe just write it off. I mean, this is where it's probably good you get another game this morning. It probably goes back to the top of the order.
Yeah. I mean, still, they'll get themselves into the 80s.
Maybe.
Ready 80s. Good. Again, good I've been very impressed with the Masida. One, the line in general, it's been good. It's only been just one expensive over, but also variations. One thing they're focused on is variations. Don't bowl the same ball twice. Take the pace off it, put the pace on. And they've been very good in keeping that ball just inside that wide guideline.
You've got to give some credit to the bowlers.
Yeah.
Soman's a very good bowler. Here's the last ball of the innings. I'm walking 677. Basil finally cracks one. And guess what? It's been the story of the innings so far. Will they get two? I don't think they'll even be able to try for it in the end. So 78 for one. Basil George 8 off 15. Sluggish to say the least. Tilika going to run a ball. I think it's Warriors. They'll be happy with where they're at in this game. They'll be chasing 79. But I think this game's a bit closer than you think. The Warriors, no Divyesh Kumar in their lineup. Yeah, ultimately, I think that the Crusaders, they've been restricted very well, but the job only half done for Masida.
Yeah, I mean, it started badly, didn't it? The first two balls were 6 and 4, remember that? And then they came back well, and after that, they really made the Crusaders work hard. They just couldn't get going, just couldn't get a flurry of boundaries going. Marco Guntalika took a while, took him when he got to 21 deliveries before he hit his first boundary. And okay, fair enough, he went back to back. This one I thought was closer than it was, you know. A big swing across the line from Guntalika, but managed to go through. And then Basil George, when he did come out, he really was out of source as well. And Bastian's, he did hit the ball, but this is a good, what a catch this is. Shijal Joy, oh yeah, that's a jalebi catch, isn't it? Jalebi catch, jalebi akha ki catch kariye karo, haath chip chip karte, and the ball sticks. And then after that, look, as Vinny said, the bowling was disciplined. They got it in the right areas. The line was good. The most expensive bowler was Tony Lewis, and that was only because of one expensive second over from him. But you'll see that all the bowlers, the economy rate for this one was really good, nice and tidy. The Crusaders just couldn't get going. And, well, maybe, I mean, one thing I will say is when you get an outfield like this, it probably does make a difference about maybe, say 15 to 20 runs less as well, because the ball's not moving along. You saw a couple of times the ball plug, but just couldn't get going right. Bastian 37 or 20, he was the highlight really. But Marco Guntalika not out 25 off 25 deliveries. And Basil George, well, 15 balls for his 8. That's not the boom boom Basil George that I know at all. He was a little bit tiki-taka today. It wasn't happening, but give credit to the bowlers. This is the bowling figures. I think they all bowl really well. I mean, Saman, remember 10 of those 17 was his first 2 deliveries. That shows how well he came back. His last over was brilliant as well. The captain, Shijal Joy, was in top form. Took a great catch indeed. And then, well, Sukumararan didn't come back on again. He only bowled the one over, which went for 3 runs. So that was a bit of a surprise that the gamble was Saman rather than him. But the captain seems to have everything covered, Shijal Joy. He'll be very happy with this performance, 78 for 1. And he'll know that his team have got a perfect opportunity here to inflict defeat on the Crusaders for the very first time in this series. So the Crusaders, 78 for 1, 79 required for victory for the Masida Warriors. Well, are they going to be Warriors and go out there and get the job done? Or are they going to be blown away by the likes of the bowling attack from the Crusaders? Only one way to find out. Join us when we come back in around about 10 minutes for the conclusion of match number 57. Hasta pronto. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to match number 57, the first of 4 scheduled for today. And the Southern Crusaders, the team unbeaten so far, well, they've made a slow start when they're out there with the bat. They only posted 78, so 79 will be required for victory for the Masita Warriors, and what a victory it will be. Remember, the Crusaders, they've 6-0 in the series, and the Masita Warriors were 5-3, so it's a huge opportunity here to put a dent in the perfect start the Crusaders have made. Rocky Dinesh is going to be opening up with the captain, Sigil Joy. And the Crusaders, well, they need a couple of good overs in here. We always say a couple of tidy overs at the beginning, and that score of 70 could quite easily resemble a score of 90. Here's the first delivery, and no run. Gets the ball on the money straight away. Zishan Yusuf is the bowler. Just outside the off. Played back into the deck. No run. See, Afi Khan didn't get a chance to go out there with the bat. This is in the air. He's only going to get there. Oh, that's a tremendous catch. Oh, that is class. What a great catch that is. The first wicket goes. And it's going to be Rocky Dinesh. He's going to go for a... Yeah, thanks to a classy catch there from Sachin Hussain. That is superb. Diving to his right. Brilliantly done. What a catch. Watch this again. He's got a long way to come, you know, and I like the way he makes the decision early that the only way he's going to get there is by diving. Gets the diving. Just watch this. Watch the dive. Oh, that's a classy catch. Well done there, Sachin Hussain. That's a superb catch. Brilliantly done. And, well, that's what you've got to do, the Crusaders. Get those early wickets, and getting the wicket of Rocky Dinesh without scoring. Well, that is huge. Rocky goes. Just a 2-ball duck for him. You see the Warriors under pressure straight away as the new batter comes in. And Vipin Mohan comes in to face the music. Shorter delivery, has a go at it, misses out. What a great catch from Hussain. Superbly done. Catches with matches. Could that be the one? Yusuf gets his field set to the left-hander. Andy Nowdy and Jai Warden are the umpires out there, the men in black. And Prajapati, third umpire. Short again, and another wild swing. Head was nowhere. Yeah, just not really looking at the ball at all here, just a swing in hope. Just have a look at the head here. Nowhere in position. And maybe the one for the over there, perhaps. This one's into his body. That looks like the first runs will come courtesy of leg byes. So one on the board. Johnny G asking, did I bring the baseball cap with the duck on it? Yeah, that was great in Gibraltar. No, I didn't, unfortunately. That's to stay there. Joe Weggs and the crew, I hope, will be using that when there's with the duck. But we should get something like this down the leg side. Oh, has he got anything on this? They're asking the question. Certainly is deviation. And I think maybe just... Yeah, well, you see Afi Khan there. Afi, you naughty, naughty man. Afi Khan. He's appealing. And then afterwards, he looks at everyone and says, nah, it came off his thigh pad. We'll see it here clearly. Yeah, it does. Look, goes for the appeal, and then right, if you stay on him for a moment, he then says, nah, it did actually come with his body. And Andy Nowdy, great from him. I like that when the umpires, he's giving the nod straight away. Nah, it's not out. This one's right at the body again. Plays it down. Doesn't want to take the single. Non-striker. Mohan was already on his way. No was the call from Joy. He stays on 0. And the score, what a great start, 1 for 1. What a fantastic start that is, Zishan Yusuf, but all down to a great catch from Hussain. Absolutely sensational. 33 matches now since that last golden ball. What a golden ball that was. I tell you what, it had us all excited in Gibraltar. It was quite fantastic. And it was Gozo that won it as well. It's a crazy match. It really was. An absolute crazy match. But they... reset the clock. We're at 33 now, and you know what? We're in Malta. Malta is golden ball territory. There'll be more, trust me. As Gufras Masi comes to bowl the second, bowling to Vipin. Oh, look at the shape on that. That is an absolute beauty. Oh, what a Jaffa. What a delivery. That is just superb, mouth-watering. Absolutely fantastic. Just watch this one go. This is sensational. From the moment it left his hand, it looked like it was going to be a good one, and that was too good for the batter. Vivian Mohan, well, he will have to go as well. Oh, this is, just watch this again. Sensational. It's another one of those, folks, but it was a ball. Well, is this a corker or what? What a delivery. Absolute sensational. And that's another one that goes, and no wonder they're up and about, the Crusaders. Well, the bells are ringing. I don't know if you can hear the bells in some of the microphones around the ground. The bells are ringing all around, and well, maybe that's the bells that are sensing a bit of doom here in this reply from the Masita Warriors. They are 1 for 2 wickets down now, so not just Rocky Dinesh going for a 2-ball duck. Vipin Mohan, well, he does last the ball longer, but he goes without scoring as well. That was a gem of a delivery. Here he is again, now to the right-hander. And this one follows him as well. It's guided away to third man. He does get off the mark. Well, will Masita Warriors get a better opportunity to get one over the Crusaders? Sajith Sukumararan is the man who came in, gets off the mark straight away. That's not a good delivery. It's been absolutely pelted, but to the fielder. Either side of him, you get the boundary. Down the leg side, just not getting it right. You can see he's just indicating the ball's a bit slippery. Well, putting it on the deck doesn't help. Massey. Oh, this one should be called a wide. It will do. There's the umpire, Joe Warden, gives the signal. But that's the one that he got. I mean, if this is pitching outside off, it's a dangerous delivery. But a little bit too short. If he can't, does well. Again, a little bit too much down the leg side again. And I know that Sajith Sukumararan he's got a half century in this series, so we know he can bat. He's a hard hitter of the ball, so opportunity for him to try and get his team out of jail, so to speak. This one's just banged back into the deck, gets it, bounces it over the wicketkeeper, Afi. But no run. They've got to take these runs, you know. If you're backing up here, you're getting there. This is, look, he starts and then stops. And then he's sort of yes, no, chalo, chaliye, na chaliye in the end. Makes no decision. Gets a thin edge. But third man is well placed. Just keeps it to 1. 5 off the over with the ball to go. Sounds like a spaghetti western, doesn't it? If you can hear those bells, doesn't it sound like one of those spaghetti westerns, you know, when you know that everybody's run inside and the gunslingers are going to have a showdown. Nubiyadov is in the chat. Hello to you. Thank you for your kind words. This is up in the air, could go anywhere, and just drop short of the man coming in at point. It's going to be a single to end the over. 6 come off it, but what a start it was with a cracking delivery. So score moves on to 7 for 2, and that rate now it gets to 9, and that's what I'm talking about. Remember I said 2 tidy overs and all of a sudden 70 looks like 90. Well, that's exactly what it looks like. Just remind you of where these two teams are. Crusaders unbeaten and looking to keep that 100% record going, and the start they made so far in the field looks like that 78 now is looking more like a 90 target. They need about 9 and over from here on in. And captain is still there. Yusuf will continue. And it could be another. No. Afi. Well, he just couldn't get off the deck. The feet were rooted. The body wanted to. and he couldn't. And well, I think a more agile keeper probably would have had this. And it's definitely catchable. Just a little bit too slow going. And Yusuf, kena farla, ni farhoya. So going to get runs. So Joy, living dangerously. Oh, beauty. Gets this one to go the other way. We've seen a lot of balls coming in. This one hits the seam, goes the other way. What a good delivery this is. As the batter playing and missing. Just watch this shape away. So angles it in and then cuts away. Nicely done. And well, Afi, he's not got anything clean in his gloves yet. Hits it hard into the deck. They'll get 4 runs from it, and it gets past the infielder. Didn't look like it had the legs to go to the boundary, but it does. So the first boundary, and it is Sukumaran that gets it. Yeah, you see this? You just have to get it past the infielder. Once it gets past, well, there's nobody backing up there. So valuable, important runs. This be the partnership. You see the Warriors need Yusuf once more. And he goes short. It's up in the air. How far does it go? Not far enough. It's caught. And that's another wicket. So the short stuff from Yusuf seems to be working. A nice, comfortable catch taken there by Kari Wassam. And he's got a big smile on his face. Well, certainly he does, because, well, just talking about that could be the key partnership. And no more as another wicket goes down as Mr. Maximo joins me in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Not an easy day for catching. Not many are at this time of year in Malta, but yeah, Sukumaran goes on the hook. Look, he's such an important player, especially with no Divyesh Kumar in the lineup. And yeah, he goes on the hook and finds the fielder. So pretty good piece of fielding to get him. He goes 4 and out, and yeah, perfect start really for the Crusaders. I fancy them to at least make a fist of defending this score in the 70s. But we saw 65 defended yesterday in the first game of the day.
Yeah.
And so, no surprises for me. They've come out firing. They don't want to lose their first game. Viboyata from the Sweet United team, he's in the chat at the moment. He's basically cheering on the Warriors because he knows that puts a bit of distance between them and the rest at the top of the table. Obviously, the top 2, they get a free pass into the semi-finals. So the higher up you finish, the easier it is, your path to the trophy. Tony Lewis comes in. Schedule Joy, there's even more pressure on him now at the other end. He's on 3 of 5 balls.
Hey, have you got a sausage club or something going here? I smell bangers. Slides this down to third man. I can smell sausages. There's something going. Hey, where's the sausages, everybody?
Well, I'm too busy. My senses are overloaded with the sound of the church bells going, even though it's a Monday. But yeah, you're smelling sausage, are you?
I'm smelling sausages. There's some bangers going on here. Somebody having the sausage sarnie. I'll have one.
Hopefully it's not what we were smelling back in Brescia last year when we were in
Don't go there.
the ECS Italy. We won't talk about that right now. Yusuf, a couple of balls to go.
It's a good delivery. Well played as well. And Lewis will get himself off the mark.
Yeah, so let me just fill everyone in. If you're not aware of the format in this tournament, this is the end of the power play. It's 14 for 3 after 3 overs. So how it works, the top 8 make it through, but it's not a straight 1 versus 8 quarterfinal because you need, well, essentially you're rewarded for how high you finish up the ladder. So the top 2 teams, they go straight into the semi-finals. So for them to win, all they have to do is win a semi-final and a final.
Right.
They get the Friday off. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you go straight into the second half of Friday. So you need to win a game to make the semi-finals. So you're 1 win away from the semi-finals if you finish 3rd or 4th. Okay? If you're 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you have to win 2 games on the Friday to make the semi-finals. So if you finish 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you've got to win basically 4 matches in a row to win the trophy. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you need to win 3 matches in a row to win the trophy. If you finish 1st or 2nd, you just need to win 2.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important to finish as high up on the ladder as possible. That's why we have elimination day on the Friday. Messi comes in to bowl the 4th. So yeah, elimination day will be pretty exciting because we will have 8 teams that will make it out of the group stage, and then we'll have 4 eliminators on the Friday, and each one of those games we lose a team, and then you've got your final 4 that are left on on finals day, which you'll be here for and I'll be watching from Gibraltar.
Yeah, it's a newer concept, but an exciting one.
It's a bit different. I mean, I think it's fairer. Otherwise, you could have a situation. We'll come back to that in a second. An awkward one for the third man, but you'll stop it. Otherwise, you could have a situation where teams playing 18 games in the group stage. You could win all 18 games, have one off game, and be beaten by the team that finished 8th and may have had a horrible record. So, you obviously want to incentivise finishing higher up the ladder. So it's a bit new, but I think it'll make perfect sense once we get there.
Well, he smashed this one, and this one looks like it's going to be a cita. It is. Bolle, Kinna, Sona, boom, shaka, lagia. That was sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Well, I don't know what that thump, but it made a big sound.
I know what the thump was. That was actually the window of the TV production room. So watch this. It goes bang. And Elza, I know you're not asleep, but you're definitely extra awake after that. That's a knock at the door you don't want. What a shot.
Then he beats him with a good one. This one gets it to go and beats him outside the off stump. So good comeback.
Good for Messi. He's consistently been swinging the ball. Good comeback to him out. It's just whacked you over mid-wicket for 6.
He's looking to go after him again, though, isn't he? That's in the zone, and it's going to be more work to be done by that fielder, but this time he can handle it. Takes it on the bounce. Nice work done there.
Yeah, it's just what you need. In a low-scoring game, if you can get that Maximo away, it makes such a difference. It's worth even more than normal in a low-scoring game.
Vidisha Rashmika doing the fielding there. I remember him from last time. He was a very good bowler.
The shusher.
Yeah,
he likes to shush people.
He likes to shush people.
So a bit careful with Messi because he's bowled really well. They're probably just saying, look, let's just make sure he doesn't get us out. We've got one away this over, and then let's concentrate on the middle overs. So this will be the end of 4. The score is 23 for 3 after 4. So it's just got over 9 and over the required rate. Yeah, so here's the thing though, if you're going to shush people when you get them out, occasionally you will get shushed. And I think in week 1 he did get shushed.
Did he get shushed?
when he got out. So,
okay.
And look, I'm looking forward to seeing Vidusha Rashmika. He's part of the Malta squad for next weekend. So nice to see him getting an opportunity. And maybe we'll see him shushing at the international level.
Can you imagine? That'd be a good one. That'd be a highlight. Yeah, so Malta as well. I mean, I mentioned with the Spanish squad, a couple of new ones coming in. So Malta doing a bit of experimenting as well.
So I think it's a
I
good
don't mind that at all. I think it's a good opportunity, isn't it?
It's going to be super exciting. This is Ishanta Karyawasam, who's going to bowl over number 5. And now it's time for the Warriors to get moving. This Shijil Joy on strike.
This one hits him high up on the bat, doesn't get any power on it. We'll get the single. Well, he's the one who's starting to get his scoreboard ticket now after hitting that big 6. Tony Lewis, what can he do?
I think that's lots of sweetie guys are definitely tuning in. Hello, you guys. And I think Umar Khan's in the chat as well. Nice to see you. And yeah, I know you're watching. Hello to Graham Doolin as well, saying, what do you say, Rico, when a 6 is hit? Well, you had to wait too long to find out. Afi Khan's up to the stumps now.
Taking him on. It's good running.
I think they go straight away, don't they? And so often, hesitation is what kills. And you both go. It requires a lot of trust, but they do get away with it. The single, just keeping it ticking is going to make this target look a little bit more under control. Yeah, you'll find out when there's a 6 hit what Rico says. Already heard it a few times today. Hello to Liam Day watching from New Zealand as well. And hello to Helix.
Well struck. Be fielded. Yes, they've got 2 men back on the boundary here on the leg side. Shijil Joy is eyeing up, playing his big shots. So he's got to go aerial to clear them.
He's got to be careful, Karyawasam. He doesn't lose one down the leg side. It'll make things pretty tough for Afi.
Oh, well. This one was pretty tough as well. It hits him on the finger parts of the glove as it goes through for buys.
Yeah, here's the thing. Afi's a good keeper, but he can learn something from this. He just snatches at it. The first thing you've got to do is catch the ball. He's already kind of heading to the stumps before he's taken the ball. It was a good ball. It left him slightly, but yeah, take it first. then look for a stumping. But yeah, I like the fact he's trying that out. Now he's back to the left-hander. Another dot ball. Kariusa bowling a good over here.
Yeah, interesting. Lefty goes back. I wonder if that's because of the angle the ball's coming, he's not really able to see too much of it. Maybe it is Lewis, the one who's too far out of his crease, as opposed to Joy. But that's in the hitting zone. But just held it back enough not to allow Schizzel to get the full meat of the bat on it.
Well, Santosh,
just a single.
Santosh in the chat saying maybe that bit of fielding was Basil George's highlight of the match so far. Yeah, he's not having a great match, Basil. He's got time to turn it around. This is what we're talking about. This weekend, we've got our first ever European Cricket International Series. It's international T10 cricket outside of the European Cricket Championship. It's a 3-team series here in Malta involving Spain and Austria and the hosts. And then the very next day, after that finishes, we'll be in Gibraltar to continue our night cricket action. This time the women's action will get underway. First ever ECIW T10 cricket involving the Netherlands, Italy, Sweden and the host Gibraltar. Looking forward to that. So plenty of international cricket and then leading straight into the ECL, the 3rd edition. Now this should be interesting. This is Mahbub Rahman, who's a bit of a mystery spinner. He bowls a mixture of kind of leg spinners, wrist spinners, and he also bowls some orthodox off-spin deliveries. Keeps you guessing. Not many people take him down. So with 10 and over required, they can't sit in their hands against Mahbub Rahman. Let's see.
Starts outside the off, a little bit short. It's not a bad place to be bowling to. It's just a joy. As you know, anything on the stumps, on the leg is what he's going for the big hit over Cow. So keeps him to a single.
Bit of breaking news in the chat. Apparently Owen Morgan has retired from all forms of cricket. See, when I see that, I see an opportunity. Maybe we'll see him playing for Ireland in the ECC by September this year. What do you think?
Get him in there.
Or England. Take the pick. Ah, that's interesting news. Well, thanks for bringing that to us in the chat.
Yeah, very healthy chat today. Liam Day, Helix is on there as well. Some new faces as well, some new moderators.
Yeah, we do. So, hello to Chris Smith as well.
A name I've not seen before, 7, Pinslow. Hello to you. You're saying hello to everyone. Hello back as well.
Now, what are they chatting about here? Maybe the ball or something like that. What's he trying to say? He's trying to say, look, maybe there's no ball call here that I'm not aware of. We were just looking at the chat for a second. So maybe his back foot is of concern. So he's trying to say, look, yeah, so it must have been a back foot no ball. Again, didn't spot it at the time. So that back foot isn't allowed to touch that side crease at all. It's allowed to be in the air, but it's not allowed to be touching the line. So something to watch out. This will make it a free hit. So a bit of a break going the Warriors' way. And you think the right man's on strike.
Early goes in his favourite part of the ground, but there are 3 men there patrolling it well. Unless he gets it clean, the chances are it's going to be cut off. So good work again. This time it's Basil George. And yeah, he's still going to have a part to play in this. You know, Basil will come on the bottom. Maybe he'll bowl the next over. He's always got a knack of playing a part in a match, whether it be with bat or ball, or sometimes both.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that, you know, when you play so many matches, you're going to have some matches. Even the best players we got, they're going to have some off matches.
Yeah.
And that's been the way so far.
Whipped away. Fielders. Well, the ball stops before it actually gets to the fielder. Once again, just showing how this outfield, that was starting to dry up.
For the first time, things have crept over 10 and over required. So some concern here. Very few wickets in this game, but the batters have not had an easy time.
We just, well, they're looking for 2. Think about it, but decide against it. So it's, other than that one big maximo we've seen, it's tiki-taka again. Just seen that 1-6 or 1-4 in the inning so far.
Charlene in the chat saying, Rico, has been waiting for you. And saying, bale, bale, love heart. So he's not the only one that's happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too. It's a bit wide. Corey is on standby though, and you'll get the pleasure of having some time with Corey, because I am going to head office in the middle of the week to do a bit of planning for ECL. You'll definitely have a great time.
Oh, well, this one is going to be close. It's all about the foot here for me. Is the foot up in the air or not? Let's have a look.
I had a feeling this is I wouldn't say it's definitely out, but I had my suspicions.
Well, let's see it from side on.
I had a feeling he just drags his back foot.
Let's have a look at this.
Drags. Is he quick enough? He's just back in time. It's done really well, Tony Lewis, to get back there.
Yeah, he gets back.
It looks like he's doing a little dance
it's like he's
there,
squatting a fly or a bee. But he does get back. Great work once again. Well done to Elsa, part of our crew here. Elsa, Martins and Valentine. Top job from Spring Productions. And again, no pace in the ball. He wants the pace, doesn't he? He's not getting it. You can see he just drags this from outside the off into the leg side. Mid-wicket interfering, but not the best of throws. So they do get a double. And that's not seen too many of those in this innings either.
All right, so it's 6 overs down, 36 for 3. Now, I've got a request. This is a bit of an unusual request, Rico. This is for all our chatters out there. I slept through the Super Bowl, but I wanted to watch it. And I know we got some I know they're about to start talking about it. I've got a plan. Can everybody in the chat please send some fake scores in the Super Bowl? Because if someone says who wins, it'll be ruined for me. So can half the people say Philadelphia won and half the people say Kansas City won? And just even put some fake scores in there so that when I watch it tonight, I don't know who's won. So this is the only time, for this over, I want fake news only.
Only fake news.
Goes the whole day.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid the score so I can watch it tonight.
Okay.
Watch a replay tonight.
I'm with you.
I want
get what you're doing.
Scores only.
Well, luckily for you, I had no idea it was even
I know
on,
you
so
don't know.
I can't tell you anything. So
I wanted to get up early and watch the highlights, but I'd like to watch the whole game. So fake scores only, please. I know it's unusual. They want some real runs, not fake runs at the moment. They need 10.5 and over through the last 4.
Yeah, I like to see. I mean, he's playing this shot all the time. I like to see him come down the track and try to hit over mid-on. But you got the two men straight. I mean, only one of them is back, so you've got an opportunity. At the moment, it's the leg side that they've really put all the fielders on. So he's got to try something different. So
I love the chat. I want to keep interacting with the chat, but I don't want to know the score. So if you can put some just random numbers or random teams in there, then I'd appreciate it.
Oh, that's hit him on the lid, has it? I'm sure that's caught
I think he might have got
on the lid or somewhere.
Yeah, it's a good piece of keeping to make the block.
Let's have a look where this is caught.
I had a feeling he might have hit his hand.
It had a funny noise.
I think it was probably up the arm. Oh yeah, just jumped up into the lid. You might be right.
Up the body into the lid, I think.
Good stop, though. It'll just be the one wide.
It is a very good stop.
Afi Khan's best possible scenario is sneaky leg side stumping. He would love it at this stage. But having said that, it hasn't been the kind of game where you need wickets to restrict the scoring. You know, it doesn't seem like when batters have been there longer, they've been batting any better. Shijul Joy, they'll be hoping for 1 or 2 large blows to get this back under control.
Oh, this is big. This should go all the way, and it does. Well, we knew it was coming, and he throws everything out this, and it gets right out of the middle of the bat. Boom! Shaka! Yeah, that is sweet. Well, I love that. Una golpe muy bueno, muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Thank you very much. Oh, epic.
Just what the doctor ordered. Shijul Joy, the captain. He would love to knock off the Crusaders here.
Let's see if he can do it again, back to back. Oh, well, he throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink. He's trying to send this one to the moon and misses out on it. Hello to Luke Belgium. He's on the chat as well. Nice to see Luke. I know Luke was also following the cricket in Gibraltar as well.
Yeah, of course. I know he hasn't been feeling too well, so hopefully you're on the mend, Luke. Curry Wassam trying to avoid getting taken downtown again. He's made a couple of good adjustments there. So you see what I mean? No one's had any fluency. There's been the odd free hit, but it's been an outlier, hasn't it? There's been a lot in between that have been missed or mishit. But could still be in for a blockbuster finish, especially with Shijul Joy, who's able to just go bang at any time. There's a kind of air of randomness to the batting today.
Well, this one was more in the slot. Fielder will get there, will keep it to 1. And not a bad result. It means he stays. Oh, well, that one almost. But it does get over Afi. Thankfully, somebody's backing up. But I think they would have settled for the one here because it takes him back on strike.
That's true. It's 47 for 3 after 7 overs. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day. And Warriors, once again, they won the toss. And once again, they're going to bowl first. Makes sense. I mean, they did keep Southern Crusaders to something reasonable. That match is coming up in around about 35 minutes' time, right here on the European Cricket Network. 1 of 6 matches today. 4 here in Malta, and then 2 over in Gibraltar tonight. Yeah, so I think one of the key differences with this being a low-scoring ground at the moment is think about balls that get hit to the outfield and bounce once. They have a lot of pace taken off the ball, and they can be fielded before they go to the boundary. You contrast that with some of the fields we saw in Italy last year, for example, where those balls almost seem to gain pace off the outfield, and they're really hard to stop. And that makes such a big difference in the wash-up of how many boundaries you can score per over. Well, here's Boom Boom Basil. He was more bust than Boom in the first half of this match, but he'll be hoping that he can shut the gate in this chase. 32 required off the last 3 overs.
And Basil George. Hey, I reckon in the next match, I think they'll change things up with the batting as well. I'd like to see Basil and Afi open up, see if they'd make a little change there.
Basil definitely go to the top, for sure.
It's where he likes it. It's up in the air, and I think he's going to get it past the fielder. Will he get to the boundary? No. Well, how about that? A little bit of team fielding from the shusher. He says, shush, I've got it. Here's to you. I like it.
Little handoff. But, I mean, well done to the batters. Eventually they leg it out. They get 2, and I think you're trying to keep Shijil Joy on strike as much as possible. So left-hand, right-hand combination out there.
Yeah, how about this layoff here? Here's the shusher. Gets down, says, here's Ale. Nicely done.
And what helped was that the fielder was expecting it.
Well, he's not bowling the right line. This one will go to the boundary. I think just drops before the rope. 4 runs. And Basil George, at the moment, just bowling runs. He's bowling short, down the leg side to the left hand. And the captain, Shijil, says, thank you very much. You can keep putting it here. He does come over the wicket this time, but it makes no difference.
Bit too straight to him. Just too much at the body. And Shijil, quick hands, gets through it. That one's lost in the bushes. It'll take some finding. Yeah, so 4 more. That's what they needed. They get it back down below 10 and over again. And
watch out for the snakes. That's what I say. Watch those snakes and the scorpions.
We see snakes in there. The amount of rain we've had in the last week. You know, they had a quarter of their annual rainfall in one day on Thursday.
I was watching some of the videos from Gibraltar and I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was just, I couldn't believe the scenes outside the hotel.
I went 2 minutes down the road to go grab some lunch with Corey.
Yeah.
And we were wading through knee-deep water.
You've got to feel for Corey because he's a lot shorter than us, and he probably struggled a bit.
It was up to his armpits.
Did he have the armbands on, the floaters, you know?
Oh, I'm going to show you something in a second from yesterday.
So, Basil, he's moving the field around, but he's got to get the line right. He's bowling down the leg side. He wants to come back round the wicket, looks like. Shijil, I think, is going for the same. I think he's playing this shot already before the ball comes. Let's have a look. There he goes. And this time, it's Tony Lewis that has to take evasive action and get a single.
Yeah, just looking at this partnership. Yeah, Lewis, I guess he's holding up an end, but cannot afford him to have dot balls. Yeah, have a look at this. And we actually had, they cut Corey into this scrum yesterday. This is the women's team.
See this full toss. Hits it pretty well. Oh, what a stop. Nicely done. And that's Gulfraz Masi. Not only does he do the job when he's bowling, but a good stop. I think this hits the deck and changes direction, and he smothers it well. Stops 4.
He does well. Probably just below the waist. But Gulfraz was important with the ball earlier. Basil George. Trade everything in for a wicket right now.
Oh, this one. Not a good delivery, but I think Shijil Joy is the pressure of trying to find the boundary. He gets this one all wrong, ends up being the dot. So go on, what was that then?
They did a they did a version of that, and the production crew put Corey's face in the middle of the 2 of them, and then someone said it looked like a movie poster where there's like an adoption battle.
Slow stuff in the air. It should be a chance. Doesn't quite take it, and he takes a tumble at the same time. And looks like they're quite happy just to take the single. The 2 batters are having a bit of a ding-dong with each other. The fielder comes in. He has a ding-dong in the ground as he goes down and takes a tumble. He gets dirty for his side. This has been sliced up. Good effort. But I don't see. Yeah, he goes. There he goes. Boom, boom, and he does a little tumble.
They think of 2, but I mean,
efforts.
the ball's just too close to the pitch to try it. So you can see they're 9, 10, 9. It's kind of around about where they need to be, but now it makes it 23 off 12. So you need 11 and a half and over from here. Such an important first over, wasn't it?
Are you getting a tingle? A good over here, you know. It all happens in the 9th. A good over here, and it could be tingle time.
Yeah, I didn't have a strong tingle, but now you mention it. I think Schedule Joy, though, he's 34 off 27. Needs to have a good over here. He's going to have the spin of Mahabub Rahman coming at him. So, yeah, big over coming up.
Oh, he misses out on it. That's 2 he's missed out in that area.
I think there's a no ball. Look at this. Because they've got too many fielders outside the circle. And Andy Nowdy's head, I saw his neck. Look at him, his neck. He's like, hold on a second. And then he realizes, you know what?
He has a quick count.
Yeah.
And he says,
and he's
that's
short,
great umpiring.
And he says, that's a no ball. I mean, either umpire can spot that. Really good awareness from Andy Nowdy. Only 3 outfield. Oh, sorry, only 3 infield in the circle, so 6 outfielders. All right, so free hit coming up, a real opportunity. I'd like to see him dance at this, maybe.
He's hit this pretty hard, but he's got to come back for 2. Got to take on the fielder. And they do. And he's going to be out. But look, you know what? I don't mind that. Schedule is going back on strike. There's got to be an odd sacrifice here, there now. They've got to go for everything they can. Good throw. And I think he's out by a long way in the air. But they do the right thing.
It's a quick pickup, and actually Schedule Joy applauds Tony Lewis for sacrificing himself there. But have a look at Rahman. He actually picks it up, and in one motion, he takes the bails. So it's a smart bit of work from the bowler. But you can see there, Tony Lewis, he knows the drill. He knows it's more important to get his captain back on strike, and he basically falls on his sword. So unselfish stuff, good strategy from the Warriors, and keep the hopes alive. That makes it 58 for 4.
Yeah, look, it's not a bad thing either, because Tony Lewis, he was there for 11 deliveries, made 9. The next batter, if luck is on his side, gets a few quick runs. If he gets an opportunity, can change the contents of the match.
And this is Soman coming in. He's a guy we've seen opening the batting, and he can absolutely crunch it.
Really?
And he's down here at number 5. Okay, that one hurts Affy. It gets him on the shoulder, I think.
Yeah, it's a good stop, though. It's a good stop. Watch this. It really does lift off the seam. It does very well.
Little sting. It's got a bit of padding there. It's Affy doing a good job. But yeah, Soman. Hey, it's almost criminal. He's only coming in here in the 9th.
Use his feet, get to the pitch. Will he come down the wicket? Has to. No, he waits on it. And once again, misses out. So a couple of dot balls. So he makes amends off the no ball. Oh, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Hang on a minute. That don't look like Corey to me.
This looks like it could be you. All you need is a shotgun, and it's like you've got beautiful twins. They keep coming to the house.
Okay.
That'll be the movie.
Just take the one this time, so maybe we're going to see what you're talking about, Soman.
Soman's no Gumby at all. I mean, he's coming in here at 6. I'm just curious to see how he's going to go. Having said this, I mean, spin changing the game again. Rahman getting it right, being pretty accurate. Let's see if he tries to spin it into Soman or goes with the orthodox delivery. Couple to come in the over. 20 required still. Running out of time.
Hits it well, and it's going to go. It goes how far? 4 runs, just short of the boundary. This is exactly what they need. Look, get another boundary of this last ball, and we're on for a good finish here.
Yeah, Soman is saying, oh, where have you been all my life? Comes out in the 9th. This one almost goes for 6. Yeah. And it just pitches inside. It's a tight one.
Yeah, they're looking at this again, I think. Just before the rope, I think, just to see here.
Yeah, there you go. Really great camera work. It doesn't quite hit the rope, so yeah, it is 4, as called on the field.
Just double check. Good work again. I like that. The umpires on the field, Andy Nowdy and Joe Warden, just checking with Prajapati, who's going to have another look at this. It's very close. I don't think it catches yet. They're sticking with the 4, so
good call. 16 off 7. What a shot! First ball though.
Here we go.
Soman.
Come on, give us a boundary here, and let's. Then we go to party time in the last.
Going to go leg spinner here. See if he pitches it. Nope.
Okay, will be a chance. It's spinning hardly in the air. No, but they've got to go back for 2.
Not so sure. I think Soman, if you had pound for pound, Soman's hit a greater proportion of balls to the boundary. I don't mind him being on strike. It's 15 off 6 required. Ended 9, it's 64 for 4. Oh, Rico, are you going to have a golden return to my commentary box here? Because we haven't been together for a while. Back to the last week of Barcelona. And it's going to be the Shusha.
15.
Is it? No, it's going to stop part of me. It's going to be... They're going to go with Basil, in fact, in the last over. It's going to be Basil George to bowl over number 10.
The Basil bowl, I mean, that last over he bowled, it was all short. And though he was hit for one big six, he never really got it right. So this is an opportunity. If he bowls badly here, bowls the short stuff, he can get punished. Here we go.
He can be a hero here, Soman.
Hits this really hard. Catch it to say it's not going to be caught. They'll take the single.
I think, look, 2 boundaries, this can be close. 3 boundaries, you probably win the game. 1 boundary is not enough. 14 off 5. Shijil, 36 off 32. He's laboured. He's faced so many balls in this innings.
Yeah.
Can he do something special? Crusaders are still undefeated in this tournament.
Slice, and it's going to be 4, is it? It's racing away. It will be 4 runs. So a slice of luck for the captain, Shizzle Joy. He moves on to 40. That's exactly what they needed, a boundary. 10 required now, 4.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said 1 boundary won't be enough, but they do get a first one here. Afi Khan can't believe his luck. As Shijil gets just enough bat to take it away from him. Moves into the 40s.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? It's always risky when you're getting close, when you don't have that third man back there at all. In comes George. And he gets the dot ball in this time. It's losing his shape a little, Shizzle Joy. Head was in the air, misses out on it.
Another low-scoring thriller to start the day. And yesterday we had something similar where we saw 65 to 56.
Short, hits it hard. Will it go to the boundary? Yes, it will. It's 4 more. Not a good delivery. And as I was saying, Basil George has got the tendency to drop short. And this time, well, it's boom, boom, coming from the bat of the captain of Masida. Well, he gives his everything, doesn't he? The birds run out of the way to take cover. It's 4 more.
Now I am tingling. There's so many ways you could get 5 in 2 balls. 1 and a 4, probably the most obvious, or 4 and a 1. Could we have our second golden ball of the year? Will it be a golden return for Rico Fool to Malta? Let's find out. Golden ball 38 just last week was 6 days ago.
6
and
runs.
you know, see the Warriors,
balls.
they were involved in that as well.
Come on.
And they lost it.
Take the single. Take the single here and 4 to finish. That's what we want here. Here we go. Basil to Shizzle. He can finish it with 1 hit. It's not a good delivery, so wide, and now running. Can he hit? He does hit, but I think he may have made it. You know, this is going to be really close. This is the big moment in the match. Will it be 1? Will it be 2? This is so important.
Can I tell you what? It seems like I have an instinct this might be just out, you know. I have an instinct it might be just out, but we're going to see on the replay.
Oh, well, have a look at this. I mean, he goes straight away. I reckon I think he's there, you know. I think he does the right thing. I think he puts the bat down in time. It's all about the bat. Is it in the air? Is it down? Let's have a look at this. This is so important, this.
Huge in the game, because Soman, they want him there. This is about as close as it gets. He's in.
Is it?
Let's have a go. Look back. Where does it bounce here? But back 1 frame, I think you've got to give this in.
Yeah, I think
it's not a great bat slide.
He's just going to make it. It's very, very close. I think the bat also, the other thing you have to take into account here, the bat makes contact before the line as he's sliding to get in, and I think that will play dividends as well.
So not out. Not out's the call. All right, so here we go. What do we got?
4.
That's 4, and there's still 2 balls to go because that's a wide.
Yep. 4 off 2.
4 off 2 now. Wow, what a game. Now any boundary wins it for the Warriors. Soman, he's new to the crease.
Hits it hard. Should only be 1. Will they go for 2?
Don't think so. Wow. What a finish coming up. So 2 for a golden ball, 3 to win clear for the Warriors. Obviously a boundary does it.
Here we go. Come on, folks. You're on the edge of your seats. This is what it's all about. The European Cricket Network bringing the finest entertainment you can imagine.
If this goes to the outfield, Shijil, run like you've never run before. Run like the wind. You know that 1's no good. Number 1, he just has to get it there. Here we go. 2 for the tie, 3 for the win.
Is it up in the air? Where's it going to go? They're going to go 2 here. They're going to keep running. We are on the golden ball at the moment. And, well, no, they can't run that one. It will be 2. We have a golden ball. We have a golden ball. I'm back, baby. Oh, yeah, I'm back. Bring it on.
My word. My word. A golden ball. Schedule Joy collides with Happy Khan coming back for 2. They were always going to go. They were always going to go. And so, would you believe it? And it's some of our first match for some of our crew, including Sam and Sully. They've just turned up. Steph's just turned up. We've got a golden ball start. And the Masita Warriors are in the same position they were last time. They are batting in a golden ball. Last time against Gozo, they were down to their last batter. Their number 11, Seven Joseph, had to face it because they were bowled out. Yeah. Difference today, they've only lost 4 wickets. Now, my question to you, Rico, who do you want to face the golden ball? Do you want to go... Well, I mean, you just saw Schedule Joy score a 2 off the last ball to tie the game.
Yeah.
Or do you go for Soman?
Soman. Me for Soman.
Okay.
Because I think he hits the ball cleaner. He has more, I mean, from just the short period he's been out there, he's got more variety of shots. I think if you bowl a short ball to Schedule, he'll put it away. You'll get your 2 or you get a boundary. But I think Soman, he can play on the leg side, and we've seen him play some nice shots on the onside.
Can I tell you what I would do? And quite honestly, and this is a bit next level, I would have Soman striking, and I'd essentially retire out Schedule Joy, and I'd find whoever's the quickest that hasn't batted yet. You've got 5 people to choose from at the non-strikers end. I think strategically that's the way I'd go.
I mean, Schedule is the captain. It'd be interesting what he thinks that, but I see where you're coming from. Had the quickest man you can out there. But look, we have a golden ball, folks. My first day, Sam Williams' first day, and the Desi boys' first day as well. Nilkash and Sullivan, bring it on. And
so it is going to be Soman that's going to face it. But yeah, like I say, I think they missed a bit of a trick here. Schedule Joy, he's just batted the 10 overs.
Yeah.
He's blowing, you know, and I think you can bat anyone as non-striker that hasn't been out in the innings yet.
Yeah.
And you've got a choice. Because they're definitely not going to face, right? So that's just something to think about if you're watching this. Maybe you've got ECL cricket coming up or ECS cricket coming out. It could be really important if they have to run to how quick you're running.
Just to recap, golden ball. So those of you that are new, 2 runs required for the batting side off 1 ball. Don't get it, they lose.
Yeah, that's right.
It.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. Golden ball.
There we go. So can't be a tie. There's going to be 1 ball unless it's a wide or no ball. Okay, and the bowlers have been very good with these lately. Here we go. Golden ball, number 39 live from Malta. 2 to win for the Warriors.
It hits it high in the air. They've got to run hard or want to go all the way to the boundary. There's a catching opportunity. Apex can put down. They're going for 2. They'll get there. The batting side have got it. They've got the runs they need. Just get back there. He says it doesn't matter. We've done it. Well, there was an opportunity, but the catch gets put down by the fielder in the deep, which allows them to come back and take 2. Well, I don't know if we've seen that before with a ball put down in the outfield, but this is all about the pressure. You've got to feel for the fielder. As the catch goes down, you can see the joy from the batters. They've done it. Oh, well, what a victory. And Saman, well, Jin Saman does his part. Schedule Joy, the captain, kept them in this match. Well, what joy this. Well, they know what it's like when they end up on the losing side, but this time round, they come back strong, and they're the winning side of the golden ball.
And that's the magic of the golden ball. They went for Soman, but it really came down to an opportunity for the Crusaders to win the game. The ball was in the air, and we haven't seen this in a golden ball before, but it was the difference between winning and losing if that catch was taken or not. You got to feel for the Crusaders because they defended as well as they could. But when it came down to it, it was 50-50. It came down to 1 play, and it was the Warriors that win golden ball 39.
Yeah, it all started well, though, for the Crusaders. First of all, that catch. What a catch that was from Hussain. And just see him here diving through the air, taking a fantastic catch. Well, that was Rocky. He went without scoring when there was more in action because Vipin Mohan, he wasn't able to do anything either as he was done by an absolute corker from the bowler there. I mean, bowled brilliantly, the Massey. And they were in all sorts of trouble. But the Crusaders just kept the pressure on. But Schedule Joy, the captain, played the perfect innings. He played and missed out a few, but he was there at the end, 46 unbeaten of 36 deliveries. And then I think, the wicket going down, I think that was crucial with Tony Lewis running out. And we say so many times, Vinny, don't we? Sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. That's smart cricket. Him getting run out for the cause for each team, allowing someone to come out there, that wins them the match.
Yeah, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, that's for sure. But yeah, I still got to question Soman batting so low, batting at 6. Tony Lewis did well to build this partnership, but I think there might have been a time where he might have not even gone to golden ball had Soman got out there a little bit quicker. But yeah, went right down to the wire. And this was the moment you're talking about.
Yeah.
They had to get Shijul Joy back on strike. You're wondering, look, who can help him? In the end, Lewis helped him by getting back on strike. But Soman, well, he would become a critical figure, wouldn't he, in the final moments of this match?
Yeah, because don't forget the first ball he faces, he crunches it to the boundary. 4 runs, thank you very much. Basil didn't bowl well.
This was crucial as well.
I
mean, he's just in, and I mean just in. So Soman got to continue. And Shijul, we needed 2 to tie off the last ball. This is the one, yeah, it was just in. It was a funny little bat bounce, but he got the decision. And this was the last ball. It was 2, which ties the game. And a bit of the American football in this as well, wasn't it, towards the end? And they couldn't try for a third. And then, yeah, ultimately the golden ball would come in, and it would be a catching opportunity. And down it went. And so Soman, he wins the game, and one of the batters get one back. And Rico, well, welcome to Malta. We're back at golden ball 0.
Hey, listen, I remember saying in this match earlier on, I said, we're in Malta, and Malta brings us golden balls. Well, I wasn't wrong, was I? My first match back. And I sensed it, with 2 overs to go. I just sensed it, that little tingle. You were with me pretty soon after that, and we got the golden ball. Shijul Joy, the captain, well, he played his part, and he 46 of 36. He just kept the innings going. But look at the scorecard. Nobody else really was able to make any contribution. But again, that run out of Tony Lewis, I mean, it's a run out, a sacrifice, allowed the new batter to come out, and what a difference that he made. I think he batted beautifully, played some nice shots, and like he said, he got the victory for them in the end. Golden ball, well, we love it, don't we? We love it when a plan comes together. We love it when we get golden balls, and that's why we say it's the most entertaining form of cricket that you'll see, no matter where you're watching from. I hope you enjoy that. Absolutely brilliant.
Can't wait
Crusaders.
to see. Yeah, these teams are going to go. They're going to go to each other again, and it starts in 15 minutes. Yeah, so Yusuf, he took 2 for 7, including a fake maiden because there was a leg bye in there, but still. Pretty entertaining start to week 3, Rico. We're going to take a break. We'll come back, and well, hopefully you've had a golden start to your week. And when we return in around about 10 minutes, we'll have the second match of the day. And once again, the Crusaders batting first. Will Basil go boom, boom, or will it be more bust? The Crusaders fall to their first defeat. They're out for revenge. We'll see you just around the corner for match 58. You're watching the ECS. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Exciting morning of action so far, to say the least. And now we're ready for the second game of the day. It's the return match between the Masita Warriors. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders. We know these two teams, they're looking like two of the better teams, two of the more informed teams in this tournament. Let's see how this one goes. I know that Stefan Gooch, well, he is on the island as well. He's taken over as tournament referee and he's got the two teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 58.
Southern Crusaders to call.
Yeah.
Tails called. It's heads. Okay. Good luck, guys. So much. All the best. Cheers.
So it's Tom Thomas who is standing in at the toss, and he's decided that he is going to bowl after winning the toss. It makes sense to me. I mean, they certainly inserted the Crusaders earlier. They would have been really happy to keep them to a score in the 70s. I suppose the issue with the Crusaders batting is they didn't lose wickets. They just lost one wicket, but they couldn't get out of the 70s. I was really impressed with the discipline from the Masita Warriors bowled. I think they bowled a really full length. I think that Basil George probably will go back to the top of the order for the Crusaders. Let's see if he can get something going in his innings. He'll have the power play, I suppose, at his disposal. And if he can make something of that, then we could see a different story here. But still, should be an interesting return clash between these two teams. The Warriors winning the toss in match 58. They're going to bowl. It's over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of the second match of the day.
Hello and welcome back, and yes, let's do it again. The same two teams that just gave us that golden ball epic are out there again, and it's the same result. Southern Crusaders will bat first, and well, I suspected that Basil George would see him earlier, and he's going to be opening up with Ryan Bastian, so they're looking to get far more runs on the board. I mean, in the end, just another run would have been enough, wouldn't it? But look, I think they're looking to get past the 100 mark here. I mean, 90 scores in the 90s have been the average. I know that on a day like today, with the outfit pretty soggy and the ball not going through to the boundary when it's bouncing, is going to slow things down a little bit. But look, these guys, Basil and Ryan Bastian, and they've got well, they've got the power to go over the ropes, and I think that's what they're going to look to do here. They're really going to try and take on the Masita Warriors. But Masita Warriors, I think, with the ball, they bowled particularly well in that first match. So the likes of Saman and Sumar Khan are not going to be that easy to put away, and Viv Mohan put a really good performance in as well. So it's going to be interesting. Looking forward to this one. Are we going to see another close finish between these two sides? And well, if you're just joining us, well, you missed the golden ball. Match number 57 finished on the golden ball, 78 apiece. And what an exciting one it was. And it was the unfortunate Ishantha Kariwasam that put the catch down. It could have gone either way. That's why it's so exciting. Take the catch, you win the match. The catch went down, the run the two, and the counter is set back to 0. We do it all over again here, but it's the same two teams. Let's see what happens. Crusaders will be looking, as I say, to get big runs on the board. It will be Basil George. He wasn't quite with it in the first match. He looked a little bit rusty. And his timing wasn't quite there. And I just got the feeling that he was coming in with 5 overs gone, that he was trying to get going in a hurry. And as a result of that, he lost his timing. Let's see if he can get it right. And Johnny G, he's saying welcome to James Stewart, saying you just missed the golden ball. And James Stewart saying good day to everyone. Yeah, good day back to you, and well, very good day to everyone on the chat. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, I'm one to all of our loyal viewers watching via FanCode as well. Great to have you with us here in Malta. Great to have the sun back as well, a bit of sunshine as we get ready to start. And it will be Ajin Saman to bowl the first. Wait. Here's the cry from the captain. Probably just wanted to make a few more adjustments to the field. So here we go. As the clock counts down. So what a start. What a start for me. Also Sam Williams also here taking over from Madadam and Nilkesh Patel and Sulman Saeed, the Italian stallion here too. All starts with a golden ball. Couldn't have been merrier. Well, let's see what this one presents. So we're ready to go. So in comes Saman. Starts angle this into the body of Basil. Works it away. So 2 left-handers in as well. I don't know if that's something. Me personally, I always like to see a left and right combination. But, maybe going with Ryan and maybe even Afi to begin with, and Basil coming in at 3 works well. But some bowlers do have particular problems bowling to left-handers, so could work still in the Crusaders' favour. Saman now to Bastian's short, and gets good carry through on this pitch. I'm liking that. I know I said that last time I was here, this pitch was the first time it was being played on when it was newly laid, and there was quite one or two that stayed a little lower. I'm liking that the ball is responding well. I think Yusuf, when he bowled, he got good bounce as well. So the quicker bowlers, there's certainly something in it for them. Saman starting a bit fuller. That's worked away well. Good use of the wrists. Bastians gets himself off the mark. Pius. Andy Nowdy, you see he's at square leg. And Jaya Warden. A two-man out in the middle. Oh, wow. This one's gone pretty quickly. It was an interesting take there by Manuel Anthony. The ball ends up hitting him more than anything else. Yeah, it doesn't get it right at all. A few of the keepers had a few issues taking the ball cleanly. Nafi Khan was in the balls in the first one. He's listed to be behind the stumps again in this one as well. Saman certainly is getting the ball to come through. Bangs this one in, and he goes after him with the old uppercut, and he will go all the way. Balle, Shakalagya. Well, he took him on, didn't he? And I like in a way he puts everything into this. He gets the old turbo boost into action as that one flies away. And the fielder there, I think the only hope that Joy Mathia had there was to maybe try and knock this back into the field of play. Not able to, and one signal for the over there as well. A big hit from Boom Boom Basil. That's what we know he can do. A really good hit. The bowler now decided he wants to come around the wicket. Basil will put this one away as well. It's going to be back-to-back sixes. That's another one that flies away. And Basil, he's back in boom, boom style. Well, that's why he's known as Boom, Boom. Basil George, ball number 5 and ball number 6 of the over gets dispatched to the boundary. Basil is back. And not a good finish to the over. So, score moves on to 14. So, just like the first match, a good start. And but can they continue it as Mr. Maximo comes back to talk us through run rates by day?
Let's have a look at the run rate. So this tournament going into today with 9.4 and over, so 94 is an average score. So all time it's 90. So you can see actually back in 2020 is the highest scoring one we had. I don't know why that is. I know that maybe sometimes the rain's been an issue with the outfield being a bit soft underneath perhaps, but you can see that 90 is par if you look all time in ECS cricket here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. Tom Thomas, who didn't get a bowl in the last game, he's going to get a bowl here. But what a way to start our 2023 season together, Rico, with a golden ball very first game.
Fabulous. Great start. Thomas.
Yeah, Bastians keeps his spot at the top of the order. I did think this is what they go for. Maybe you go Afi Khan at 3. It's a pretty strong top 3. Michael Gooden-Tilaka, he batted through the innings in the end. One of their issues was, they never really got into their middle order. And Southern Crusaders, they used a lot of balls in the top 3 that they probably wished had gone to someone else that might have scored more than a run of ball in the end. Every run would matter. Off the end of the bat, this is spelling trouble for Ryan Bastians. He doesn't stick around long. And so, well, it's a big wicket for the Warriors. And in fact, that's Basil, of course, with a single. So Boom Boom Basil goes bust in the end. He already got a 6 in this region. You can see the 2 left-handers at the top of the order. And one of them is walking back, and it just isn't Basil's day. Just when you thought he'd get going and get some revenge, he does become the first wicket to fall, and the Southern Crusaders lose a key man. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, he'll have to go. He goes for the similar area where he hit the 6 first time around, but you see he was able to get right under that and get the power in the shot. This time he's reaching, the ball is wide from him, and that's why he's going to have to go. So it just wasn't in his slot, so he will go. But Afi can't. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Afi comes in. Yeah, it's just too wide, you see. No power. He's not able to get any weight distribution in the shot. And a nice, comfortable catch there taken on the boundary.
I think what we're seeing today as well is not a lot of foot movement from Basil either. I mean, he's really just reaching completely with the hands for that. And, yeah, pretty nice catch it's taken. And what's the man at the moment? It's Arjun Soman that takes the catch. He was the golden ball hero. What a golden ball, though. That has to be one of my favourites. Probably not for Ishanta Karyawasam that drops it. But, yeah, it's as simple as this. If he caught that ball, Southern Crusaders win. If he drops it, it's the Warriors that win. It comes down to a single moment, a single play. Anyway, Afi Khan finally gets an opportunity with the bat. And he cuts away straight away, and he's not wasting any time. He gets the boundary. Well, probably slightly more batting-friendly conditions here as the field's dried out a little bit. Still, not a great ball from Tom Thomas. It's short and it's wide, and Afi Khan puts it away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the difference here from Afi Khan to maybe 1 or 2 other batters that have had similar sort of deliveries, he's not trying to hit the ball so hard. It's just timing. He knows if he gets the timing right, the placement is going to be 4, and he gets a good start for him.
He's looked really organised in this series with the bat, Afi Khan. He's looked unhurried as well. He's made good decisions at the crease. That's a good example of it. He pushes and he runs. He confidently goes through and just gets there for a single.
Yeah, I like that. Look, this is the thing that coaches, when they're talking to the batters, are saying, look, you get a good ball, respect it, but make something from it. And that's exactly what he does. It's right up there, but he goes straight away. And you saw how he puts himself in the position to say, I want this single. I'm not going to give you a dot ball. There you go. Look, he's off straight away. Nicely done.
A lot more bowlers that they didn't use in the first game. There's Bastians. Well, he gets one that goes over the third man in the circle. This will be 4. And look, a bit of luck as well. You can't discount the luck factor. If the third man's back on the boundary, it could be an opportunity. But you can see that Kuda Chirakal, who's into the side, couldn't do anything about that. Has to chase it 4 runs.
Yeah, it looks like they changed the field there, Vinny, because to Basil, the man was on the boundary who came in and took the catch. So still a left-hander, but they did make a change. But Tom Thomas just didn't look right there and stops himself. So 10 has come off the over. So, yeah, I wonder that man will be pushed back again. Obviously, always difficult in the power play because you've got to get the field right. You've only can have 2 men out. And, oh, that's a snick. That is a snick. That is a put down. Manuel Anthony. Well, that one could be huge. Bastian is dropped. After hitting a 6, he's dropped. Oh, well.
Big nick. Big nick. And look, this is just jumping on him. We've talked a lot about the extra bounce in this pitch. But you can see there, there's a bit of panic that sets in. I don't care who you are. You can catch that ball a million times without a nick. As soon as you hear a nick, it's just natural that you get a bit jumpy, and Anthony clangs it, unfortunately. Yeah. That's ended the over 24 for 1. Well, with that, that's Warriors 6 wins, and Crusaders 6 wins. The only difference is that Crusaders have had 4 games washed out, and Warriors just 2 games washed out at this stage. But I can tell you that if the Warriors win this game, they draw level with the Crusaders on points. And we already explained earlier how the higher you finish up on the ladder, the easier your path is into the final and to win the trophy. Sukumaran is back, and Afi Khan, well, he goes back and he almost picks out the fielder, Sigil Joy. He can't quite turn into a catch. And the captain, he doesn't do too much wrong. But at the moment, the Warriors kind of their own worst enemy in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. You can see Sigil, he is disappointed because both batters now have given chances. Both could have been gone. Bastian was dropped on 5, wasn't it? And then you see Khan there being dropped as well. 6 Bastian was dropped on, pardon me, after hitting a boundary. So Crusaders, both batters, having given an opportunity, maybe they go put big runs on the board. Sukumaran comes in once more.
Well, this is another skied ball. How many times can you get away with that? This time he's caught, and the show's over. And so it's going to be Rocky Danish that takes the catch. He doesn't have his gloves on at the moment. It's Rocky in the right place at the right time, and Bastians runs out of chances. He goes for 6. There's 25 for 2. And finally, the Warriors hold one.
Yeah, I mean, finally, the good news about this, of course, if you're Manuel Anthony behind the stumps, is you're breathing a sigh of relief because he was the man guilty of dropping him in a straightforward catch on 6. So Bastian's not able to add any more after being dropped. So he's last two chances, but the second one gets taken. Look, I don't think anything is an easy catch out there, Vinny, because I still think the conditions, that ball is still wet. The ground is very wet, so that you can see the bowlers are always using a rag to give it a wipe. So if it goes up in the air like that, and this is spinning as well, it's sliced up. So good catch taken by Rocky. And Rocky, well, he knocks out the big man. Bastien has to go back. So they get one of the biggest, and now I think the innings now of Afi here becomes very important. Yusuf is the new batter, and now he can give the ball a bit of a crack as well. Zishan Yusuf gets his opportunity here now.
Yeah, that's the thing. We haven't seen a lot of their middle order. Wow, he has to hustle. Oh, doesn't quite gather the ball here, Manuel Anthony. Afi Khan, he's sold up the river really by Yusuf, who just pushes and runs, and I think a better throw. It might have been trouble for Afi Khan.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. It's closer than you think.
This often happens first ball. I mean, Afi actually takes off straight away. Big dive. And yeah, Rocky in the action again. Yeah, this will show it pretty well.
Oh yeah,
direct hit, he was gone. Anyway, repair your divots.
Well, Rocky's all over the place. he's covering the field from one end to another, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's on right-hander, so he's changed sides of the field. Afi Khan, a bit of a workload so far. Had a bit of a torrid time with some of the bounce when he was keeping up to the stump for a while. Yeah, but he becomes really important, I think, in this innings now, with both openers removed. Sukumaran, short, pulled away, not really timed. Well, he sends him back, and can he turn around in time? He's going to be run out. Well, 2 balls between these two ran-out opportunities. Afi Khan on the back foot just had zero interest, and Zishan Yusuf, he had to turn around. He could never get home. So self-inflicted from the Crusaders that time. We do get a run out. It's 26 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's no calling it at all. Yusuf is gone. And Afi, well, don't forget, he's got his back to the action because he's swinging. He does the full 360. And as he turns back round, he sees his partner having a dart back to try to get back in. And, well, Masida, they keep their cool, get the ball back to the bowler. And, well, Zishan Yusuf gets an opportunity, but he doesn't stay out there too long. He has to depart for just one. And the captain, Michael Gunteleka, well, we saw he was not out in the first match. He batted all the way through the innings, 25 of 25 deliveries. Well, he's probably the ideal man to give some support here to Afi. But this one is, once again, Southern Crusaders are putting themselves in a bit of a muddle.
Yeah, that's for sure. The Warriors, it sets an opportunity. Like I said, no Divyesh Kumar in their lineup today for the Warriors. So they'd be super happy to beat the previous undefeated Crusaders in the first match. And they want to double down here. Afi back on the rack. Gets another ball to pull this time. It won't go anywhere near a fielder. In fact, that's out of here. Maximo. Well, he lost his partner, but he spends no time grieving as he sends the next one out of the ground.
Yeah, good shot. Not the best of deliveries. It's short, and he hasn't really got the pace, Sukumaran, to cause any difficulties for Afi. He gets into position early, hits it full blade of the bat as it flies over the square leg boundary for 6.
Quick hello to Shrug. Hello to Jamie Dodger as well. And to everybody else, I hope you're having a great day. If you're just joining us, Sukumaran needs to pitch it up and quick. Better length, and now Afi is gone after this. Big moment. And goes down. And Bristow, baby. Oh, he's sliding around. And, well, Afi really, he thought he was the goner there. He skied that one. It was a better length from Sukumaran, but he doesn't get his man. It's the end of the power play. Action-packed one. 33 for 3.
Oh, well, I mean, Masida Warriors are getting lucky, aren't they, so far? They were lucky because they've dropped 2 big men, but they managed to send them back. Both Basil and Bastians were dropped, but they got them pretty quickly. Afi now gets dropped on 12. That one could hurt them because he is looking good. As soon as he hits that, he thinks he's gone, but manages to stay alive.
14, 10 and 9 in the power play. Yeah, look, that run out was an interesting one because it was kind of in what I call the grey zone, because normally if it's behind the wicket, the non-striker calls. If it's in front of the wicket, the striker calls. So that was kind of right in the middle. It was pretty much dead sideways. And normally, probably is the striker because he's facing the ball. He's probably in a better position.
Yeah.
So the non-striker, again, thought it was his call. He put his head down. He was ready to run, but certainly in an area that causes confusion. 2 balls, 2 run-out chances. Afi, though, he's been good on the cut, and this is going to be cut all the way for 6. Maximo! Not a great ball. They've tried him out there. His pulling's been a little bit off at times, Afi Khan, but his cutting's been right on song. 6 useful runs for the Crusaders.
Oh, that's a super shot. That goes to show the power that Afi has. I mean, to cut this over point for 6, and it's a big 6. That's a beautiful shot. Timing and perfection.
Thomas. Again, short ish. This time he just leans on it. It's good placement. That's 4 more. Afi Khan had a chance last over. Had a couple of chances, really, but he's up in the 20s. And things looking a little bit tougher for the Warriors with him at the crease.
Oh, this is a class shot, man. This is class. We've seen the power, the 6 before, and this time he says, you know, Rico, it's not just power, it's the finesse, the placement, and that was a delicately placed shot, beautifully done, just using the pace of Tom Thomas. They've got to get this field right here now. I think they need to push that man backward point right on the boundary, and maybe even point.
This one probably does a little bit too much, grabs a tiny bit of the line, and he signals wide. You go back to that golden ball match in the first match, and you start magnifying everything. I remember there was a no ball for too many outfielders. Andy Nowdy picked up, and all these things matter. He's a very good umpire. Everyone doing a good job here in Malta. Under pressure, I think we're going to see some internationals soon, some T10 internationals, Rico. But a lot of people, even those with international umpiring experience, when they have umpired an ECN, they said, well, the intensity actually is up a notch because you've got so much happening in such a short period of time and so much you have to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you always got to be alert as well. That's one thing I like about the match officials that I've seen at the moment. They're keeping an eye on everything. Asking the question. Oh, well, the bowler thinks he's got his man. He's very disappointed. The wicketkeeper, and Anthony, not so sure. The bowler, Tom Thomas, is saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. And Nowdy is not interested.
Yeah, I don't know with this one. Seemed to have a bit of extra bounce.
Nah.
Yeah, maybe a noise, but didn't seem like a nick if you look at the replay.
Yeah, and you can always tell, I think, from the reaction of the batter who plays this one down to the man who is now plays the backward point. So single comes off the next ball. It's a replay of it.
Yeah, I was going to say to Shrug, just on the chat, he had spent yesterday in hospital, some family issues there.
Oh, he's bowled him. It's a boogie-oogie Kookaburra fireball, and Tom Thomas is saying, well, there you go. That's the way you got to go. Slower delivery, which outfoxes Afi. He tries to just block it, but ends up actually guiding it back onto his stump.
The difference of going full, and I think if you look at what worked for the Warriors earlier, it was this full length, wasn't it? So they go back to it, and Afi, he'll be annoyed. He chops down at it. All he can do is chop it onto his own stumps. So again, he looked dangerous, didn't he, while he was there, but he goes too soon, you feel. Goes for 24. It's 46 for 4 at the end of 4.
Yeah, and you can see Tom Thomas, he's delighted with that. He's a little bit, of course, he's going to be a little bit pumped. He's just been hit for 6 and a 4 by Afi in the over. And then he thinks he's got his man, and the umpire shakes their head. Correct call, I think, but that's the way to do it. Just knock him over. And I like in that he slows the pace down, takes it off, and Afi, yeah, you're right, he's going to be disappointed. Decides to take the defensive approach, just guides him back onto his stumps.
But they can learn from this as well, the Warriors. I mean, when they were getting hit, it was because the bowling was too short and ill-directed. And once they've got it right, they've got the results. Yeah, so Shrug, sending the best to you and your family. I'm glad that it seems like the news is good, it's promising. But Shrug, on behalf of everyone here at the ECN and all the ECN community, wishing you and the family all the best. Glad to have you with us today.
Yeah, Shrug, good to have you with us. And yeah, our thoughts are with you. And let's hope that everything is on the mend.
All right, here's Sukumaran to continue to Gunatilaka over number 5 and starts with a block. And this is the thing. Crusaders haven't lost a lot of wickets today. It's been the fact they haven't been able to go with a decent rate. They haven't been able to get enough boundaries to get that imposing score.
Short.
Yeah, he's going to go and he's going to be caught. So Michael Gunatilaka was an attacking stroke, but it was a bit of a top edge, wasn't it? And it's going to be Vipin Mohan, who's got a pretty good pair of hands. He takes the catch, so the skipper goes now. Crusaders just falling off a cliff in the middle overs. It's 46 for 5.
Yeah, he goes for it. It's his shot, but he just doesn't quite get it right. It gets the top part of the bat. A really nice catch taken. And they're holding the catches, aren't they? Well, look, that's the key. Catches do win matches. We know that from the golden ball. And Ishantha Kariwasama knows all about it. He put the catch down off the golden ball, which could have been victory to their side. So, well, that's the way it goes. But at the moment, they're holding on to the catches, doing things right. And that could be the difference between the two teams here.
Yeah, the Warriors really stepping up. And Sukumara is such an important player when he's in the lineup. He's also a bit of a key with the bat. Didn't fire in the first game. Gunatilaka, again, the difference between hitting it in the middle and just missing. That might present an opportunity. Mohan gobbled it up. So 5 out. We're not even halfway through this innings. And a little bit of caution. Sukumaran asking questions. Curry Awasam. Well, one thing I like about ECN is you play a lot of games, which means that if you have a moment that you want to forget, and Curry Awasam, who dropped the golden ball, which meant the Crusaders would have won the game, but now he gets an opportunity with the bat. Let's see if he can make something of it. He pushes this away, doesn't get a run. So, it was. What I like about golden balls, you never quite see two the same. So we've had 39 now. We had 6.3 overs of just golden balls. So when we get to 10 overs, we'll cut them all together and make an innings. But and we've still never seen a wide or a no ball.
Yeah.
We have seen. We're talking about this off air. I've seen drop catches before, but like I think the keepers dropped a catch, which meant it didn't really affect the result because they still were able to win the game. We're just checking the bat here, make sure it's okay. And he hit it once. Yeah. But that literally was a golden ball where if the catch is held, the fielding team wins. If the catch is dropped, the batting team wins. Somam was the hero. But I wonder if ECL teams and ECI teams are watching. Well, time to test out the bat, and he hasn't quite got it. Curry Awasam skies it, and he's gone. And Bristow Baby, he pops it into the turf. Now, that's a cranky baby, because he did drop one earlier, but this time he gets Curry Awasam. He might have wished he changed his bat after all. He goes for a duck. They score 46 for 6.
Well, he was crying like a baby earlier, but now he spikes it like a baby. And the batter, Curry Awasam, is going to be a for him, and maybe he'll look back at Andy now. He said, I told you there was something wrong with the bat. Mera bat nahi chalda, hor chahida. Well, he goes for 0 of 2 deliveries, and the Crusaders here are on the wobble.
Yeah, crazy morning. And I tell you what, that ball might have gone into the Triassic layer there. The proper toys out of the cot job from Bristow Baby, but I like it. I think it is Super Bowl Sunday. You should be able to spike the ball after a catch. We've got to bring that in.
2 wickets in the over.
We were talking about celebrations yesterday. Our last ball coming up from Sukumara, and he's been brilliant. Oh, and of course he tries to whack it out of the ground. It's Gulfraz Masih who's out there now. So we're 5 overs into this, and it's 46 for 6. And that's a bit lucky for Gulfraz, because that could have found its way back onto the stumps. So at the 5 over mark, we'll give you a bit of a robo update if you've just joined us. Well, the update is I was able to get confirmation for the payment. They did send my money back the first time. Now the robots are on the way to Kantama. We're expecting them anytime between like 1 week and 3 weeks away. Okay. So that's a big differential, but let's just see what happens. It was a bit of a mission, to tell you the least. And the worst thing is, I got the email saying, we're going to send you money back between 8 and 12 business days. So I thought, when I saw that, I was like, here, I know what's going to happen here. I'm going to have to spend another 500 of my own money, and I'll probably lose that as well. I've got a lot of explaining to do. But the good news was, I did actually get the money back straight away. So I was never...
So it's been done.
Yeah, it's been done.
You're tracking the progress, right?
Yeah, no news is good news, as far as I'm concerned. Shijil Joy is going to bowl over number 6. Can he keep the momentum going? Rahman hasn't even faced the ball yet. And he whacks it away over the offside. And it's a swashbuckling shot from the left-hander who opens his account with a Maximo. What a bit of batting. Offside 6 for Rahman.
Well, Rahman hits this like saying, I don't know what all the fuss is about. Look, he just says, there you go. He doesn't move, pings it for 6 and says, yeah, what's the problem, boys?
You're probably lucky you missed the chaos of when the money was returned, and then we looked at reordering it that day, because then we started looking at some potential alternative robots, and there were some motley ones in there. So let's go grab a bit of pad, I think. And the keeper, Anthony's chasing his no fine leg, and I think he stops this.
Yeah, we're going to have to probably watch this again. He's going to turn around and get the ball first. I wonder if he gets the foot down without making any contact with the rope. That's going to be the question here. So he comes across. Keeper thankfully stops just there. I think it's okay. We don't see any movement from the rope.
Yeah, you've got to give the fielder the benefit of the doubt on these. So
comes across, plants the foot down. Was that the size 9 maybe?
Yeah.
Does the job.
Yeah, seems decent to me. So we'll get the okay with that.
Yeah, I'm just glad that Manu Antley does actually make the stop, because if he doesn't put the brakes on, there could have been a bit of collision.
Yeah, that's true. It's a long way to run to not field the ball as well. Yeah, the robots that were a replacement, or the potential alternative robots.
Yeah, but
we didn't like them.
You were getting
one hand was used, one big eye and one little eye.
I saw the picture and I said, just don't do it, leave it. But I know Corey was giving you a bit of, he was calling you a bit of all sorts, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was calling me.
You were a bit of a, you know.
Yeah, it's
got dodgy dealer.
Thief, I think that word was used. Roman goes leg side this time, and he's going to get a boundary. There's a bit of side spin that completely diddles the fielder out at deep mid wicket. So Roman is the man. He's not wasting any time getting the Crusaders up to what may be a competitive score.
Yeah, not a happy fielder there. He says, oh no, I think I made a bit of a boo-boo. He certainly does, because this should have been stopped. It's straightforward. And he just totally misjudges the bounce. And there's going to be 4 more. So Roman, he's getting things going. Healthy, hitting from him. 10 or 4 deliveries.
Yeah, they've got to get him soon. He's on a heater. Clever bowling, slower ball, grabs the pad. Well, Anthony's having a shocker at the moment. There'll be a leg by here. He kind of, there's a bit of the long jump about this. He takes the big run up and then heaves himself over the ball. Yeah, anyway, just one run.
It was a slower delivery, but the ball still beats him by pace, doesn't it, as he dives over it. Okay, so
anyway, so the thing about then all these secondary questions came up, robot-related questions, such as, is the robot allowed to drink Victoria Cerveza? Oh, he glances this off leg stump, fumbled by the fielder, so they'll scramble through for a single. Masi is off the mark and at the end. So yeah, Then I think we agreed that the robot's not allowed to drink beer until halfway through the 4th game, where we think the kids have gone home. There were some conflicting reports about this. There's also some discussion about who is allowed to wear the robot suit.
Yeah, I mean,
are they like
what's
the Stig?
The deal there then? So,
Are
yeah.
they like the Stig?
Yeah, that nobody knows who they are.
I've already, if it's there for day 1, Corey's coming from a T20 series, so he's only doing the second half of day 1 toward an evening session.
Okay.
There'll be a little package on his bed. He can unwrap it. He can do all those things. Also, we don't know what the quality's going to be like. It might not even last a day. I'm kind of glad we got 2. Here's Joy Mathai, who's going to bowl over number 7. Called a wide.
I think he's a bit unlucky here.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think it might have got a bit of the line. It's may not have time to have a look at it again. This one, yeah, I think takes the back hip. Could be another leg by for me. I'm not so sure it hit any bat.
Umpire is
He's
no
giving
signal for the umpire.
Giving it a run. Anthony probably won't want it to be given a run. For me, just looking at the way that ball deflects, don't think it was any bat. Doesn't really matter because it wasn't caught. Messi will probably take the run.
He's bowling a little short here. Just needs to get it pitched up a little bit. Yeah, it definitely looks like it comes off the hip. Now bowling to the left-hander.
Take him however you can get him, I guess.
Roman, he'll be wanting it short. If he does, it'll be pinned.
It's well bowled.
Yeah.
Again, when the Warriors have bowled well, the Crusaders have struggled. I mean, my coach used to say, well, the bowler is the only person in control of the game because he's deciding where that ball's going to be. Well, it goes after this, but it's a bit of a top edge, hanging in the air and taken. Oh, that's good catching, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Warriors have held more than they've dropped. It's been a bit of both, but yeah, Roman was looking good, but he has to go for 10. And again, another promising innings nipped in the bud And the 7th wicket falls now, so they are running out of resources at 62 for 7.
Yeah, just looking at that again, he doesn't quite hit it, does he? He knows what he wants to do with it, and he plays at a shot, but he doesn't get the power in it. I think if he put a bit of oomph on it, that would have sailed over those marquees, and he knows it as well. It's a healthy contribution, but again, he'll be disappointed that he's managed to put that straight into the hands of the fielder. Well
caught by Tony Lewis, though. I think that he summed it up pretty quickly. He got in the right spot quickly, so he barely had to move. And Rahman, he looked good. Played both sides of the wicket. 4 and a 6, but that's all he got. And now, here's Lakshita Senaviratne. Mathai with the breakthrough. Now you're hoping you just rock and roll them for 70 here. You're 3 wickets away, because there's still heaps of time left in this innings. 3.5 overs. Oh, I like the way. These guys, you know, it is the strategy. They come out and they keep swinging. They're not happy just to eke out the 10 overs. They're saying, you know what, I still think that we can get some momentum into this innings and maybe get to something in the 90s.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're aiming for.
And again, big swing, and it's dragged towards leg side boundary. Mohan, slight fumble, but does keep it to 1. Mohan's a pretty good fielder out there. That's his patch. Johnny G asking, what are the odds of them getting 79 again? Well, I don't know. I think they want a few more than that, Southern Crusaders. It's well bowled again. See, Fuller does the job. Mathai, pretty good over from him. Only concedes 4, gets a key wicket of Rahman, who is up and going. And after 7 overs, it's 64 for 7. And, well, tonight, you're no stranger to Gibraltar, having just come from there. We've got Entertainers versus Pirates. Really interesting games last night. Another last over finish. So Entertainers, they were just on a ridiculous streak at the moment, and they'll take on the Pirates straight after play. We're heading to Gibraltar, 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, and at 10 p.m. in India. You know, probably the Entertainers, probably. You know, all like Louis Bruce, good young player, Avinash Pai, the Pirates. I mean, they're very KNS oriented. They still had to get across the line without him last night, but yeah, lots of action in Gibraltar. Just worked away, leg side, first ball, the 8th. And will just be a single. Yeah, so you must have loved your time in Gibraltar. And isn't it great to see that facility? It's a wonderful, wonderful stadium there, the Europa Point Stadium.
Yes, wonderful facility, and I think it's going to be, it's ideal setting for, of course, the women's T10 International that are coming up there. I think it's going to be absolutely great. And a lot of excitement about it as well, you know, a lot of excitement. I was speaking to, this one gets played out the offside. Should be just a single, but I was speaking to the likes of Richard Cunningham, who does a lot of work behind the scenes there, and he was telling me that the hype really and the buzz in women's cricket in Gibraltar at the moment is great. He said a lot of girls now getting into the game, a lot of it as a result of that coming up, and I'm expecting to see quite a few people sitting in the stands watching that, you know, Vinny. Up in the air.
Yeah, carves inside out, and he gets lucky. He's very deep in his crease there, Gulfraz. Gets away with against 1. Yeah, I can't wait to see Richie and all of my Gibraltarian friends that I met last year. I've been watching it from a distance. Yeah, I'm looking forward to reconnecting with them, and that's great to hear. Pretty good looking drive, this one. And finds a sweeper there, that's the only issue. Joy Mathai does the fielding. Yeah, so looking forward to seeing them. And of course, it's just up the road to Malaga. It's about a 2-hour drive, 1.5, 2 hours.
Yeah, about 1.5
up the road.
Yeah.
Pitched up, and he gets a fair piece of this one. Going, gone. Maximo! Well, that's the thing about this Southern Crusaders batting lineup. They do bat deep. And when you think about the fact they only lost 1 wicket in the first game, you know, maybe they should have just kind of put the hook on 1 or 2 players that weren't performing, because the lower order showing they can still get it done.
That was a lovely hit, wasn't it, from Gulfraz? Oh, beautiful timed hit.
He's got 2 feet back in his crease here. He wants to do the same again. Tries, misses. So end of the 8th over, they do get 1 away. Mohan bowled pretty well. Goes for 10 without taking a wicket off his over. And the score is 74 for 7. 2 overs remaining. Yes, I mean, that's the thing. This has been an uglier innings in a way. It depends what you call ugly. The first one looked pretty. They only lose 1 wicket, but they only score 78.
78,
yeah, and in this innings, they're going to score more than that, despite losing wickets all the way. So it's all about the approach and the intent, I think.
Yeah, it just goes to show that value for your wicket is nothing, you know, and Michael Guntaleka, that 25 a run of ball 25 from him really could have been the thing that really cost him, because you're looking here now at guys that are coming in and hitting boundaries, so it could have been very different. Go back to Soman.
Yeah, Soman. It's had quite an eventful morning. Bowling the ninth. Gets him to Ratner going to leg side, and it's away from the field of this before. So, yeah, just what the Crusaders wanted. A bit of kick in the tail here. And we'll see this one on the replay again. I think for me, this is pitched just inside the boundary.
Yeah, it's good firm hit. I think looking at how the fielder's reaction is tells you. One thing those two fielders really looking at is saying where exactly they are. I mean, you've got to be, if you're on the boundary, you've got to be on the boundary and stopping this going past them. And also, if it's in the air like that, that's a catch. You've got to be catching those.
Yeah, true. Couldn't quite cut off the angle. Yeah, next one gets him reaching. I think this will be called a wide. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the Warriors, they're going to have a bit of a chase on their hands. Let's not, I guess, the golden ball win takes the gloss off the fact that they actually struggled to get going in most of their innings. Slightly different conditions. Okay, it dries out a little bit, but I think someone like Sukumaran, they'll be looking for him to get some runs. I think Shijul Joy, yeah, he was the anchor, wasn't he? But he was inconsistent in his ball striking. So pitches up. He's knocked away for one into the leg side. But yeah, another very interesting chase coming up.
Yeah, it definitely is. So the 80 is up now. I think that once again we said 90 is what they'll have their eyes on. So they're well on course.
Jay in the chat, Jason, saying, am I excited for the ECL? Of course I'm excited for the ECL. It's super February, like you said. Well, he smacks that, and it's a little bit short again. When they've given the Crusaders length, they've cashed in. Masi goes large, maximal, 6 runs.
Oh, this is brutal. This is a brutal hit. Absolutely clobbers this. Oh, I like it. And that one goes all the way. It needed a fence to stop it going into the archery range. What a big hit.
Again, they didn't even use Masi before.
Yeah.
Look how deep in the crease here. Soman's got to pitch up. Slower ball, picked and hit out of the ground. Maximal. Back to back, they get up into the 90s. Again, sliding doors, a sign of what might have been in the first game, but right now Masi's on fire, moves to 23.
Shaba, and he's saying, bring it to me, boom! Shaka Lagia, that's the way I like it, Well, you saw the archery range behind the ball there. Well, he's on target, isn't he, Masi? Well, when he make it 3 and 3, when he has a go, just slides his top of the bat.
Tried, going to be disappointed, didn't get more of that. I feel like this now is just a free hit for Senator Ratner. I think you want Masi on strike. He's got the hot hand, as we say. Yeah, so yeah, really looking forward to the ECL. Looking forward to the ECIs coming up. Obviously, incremental improvement. That's what ECN's all about. The fact that we can bring more international action is great, as well as the exciting ECL format. Be pushing for 2, but it might be tough because I've hit it straight down the throat of Kunacharakal. This will be the end of the over. So Senator Ratner will have the strike at over number 10. It's 94 for 7. Yeah, so we haven't spoken too much today about the ECL, which is what Jay's brought up. That is the Champions League of European cricket. It's 30 national champions plus the European champions, Paco Care from Spain. The format this year, so the fact that every third day is finals day, basically. Only 2 days of group matches. Teams will play each other only once instead of twice before we lose the bottom team, the top 4 playoff. I mean, that is going to be fast-paced and action-packed, Rico.
It's going to be, you know what I like about it is that I sometimes just have felt that in some of the other series where we've had them playing for the whole week, that there's been teams there that have always relied on the fact that they'll come good as the week goes on. You know, by Thursday we'll come good, we'll get some wins, we'll be thereabout. No, you can't do that this time.
Thursday, you might be having an extended stay in Malaga. You're on the plane home.
You can't do it this time. You got to go from, you got to have your best team out from the first match and go for it straight away. So I think it's going to be very exciting, and I think that gives, for me personally, I think that gives the teams, the lower ranked teams, a better chance.
And yeah, when you've got this issue where there might be teams that might have more of a pedigree but haven't played this format as much, they won't have as long to settle.
Yeah.
It'll be super interesting to see, even in Group A with Hornchurch, the English champions. Is there a little nick on this? I think there is. So, Jerome Mathai gets the wicket. He's bowled pretty well. Got to say, he's got it right more often than not. So, Ratner tries to launch one out of the ground. Instead, he gets a little edge. And well done to Manuel Anthony. He's had a bit of a rough time behind the stumps this morning at times. And he does hold on to this one. And so that's the 8th wicket down, but still good little partnership from those two for the 8th wicket. It's 96 for 8.
Yeah, it makes 10 of 8, but of course this partnership's all about Gulfraz Masi. You can see he's trying to get to the other end here. It's quite important. Remember that last over, I said it all happened in the 9th. 19th came on it, off it, 1 4 and 2 6s, and that's what they want to do to try and finish here. They want to get the 100 on the board, and that's the key.
But, I mean, that partnership for the 8th wicket, they put on 34 in 3 overs.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good going. And Shaheen Hussain comes to the crease. No Rashmika, he's got a little bit of an injury he's carrying, so we haven't seen him batting. Only be absolutely required.
Well, Vinny, this one hits the seam and takes off.
Yeah, and this is what this pitch has done. Ever since you were here last time, I think it was newly laid last time we saw it.
Yeah.
But now it just seems to have a bit more bounce. Right, Hussain's going to have to get off strike here. Oh, that's one way to do it. Plays a really good looking shot and he's gone. Well, Tony Lewis, that's a brilliant catch. He's taken 2 and he fakes kissing the ball. Shows it to the crowd. Why not? Hussain, one of the best looking ducks I've ever seen. That is the 9th wicket to the fall and it's 96 for 9. And so Rashmika will have to bat here at 11.
Well, Mathai takes another 3 wickets from him. 3 for 6, outstanding. Well, that catch was pretty outstanding as well. He's hit it very well. Well, Hussain, he'll go for a... But it's one that you thought was going to get him a boundary. Good catch.
So just before we go to the innings break, we've got one more ball to go. Yeah, talking of teams that were slow starters, probably England in the ECC, they lost their first 4 games. They wouldn't have even made it into the finals.
Yeah.
Shrug saying he had high hopes for Farmers at the ECL. Farmers, of course, from Jersey, but they're in with VOC, Rotterdam, the previous champions, back in 2019 from the Netherlands. So he says that's unfortunate, rough draw. But yeah, Corey said that VOC won't make it out of the group. That's what he was saying.
Is that right?
He said he doesn't see him getting out of group that it has Farmers and Svanholm. So Farmers will be better for the run. That'll be a really interesting group beat. All right, Rashmika gets the ball and he hits it. And he'll probably get 1.5 here.
You've got to keep running, surely.
And any sort of good throw. Anthony, well, he's going to be gone. That's Rashmika, the one and done, I think. So they don't quite get the 100, but they get close to. Bowled out off the last ball for 97. And yeah, interesting strategy. We saw this. Keeper taking the glove off to take the ball, even though he's not going to throw. We saw Amar Sharma yesterday. We saw Amar Sharma take both gloves off on a skide ball and drop the catch. But anyway, it works out okay for Anthony. He might say he's going to try his luck without the gloves. Anyway, 97 the Crusaders bowled out using all 10 overs though. The Warriors, it's going to be a bit more of a challenging chase this time. Will it be another golden finish to this game? Not too much between these two teams this morning, Rico.
No, not much, but they've had a good start. 14 coming off the first over, 10 of the second, and of course it was all about Basil and Bastians. They needed to remove him quickly, and one thing they did do, even though they gave him a chance, that was one of them. What a big opportunity that was, and you could see Manny Anthony disgusted that he wasn't able to take the catch. But Bastians, he doesn't go on to cause any damage, dropped on 6, and he'll go for 6 because the catch was taken to remove him. And it was an important one as well. Rocky Nanesh making no mistakes at all. And then you saw Afi batted really well as well. He only just got himself in that time round. Played some lovely shots on the offside, and including a 6 that he hit over point, which was a thunderous drive. And then he backed it up with a delicate little post. But this was the miscommunication which saw the end of Zishan Yusuf. That was unfortunate. But Afi then, well, he went on and got himself out after hitting Thomas for a 4 and a big 6 early in that over. Thomas came back with a clever, slower delivery. Afi guided it onto his stumps. And just then we were thinking maybe, and one or two of you in the chat were thinking the same, that it could be a similar score to what we saw in the first match. But it wasn't to be, because we did finally see some good hitting. I mean, Rahman came out there and pelted the ball to the ground. So did Gulfraz Masi towards the end. And with some good fielding as well. But one thing I will say is the Warriors, their catching was really good. This is another one. This one could have been clobbing away to the boundary, but he just ends up guiding it to the fielders. He was disappointed to be getting out that way. But look, some of these hittings, the hittings here was absolutely awesome. And some big hits. And that was the end of Vanithan. He went for 10, but he put a good partnership together. That was 30 runs, which came off quick fire, just about 20-odd deliveries. And then right at the end, we saw the run out, just trying to make 2 and all out of the very last ball. So 97 runs on the board, but much better from the Crusaders. And one thing we learned there, one thing the Crusaders, I mean, they're a team with a wealth of knowledge. They should know that keeping wickets in hand means nothing in this format. You've got to go out there, be positive and play your shots. And that's what we saw right from the beginning. Basil George, 13 of 5, 24 from Mafi Khan, batting really well. Bit unlucky to get out the way that he did. And then towards the end, I think Gulfras Masih not out 25 of 12 deliveries. What an important knot that could be. But like I said, Muhab Rahman played his part in that as well. And also Lakshita Sivanathan, I think the 10 of 9 deliveries from him, just getting those partnerships going towards the end there. So the tail certainly did wag a little for the Crusaders. 97s and 98 will be, so we've got over the sort of average sort of par score here. Some Cedar Warriors with the bat have got work to do. Remember, Crusaders, they bowled very well last time around, and it was only the captain, Sidul Joy, that kept them in it. Is this going to be another classic, or are the Crusaders going to bounce back and go back to winning ways? Remember, the Cedar Warriors get a victory here, then they'll go level on point with them towards the top of the table. So everything to play for. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, when we come back for the conclusion of match number 58. 98 required for victory for the Warriors. But the Warriors, they play like Warriors in the first one, and they got the result courtesy of the golden ball. Can they do it again in this one and do the double over the Crusaders? Will join us in around about 10 minutes time to find out. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground for the second match, halfway through the second match between the Southern Crusaders and the Masita Warriors. The Masita Warriors were victorious in the first, which went to the golden ball, 78-78, and they got the 2 runs they required when they were batting for victory. This time round, they've got a few more to get. They need to get to 98 for victory. And got to go some. Their captain, Cecil Joy, was the key man in the first. He was the player of the match. Scored a fine 43 not out as he batted all the way through. He's out there again. Rocky Dinesh couldn't get going as the Warriors lost 2 early wickets, and he was, well, went for a duck. And also was joined by Vipin Mohan, who also lost his wicket without scoring. So they want a better start here. It will be Zishan Yusuf with the ball. Zishan, very experienced and knowledgeable cricketer. Looking to see if he can get the breakthrough early on. Umpires for this one, Jai Warden at the bowler's end, and Andy Nowdy at square leg. So we get ready to go. First delivery. And it's going to be a wide. A lot of swing, which will encourage the bowler, but got to get the ball in the right areas. Rocky Danish just allowing that one to go by. He'll be keen to get his first runs of the day and give his team a good start. And maybe he and his captain, Cecil Joy, can put a match-winning partnership together. He works this away. Work to be done for the man at third, who, well, has all sorts of trouble. And the batters will come through and take 2. Yeah, Ty should take this, pick this up one hand, gets it wrong, and then ends up almost booting it past him to the boundary rope. But fortunately for him, ball stays on the right side of the field, but they will get 2. Hello to everyone on the chat. It's been a lot of conversation there today, Johnny G. Wide is being called for this one as well. Slightly shorter, but can't get the ball in the right areas. Yeah, hello to everyone. They're loving my comeback here to Malta. 5th time here, and know a lot of these cricketers, lovely guys, play the cricket well, sporting as well. And Smarts International Ground looking lovely. That new pitch that was laid last year has settled in nicely. And I think you're seeing what I've seen already. Just the second match for me here is that it offers a little bit for the bowlers. I think if you bend your back and you hit the deck hard, you're going to get good results. But as a batter, if you can get in as well, you can bat with confidence because it's not misbehaving. So you can build an innings as well. Yusuf, better delivery, high up the air, but he gets it over the man who was in short third, but as well swept out there. So always an opportunity. And this is where I think, as a captain, you got to make that decision whether you have your third man back or not. So this one could have gone to hand. Hello to Lily Panda. She's saying it's going to be a good contest there. Dave as well is saying good morning to everyone, as well as Shrug. Good work done by all the moderators. Keeping it clean, healthy, exciting, enjoyable, and most importantly, respectful. That's what we want. And if you're new to us, welcome. And don't forget to hit the like button and tell the world, tell your friends, tell your family. Nice delivery, much fuller. No run. Danish puts the stop sign up and says no skip. We're not going for that one. It's gone straight to the fielder. Joy is still saying he's a long way back. He should have taken it. Yusuf, 5 of the over so far. This is an ugly shot. It really is. Cecil Joy is better than this. Well, if you're coming in number 11 and you're playing this sort of shot, you're thinking, yeah, definitely a number 11 shot, isn't it? Looks ugly. A big old hoik. And dot ball. No foot movement at all. And he goes for it again, and this is close to taking the off stump. So that will be the end of the over. We'll finish with a couple of dots. 5 off the first. And going for the big shots, but just playing down the wrong line. I mean, you can see how quick he is to plant that foot down, but because the foot is so far down the leg side, he's not getting anywhere near it. Well, there's the magical 0. We reset the counter today. And Lily Panda, I don't know if you saw it, and Shrug, I know you joined us a little bit later, but we had the golden ball in the first contest between these two sides. The first match today, my first match back. So it was absolutely wonderful, 78-78. And what a golden ball it was. And it could have gone either way, and unfortunately, Ishanta Kuriwasam for the Southern Crusaders dropped the catch in the outfield, allowing the batters to get the 2 they needed for victory. And if you missed it, we'll go back and catch up with it later. Second over about to start here. It's going to be the man who batted so well, Gufraz Marci, and he got a good bowling performance in here. He's certainly in with a shot for a player of the match. He really hit the ball beautifully on his way to 25 not out of 12. Let's see what he can do with the ball, as I'm joined back by Mr. Maximo himself. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back and a good contest once again. I wonder where they'll bat Soman. That's my first question. It's not out there yet. Pretty quiet start. Short of aggression though, Schedule Joy has been swinging everything.
Ooh.
And well, it's like a tank running around the main street there. Schedule Joy. They do say the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So yeah, stumps, bowler, ball, they were all in danger here.
Argy bargy. But you know, I like that. So many times we see run-outs with batters because they don't want to run into the bowler. They go the long way around and get themselves out. You're thinking, I don't care if you're there, I'm coming right at you.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's called wide. It's a tough one. It's yeah, I thought this might have just snuck inside. There's a whole ball inside. Maybe Andy Nady feels like 0.1% of the ball touched the line. So it does have to be completely inside.
No complaint from the bowler. I like that.
Yeah, I think they've been pretty consistently harsh on wide, so everyone's a bit used to it now. This one's angled more in towards the stumps. Massey's a lot of good in-swingers today. They'll get 2, it'll pull up just inside the boundary. So, yeah, a lot of people saying Crusaders probably favourites with this target of 98, but, you know, I think, yeah, the Warriors got to have that intent and not worry too much about wickets falling. If they fall, they've got to hope that someone steps up. And it's been that kind of a day. You're either on or you're not. Uppercut this time from Rocky. And there was a bit of a boxing theme yesterday, you know. We had Damish Tonner, who is a boxing promoter here. He played for Gozo CC. And we had Steve Martin, a professional WBU title boxer playing for Sweet United. I don't think Steve had played cricket before. And there's a bit of a funny backstory to it. Well, there's a thick edge from the captain, Schedule Joy, and he'll get 4. That's Shaheen Hussain chasing it, who took a great catch earlier, but he couldn't get near this one, and the Warriors needed a boundary. They get one. A bit fortunate, though. Yeah,
very fortunate. I mean, you just get the feeling in this one good full pitch-up delivery. We'll see the end of Schedule. He's swinging blind at everything. Gets lucky on that one.
Yeah, so listen to this. So Indica Pereira, obviously, a big wheel in Maltese cricket, playing for Gozo in this tournament. He has done a lot of work, you know, as a doctor for the boxing.
Yeah.
So he's basically bringing the two worlds together, and a bit of a PR effort, I suppose. Oh, Schedule trying to heave everything that way today. It'll be the end of the over, so it's 15 for no loss after 2. Yeah, so basically we had these 2 boxers, one on each side. And I tell you what, I know it doesn't really happen in cricket. It's the only time I've wanted to see a fight between 2 teams.
You're wicked.
I'd be like, step aside, everybody.
You wanted to see conflict.
Yeah.
You wanted them to not take the gloves off, as we see the wicketkeepers do.
Demis Tonner, who is the more of the promoter these days, but he has a boxing background. He did grow up in England where he did play some cricket, so I think he had a bit more of a clue than Steve. Anyway, Steve was on the winning team as Sweet United ended up making something in the 130s and holding out Gozo CC. There's a quick look at the table. I tell you, this afternoon we're going to see Marsa taking on the Victoria Lions, 2 teams without a win in this series. They're crucial matches. Can the hosts get going? Here's Kariawasam with the ball. This would have been a wide, instead it's off the end of the bat, and it's going to be caught. Well, Michael Kunatilaka has pulled out the old Statue of Liberty play here, and he's plucked this one out of the sky. Well, Kariawasam, he was in the thick of the action before, but just have a look at this right off the end of the bat, and Rocky is the man who's knocked out. He has to go for 7. It's 15 for 1.
Well, Michael Kunatilaka, well, he shows us how to take the jalebi catch. That is a jalebi catch. It's a one-hand banger. Oh, well. Well, he thinks he's got enough of this, Rocky. Well, Rocky's been knocked out again. You're talking about the boxers yesterday. Well, Rocky, well, he's not having no luck at the moment because he's been knocked out as well. He's out of here. What a good catch.
Yeah, brilliant catch by Michael, who I think he wanted to go with 2, but he had to realise he wasn't going to get there. That extra reach you get with just the one hand. It's a smaller surface area, though, but there you go. Just gets it in the nick of time. And, well, don't know if Michael can slam dunk or not, but I think he did get a bit of airtime there.
Bit of airtime, good catch. I mean, he was reaching for it, Rocky, but you still fancied him to get it over, Michael. Jalebi cat, jalebi khake aaya karo, ball chip kar di, fark ho jandi hai. Good comeback. Well, he's asking the question there, was there a bit of bat on this or not? Well,
I felt there was, well, there's definitely double noise.
It's noise.
But I don't know whether it was bat onto pad or maybe bat hitting the pad and then the ball hitting the pad. I'll get a look at it on the replay. Also was kind of speared in leg side-ish. Let's see what we can pick up here.
Yeah, let's have a look at this, and yeah, I think there's definitely a
Went-
bit
it
of
went
bat. I think
close
it would
to
have
the
gone
bat.
down the leg anyway. It was moving a fair bit.
It went close to the bat, I suppose. Enough doubt there for the umpire. Kariawasam already with a 1 wicket. This is just hit down the ground. Sukumaran's a key wicket as well. He's one guy that can really turn a game. He doesn't get a run here.
He doesn't want the run.
Yeah.
He just says, nah, we're not taking it.
But he's certainly one to watch. Had one good 50 in the tournament so far. And, I've got to say, yeah, I'm really enjoying watching the two teams kind of duke it out. It has a kind of prize fight feel this morning.
Yeah.
Both teams kind of throwing heaps at the other. Some punches landing, some not.
Yeah, well, the Warriors, you know, I mean, if they can do the double, it'd be an amazing feat for them because it also would take them on the level points with the Crusaders. So that's what's at stake here. Crusaders, the golden ball defeat was the first time they've been beaten in this one. Very well bowled.
Very well bowled.
He sees the batter move early, you see. He sees the batter trying to give himself a bit of room. Joy does like to play predominantly down the leg side, and because he does that, he fires it in, sneaks it in outside, or just inside that guideline for the wide. So good over this so far from Kariawasam. Of course, he's keen to have a good game here. This one, he's gone too much, it will be called. And umpire Jai Warden spreads his arms. Will have to be bowled again. I don't mind that though from a bowler. Look, it was the last ball of the over, sneaked it in, and only 1 run from it. So it was worth going for. Yeah. Just that rate at the moment, 11.44. But remember that last match, Vinny, it got to around about this rate and they brought it back.
Yeah, it was Soman that did it. He's got to come in next. They tried him opening for a while, didn't really work out. They've gone shy at it. Shajil continues to hat towards the leg side. And, well, it will go for 4. So that one's going to rattle off the fence. That one might have gone faster than the speed of light to the leg side. Shajil gets a boundary.
Yeah, this has been hit pretty hard. That's where he likes it, though. I mean, I think if you're able to get the ball in the right areas, then to Shajil Joy, you can really tuck him up. But if you're going to aim for the stumps every so often, he's going to be onto it. He's going to latch onto it like he does that one. Hits that pretty hard, gets a boundary at the end of the over.
Here is the table. You can see that the Warriors could actually tie the Crusaders on points at least. Can also be tied with the Royal Strikers. Down the bottom though, Marsa and Victoria Lions play each other twice this afternoon, and they are in the drop zone at the moment. You see, it's not like they've even got matches in hand really on the teams that are just above them. So yeah, big afternoon coming up for those two teams.
Yeah, Marsa, the home team, are really struggling. Remember, 3 times champions as well. This one gets played out onto the off, no run. It's the Shusha.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. I said he was carrying a slight injury. That's why we saw him batting 11 last game.
Yeah.
He is picked in the Maltese squad for the internationals next week. So, yeah, I really hope he can play unencumbered. Once again, just another single.
Yeah, and also we not seeing. How come we're not seeing Bristow Baby bowl?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's one guy I think should get a bowl, especially when you've got 2 matches. I know he hasn't played too much cricket in this series, but I think he bowled well last time. This guy's a good bowler, isn't he? He's clever. Mahabir Rahman, bowl a bit of everything. This is the wrist spinner. And he tries to lift it over the leg side, and he looks concerned. He doesn't need to be. In the end, I don't think it's even gone to the boundary.
Now Basil puts the catch down, I'm sure. You didn't quite see that on camera, but I think this is an opportunity that gets put down. See it again. The bowler just says, there you go, it's over to you now, the fielder. And I don't think he quite catch up with it, but he does put the catch down, but he gets lucky the ball doesn't go over the boundary.
Yeah, lucky in a way, but really, it's been given 4 as well. So it does go to the boundary in the end. And they had a look at that from the officials' tent probably and made that determination.
Yeah, Rahman not going to be happy. Basil's normally safe hands. And now he knocks him over. He gets his wicket. It's straight through. It's a big swing across the line from Sijajoy. And it's right on cue what I was saying. I said that I got the feeling you get one on the pegs. He's going to find himself in trouble. Well, he does find himself in trouble. The stumps are knocked over. Castle to the shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Agia Banda. Rahman, well, he says, if you're not going to take the catches, I'm just going to knock the bails over. And he does. And the stumps, the castle is down. And he gets his man. The captain, who was the hero, the player of the match in the last one, well, he's gone. And they see the back of him, the Crusaders, and that's a big wicket for them to get.
That shot kind of works every time at once, doesn't it? And so you're always taking a risk hitting across the line of the ball. And the captain won't be there to the end, but this man, he certainly turned the game. He ended up winning the game on the golden ball, but it could have been the villain if that ball had been caught. As it was, they scrambled back for 2. One of the most memorable golden balls ever. On ball 39 to start the day here in Malta. Mahabir Rahman again. He's just got a lot of tricks. He rolls his fingers on some and tries to spin them left to right. Other ones he bowls more orthodox left arm spin. He always keeps you guessing. Soman, wow, got himself in a bit of a muddle here.
Well, he's completely off balance. You never say he's got to keep your shape. Well, he's all over the place here. Luckily for him, though, he manages to stay inside his crease because Afi Khan was there to knock him off. Rahman, very good bowler, very clever. This one,
good call.
Yeah, good call. Yeah,
Just grabbed about half the line, I think. And Rahman was hoping he'd get away with that. Still been a very good over. Can he get out of it? And how attacking will Soman be? And how quickly will he be at attacking? That's the question. Already pretty much 4 overs into this innings. Now it goes for it. Rahman, that's a very good over. Create another chance. He went for 6, but one was an unearned boundary that probably should have been caught.
Yeah.
And so that takes us to the end of 4 overs, and the score is 27 for 2.
So he's bowled very well. You can see both batters, Sukumar and Soman, they're key batters for their side. You've got Mohan also to come in. He's coming in a little bit lower in this one. We know he can contribute as well, but they need a partnership started here, and these two have to get things going. That rate just under the 12 at the moment, but we've seen them bounce back from this and get the victory, so we know that they can get the acceleration in when they have to. They can't be going, I think if it gets to around about the 13-14 mark, then they will struggle, so you've got to keep up with it.
Yeah, for sure. Creeping up to that 2-ball, Rico, like you said. But these two, for me, they're the two. If I could pick 2 to be at the crease, it'd be these 2. Sukumaran hasn't got going yet. And this is it's a confidence game, though. It's not really a shot that indicates how much he can bat, Sukumaran.
Yeah.
But he's just trying to manufacture something. I think, yeah, Curry Wassam, he's got the right strategy and probably looked at what the Warriors did. They pitched the ball up a lot. And a lot of people found it hard to drive the ball out of the ground today. And another big windy hack from Sukumaran. He's 2 off 7 now.
Yeah, he's still going to miss it. I've seen this from Sukumaran before. I've seen him go out there and make match-winning innings and get to 50s. But then there's other times when he just looks like a completely different player. He needs to get one out of the middle of his bat, get his confidence going, get his eye in, then he can be dangerous. But at the moment, it's Curry Wassam who's looking to knock him over.
He does get some bat on this, but it's right off the end of the bat and he's gone. And 2 hands this time from Gunatilaka. Sukumaran just out of sorts. It's been a funny kind of morning. I mean, Basil George earlier just couldn't get going for a player we know can do some damage. Sukumaran likewise. And he didn't get near the 2 previous balls. This time, it swings away from last moment. He clears that front leg, has trouble reaching it. And Michael Gunatilaka almost slips on the outfield disc. That's probably the only issue he had with that catch. So Sukumaran walks off looking a little bit sore and sorry for himself. It's the 3rd wicket to fall. It's 27 for 3.
Yeah, good partnership developing between the bowler Curry Wassam and Michael Gunatilaka. Well, first he took the one-handed one to get rid of Rocky, and now this time he says, I'll use 2 hands, thank you very much, and gets another wicket. So another dangerous batter you see go. And I think we should now see maybe Vipin Mohan, who comes out, probably the last of the real recognised batters here. Really got to get things going. In fact, it looks like it's Tony Lewis that comes out, so they're holding Mohan back. So Tony Lewis takes guard. 2 wickets from Curry Wassam, and only conceded 6 runs. 3 balls to go in the over.
Oh, well, hello, Tony. This is a really well-directed bouncer by Curry Wassam. I think he ends up getting it on the shoulder, but he just could not get out the way of that, Tony Lewis. Maybe the point of the elbow.
Yeah, well, the
Curry
bowler's,
Wassam, he's loving it.
the bowler's not asking how you are, but this is right off the air, right off the elbow. This is a feisty delivery.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Why do they call that the funny bone? I don't think Tony Lewis is laughing.
No. Welcome to the party. A bit of masala.
Could be brave now. You know this is going to be pitched up. It is, and he baseballs it, but does he have enough? It's travelling, and it's travelling straight to the hands of Zishan Yusuf. So he roughs him up, then he knocks him out. The old 1-2 punch from Curry Wassam, and Lewis goes without scoring. It's the 4th wicket, 27 for 4.
Yeah. And this is a bit of a crispy duck because he gets done with the short one on the elbow. Then the full toss, he says, and he's saying, well, I can't hit it for 6 because you've hurt me arm. I ain't got any power in the shot. And it is Zishan Yusuf that completes the misery for the batter, Lewis. He'll go for 0 of that, his second delivery. Well, he got it a little bit spicy first up, didn't he? When the ball clonked him on the elbow, and then he gets done.
I've actually been hitting the nets right at the point of the elbow, and with a brand new ball, it's rough. You know, you can lose your grip, you can have pins and needles in your hands. You know, credit to the bowler. Then Curry Wassam, don't forget, he's got some unfinished business here. He'll feel that the Crusaders should have won the first game. He's hoping to win them this one with the ball.
Yeah. So he gets a 3rd. And well, this was the catch that got him out. But of course, the ball before that probably was the one that did all the damage when it clonked him on the elbow. Back to the live action. Gets played away. He'll take the single. And you can see the Crusaders, they're up for this now.
Yeah.
They're diving around. They can sense the victory. There's that rate does keep creeping up. What a good over that was from Ishanta. And Curry Wassam, well, he's going from villain to hero maybe as he finishes with figures for 3 for 7.
Yeah, and well bowled. That's a really good comeback from Curry Wassam. But it's not finished yet. 28 off the first half though. Definitely struggling in this chase. And well, just a reminder that you've been seeing some of these players, and I think we mentioned 4 Crusaders in the Malta team for the European Cricket International Series. That's coming up Saturday, so only, 5 days away from that. And we are 7 days away from the first ever Women's T10 International Cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. A lot to look forward to. Rahman, he's got one of these overs. He points at the stump saying, I want someone there. The problem is the umpire's not allowed to go to the stumps. He was the only man anywhere near. Andy Nowdy was saying, well, you want me to go to the stumps? I'm going to do my job.
Yeah, they're not going to be too worried, though, of course, about singles here, Crusaders. I think they're just going to keep their head, stay calm, and don't worry about the opposition getting singles. They need boundaries. this one. He wants it, and he's not going to get it. It's too high for me. Hits him on the box as well. And nice to know he's got a nice strong box, but this one I think is going to go over the stumps.
Yeah,
and where it pitches, look where it pitches. Pitches down outside leg, I think. I'm sure.
You're always looking
for
pitching
outside leg.
It's an awful appeal, really.
Everything is wrong about it.
I can't tell you enough about having a good, strong box. Let's come back to the action here. The next ball is whacked away, and Yusuf, he's dropped it. Oh, well, he'll be upset because he's caught easier ones, he's caught harder ones. And you see someone takes it on. It's the last chance, really, for the Warriors. It's a straight to Z-shot, he spills it.
Yeah, that was an easy catch. There was no power in that shot either. It was just a little scoop.
Oh, this has gone nowhere. Oh, now go bowler's end here. And he's
he's fluffed it.
I actually think he's aimed at the keeper's end and has actually had, which was the wrong end. And lucky missed because actually gave Rahman a chance.
Watch this. How does it go there? I think he hits it into his legs, through his legs.
Goes around the keeper. This goes needles between the stumps and everybody else.
Watch the bowler here. Watch. He realised, he said, give it to me, give it to me. He gets it. He's so excited. He's too excited. I'm so excited. I just can't handle it.
Yeah,
oh, dear.
He's been like, he's basically like, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Why are you throwing it to me? The next ball's a top ball. Anyway, I think they got a bit of room to spare here. I like it when he bowls these wrist spinners, although this one's pretty well dealt with. That one's out of here. Maximo! And not a bad shot at all.
This is a beautiful shot. Look at the foot. This is all about footwork. He's not reaching for it. Watch where the foot goes. Gets the foot in the right area. Says thank you very much. Gets a good amount of weight into the shot. It goes all the way to the boundary. Big hit. 6 runs. Thank you very much.
We'll need more of that, to say the least. So this takes us to the end of 6 overs. 37 for 4. What's the rate required? So look, 15 and over, basically. 15 and over. Let me just double check there. I think, that is the end of 6 overs. So yeah, there's that ball in the middle, which they need to catch up on. So what have we got here? 15 and over? You need to have a big over, or 2, or 3, or 4. Coming up this afternoon, well, look at those two teams. Not a win between them. Their combined record of 0 and 14. And Malta, they've been sent in by the Victoria Lions. That match coming up for too long. Anyway, Mohan skies this one. And this time Zishan says, I will catch it. So he gets a second chance. And that means that the new batter will be on strike as well. Mohan not really able to move things along. He goes for 3. The score, 37 for 5.
Yeah, well, this time no mistake on the fielder. Zishan Yusuf keeps his eyes on it well. And smothers it and says thank you very much. That's the end of Mohan, who's not had a good outing out there with the bat. So another one has to depart. And the Crusaders, they'll be pretty happy with the way things are going here and pretty happy with the way they've come back into this contest between their opponents. Always disappointing when you lose a match, the first one, especially when you lose it on a golden ball as well, which well, the catch got put down and it could have been their victory if it was taken.
Sedharatna, the successful bowler, gets it right. But that's also well dug out by the new batter. And that is a nice bit of batting, at least to get Soma back on strike. He's really your last chance here.
Yeah, there's Michael Gunzeleka, the captain. Yeah, much happier man. 2 catches in this one as well, down the leg side. I'll take the leg boys as the throw comes in. Nice to see Desiraj is the chat as well. Hello to you. And Lee Panda, Chris Smith, all having a nice tin wag there. Dave as well. The more the merrier. Spread the word. Thank you for joining us. Getting a little bit cloudy here. Well, placed this very late. But, gets another single. It's a bit of ticky-taka going on there at the moment, but they need big hits here. Just having a look. Some heavy clouds coming over, dark clouds. And let's hope they don't cause us any issues and blow away pretty quickly. The last thing we need is rain.
Yeah. Looks threatening, but not in the forecast. We've had a few surprise showers.
Everyone Once again, just straight down the leg side. An optimistic appeal from somebody, but not out.
Yeah, Warriors just struggled. They love Divyesh Kumar in this batting lineup. Failing that, they want Sukumaran to fire. He couldn't. You got to feel for these guys. It's easy to criticise people when they don't play to their potential, but that's cricket. Yeah. You're not going to smash them every time you go out there. And everyone has been in that position. And the thing is, in longer form cricket, sometimes you can work through it and you've got time to kind of, your time will come and go during the innings. But in T10 cricket, you got to just keep going for it. Into 7 overs as the score is 42 for 5. And, well, it's
your point of no return, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're past it now. Or pretty much, yeah, I think we're past it after that. But, hey, who knows? Maybe we'll see some sort of miracle from Soman. You need a magical over from somewhere. It's just the bowlers, they've all looked pretty disciplined. Oh, full toss. It's a bit of a gift for Mathai, and he's going to cash it in. And I think it's got all the way it has. Maximo! And the ideal start to the 8th over. Well, rare error from the bowler. As the Vidusha Rashmika, he rocks in and delivers something that disappears.
Yeah, first time we've seen him bowl in the contest between these two sides. Didn't bowl on the first one, and well, the first ball gets dispatched. It was a filthy full toss. So Rashmika, what's the reply going to be?
Oh, goes straight through him. Just gets back in time. But yeah, that's a ball that's down the leg side, so if he gets inside, it'll be a wide. But because it's between his body and the stumps, it isn't. Do you see the bit of box chat in the chat? They're talking about
box chat.
Box chat. You know the protector. They're saying Yadier Molina, who's a very famous catcher in baseball, he liked cricket boxes more than the USA ones. I don't mind talking a bit of box chat.
Yeah.
I've never had one broken while I've been wearing it, so that's a good thing. It's well bowled. Mathai does hit a 6 in this over so far. Gets out the way, over to Soman. I had never liked those curvy ones either. Yeah. I don't know who they're built for. Aliens?
You know what I like to see? You know when you see these car programs and they show these new cars and they do the test on them, the dummy test. How did they test the box?
Well, that was going to bring me to my next point, which was, let's just say, indoor cricket, you're pretty much wearing them all the time in the field. Everyone except the bowler.
Yeah.
Let's say sometimes you don't need to do those kind of tests when you've got teammates around who are not averse to giving you a little punch or a kick to test out the protector.
Oh, well, this one doesn't. He plays down the wrong line completely. He misjudges the bounce.
I'll tell you what were useless ones. There were these ones made of this really thin plastic, and they had holes in them. I think they used to use them in the 70s. There were some at my school. The kit bag hadn't been open for like 20 years. In the air. Well, the bowler wants this, Rashmika, and he's going to get it. Oh, here comes the shush. And, well, with time, he certainly hit Rashmika for a good shot first ball of the over, but he hits it straight up in the air. The shusher is back, and it is the Crusaders keeping the Warriors quiet. It's 50 for 6.
Yeah, this is a good catch, Rashmika, because he's looking for it, says, where is it, where is it? And when he finds it, he says, all right, you're all mine now. So, Vidusha, Rashmika, the shusher, he did it, shh, celebration as well, takes a catch. But we're not going to shush. We're going to keep talking about boxes. Yeah, how do you do the test? I want to see the program. Well, maybe he's going by what you're saying. This little fist comes and goes boom.
When Corey comes back, I volunteer. Rico and I will each have a go at Corey wearing different types of boxes, and we'll have to do the placebo as well, right? Which is when he's not wearing anything at all. Just for comparison, 8 overs down. Let's head for the 9th, and it's going to start with Soman turning on this. And they'll just get a single. And Lily Panda saying chat has turned blue. Well, that's not all that can. And yeah, it's very inclusive. So we used to call those pink boxes girls' boxes. That's what we called them at high school. I don't know whether if that's what they were designed for or not. But yeah, it was a different time. I was at an all-boys school, so I don't know why they were in our kit bag. But yeah, the idea of... Ask David Lloyd about this. He does a great story about when he got hit by Jeff Thompson. And he talks about the bits that should have been in were out. We're in the 9th. Maybe we should change the subject. There's another skied ball, but this time he gets more of it. He gets plenty of it.
That is
Maximo! and just what the Warriors needed. Looks like too little too late, but still that is a good piece of batting from Soman. You got to get this guy batting higher, because have a look at this.
I mean, that is such a good hit, isn't it? And it's gone a long way. That's gone the distance. Yeah, he's coming in too low. I don't get it. And you can see there now, he's probably thinking, yeah, what am I supposed to do here? First, he's not getting too much of the strike, but he's the man that can change the match.
Came in at 4, so I know you can say, okay, he's top 4, but now he gets another one, and he's going to send this one miles over the rope. Maximo! Well, that's pretty much what they need to do every ball to stay in this game. 2 in a row from Soman.
Oh, this is brutal. This is a lovely shot. Look at the footwork. This is what I'm saying. Got to use your feet, and that's the first time I think today I've seen a batter come down, dos, boom, goes to the boundary. That's what you're talking about. Use your feet, take the ball on, and he's coming straight. He's not running down the leg side. 2 in 2.
Oh, why not? Go again. This time over the fielder, and Maximo, 6 more. Wow, if you get another one, any chance? It just seems like this has just been too late to get going, this resurgence, but Soman once again sends this one out of the ground.
Well, this is what I like. 1, 2, 3, Calypso style, shaka, shaka. And the fireworks have started, but maybe a little bit too late.
They have tried him at the top of the order, but he just had a couple of outs, you know what I mean? But I think he's worth sticking with. I know Rocky's up there, but I mean, Rocky's a guy who hasn't really gotten going in this series. Maybe he can bat at 4. Last ball of the over. Do you go 1 or do you go 6? I think you got to go 6. Tries, and he gets it pretty good. Going, and gone. Maximo! Well, 4 on the spin, and that takes it down to 22 off 6. So if you're thinking in 6s, 4 of these last balls got to disappear. And that over goes magical. Really, it's a sign of what might have been for the Warriors. 26 come off the 9th, and it is 76 for 6 as we head into the last over.
Oh, I'm loving that hitting from Ajit Saman. Absolutely crisp out of the middle. Well, I tell you what, I don't know what he's had for breakfast, Saman. Well, he was a hero for them in the last match. He's had a few aloo paranthas, that's for sure. Hitting them big and liking it nice and spicy in the middle. So we go to last over. Look, this is not impossible. Maybe. What do you do here? Anthony, just take the single. Take the single and say, look, keep hitting 6s.
You don't want to swing and miss. You know, that's the thing. That's it. Even if you swing and miss, you got to run, kind of hold your crease, make sure Soman gets down there safely. That's your only job here.
Yeah.
Nothing against Anthony, but he's got to know his role here. Yusuf comes back to bowl the last. And that's pretty good batting from Anthony. And they won't take 1, so it's over to you. And honestly, I think they're not taking a 1 here. I think he's got 5 balls to go. He needs 4 6s. So they've left it pretty late.
Well, look, he's hit 4 on the spin. Yeah. He's hit 4 6s on the spin. That will do it. Here we go.
Here we go. Over to you, Ajin. And he's knocked over. Really well bowled by Yusuf. So it's a brave effort from Ajin Soman. But he can't deal with that. He had no real option. He'll get a pat on the back from Anthony. But the Warriors don't see a path back from here, to be honest. As he departs for 33, the score is 77 for 7.
Full and straight. That's what we're talking about. On the money. Knocks him over. Chuck the what there. But look. That's a brave battle. He just from nowhere, he put his team back in this competition. Did Ajin Saman. 33 of, how many balls did he face? Not that many, I'm sure.
15 in total.
15 in total.
15, he hit 5 6s out of 15 balls, and that's been what's sorely lacking, really, from both teams today, for the most part. We saw Massey getting a few away, I suppose, in the first innings of this game. But there's the slot machine, 77 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know form can come and go. But when you've got somebody who can hit the ball so well, he's got to be opening the batting.
It's worth persisting with.
He's got to open the batting. Anyway, Yusuf has basically ended this contest, and now it's 2-2. And now he's on a hat-trick. We have not had a hat-trick yet, have we?
We have not. And, you know, we are now getting pretty deep into the season. And Bristow Baby.
Bye, baby. He's got to go. Bristol Baby is not happening for. It's a full toss. I mean, this should have been clobbered. Totally misses it. And it's on the middle stump. Stumps get shattered. So Bristol Baby, we don't see him bowling. Batting, we didn't really see him. He came and went. He wasn't having the best of time in the field. So it's not a good time for the Baby.
But you mentioned there's been no hat-tricks. We're over 100 matches into the season now without a hat-trick. And we actually had a bit of a hat-trick drought at the start of last year as well, if you remember. Yeah. It was all the way into Group D finals day in the ECL where we had our first hat-trick. But you got a pretty good chance here. I'm blocking this.
Oh,
because
I'm looking at this guard, buddy, and I'm saying a straight ball here, and he's got a chance.
you need 7 a ball. I'm spoiling the party. I'm keeping this one out. Hat-trick ball. And the hat-trick drought will continue. But, I mean, Yusuf's produced, hasn't he? He's a very good player.
Yeah.
I know he got run out the first innings here, but he's come up with the goods with the ball. 2 for 7 now. Yeah, so back to box chat quickly. This is my final tip. If you do have to get hit in the box, it's easy if you get hit right in the middle of the box. It spreads the load, right?
Spreads what load? What are you talking about here?
It's like, you know, when lightning hits a plane, you want it to hit the middle. You don't want to get hit around the periphery. That's when you can get yourself in a situation. Well, that's the end of box chat, new daily segment right here on ECN. Last ball coming up of this one. Not a bad shot from Tom Thomas. Deserves a run, gets a run. They get to 80, but they're going to go down by 17 runs. So the Crusaders get some revenge, but yeah, it's a pretty entertaining morning's cricket between these two teams, Rico. We had a golden ball to start the week. Again, another bit of a low-scoring tussle in the end, but it's the Crusaders that are able to split the points in the end. Pretty entertaining Monday morning here on ECN.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think when you see the way both these matches go on, I think both teams winning one. And that's Jalebi catch there for Michael Guntaleka. What important that one was to get Rocky out. And then this one is an optimistic appeal. But once again, they will manage to take those early wickets out. And really, it was only Ajin Saman who gave us a few fireworks towards the end that brightened up these innings from the Warriors. Otherwise, it was all the Crusaders.
Yeah, well, Shijul Joy swung around one too many. And, you know, he's been a good option, I think, at the top of the order when they wanted to try someone else. But I think, you know, it's a time to throw Soman back up there. He's coming into it. Well, it was a bit of how's your father from Tony Lewis, and he only survived one more ball as he took it on the funny bone but wasn't laughing as he was sent packing for 0. And Rahman, again, I just think he's a handful. This is one of the worst appeals you'll see. But, you know, it keeps people guessing. And it kind of got us talking on a little bit of an esoteric thread. But, yeah, Yusuf caught more than he dropped. Vidusha Rashmika came back and he got shushing, which is what he likes to do. And really, the Warriors fell off the pace. They needed something special, and Soman did come up with something special with 4 sixes on the spin, but it wasn't enough to get his team back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it just it made it look a bit more respectful, made it look a bit closer, but that was good hitting. But once again, Ajin Saman, you got to get him higher up. But it was a good delivery to get him, and then Yusuf, well, he made it 2 and 2 when it was bye-bye, baby, because he missed a full straight toss, and that was that.
That was that. And so that's halfway through the day. But I can tell you, Marsa taking on the Victoria Lions in the third match of the day. We're about 20 minutes away from that one. And Lions, they've sent in Marsa. So you're looking forward to seeing how that one pans out. This is the tail of the tape. Then in match 58, chasing 98 for victory. They weren't able to get there, but they do get to 80, mainly thanks to that late hitting from Ajin Soman. 33 off 15, only faced 15 balls. 5 of them went out of the ground. Apart from that, Shijul Joy 13, and Joy Mathai, the other players to reach double figures. Pretty disciplined bowling as well. Just the 5 wides through 10 overs. I think you look at this series, that's pretty good work from the Crusaders. And I've got to say, well done to Ishanta Karyawasa. We know that he had the opportunity to win the game on the golden ball if he'd taken that catch, but he came back and took 3 for 7 off his 2 overs. So nice to see him bouncing back. Also, Zishan Yusuf bowled really well. Bowled a good over at the death, 2 for 9 for him. Also, wickets to Mahabub Rahman, who had a good morning. Cinema Ratna and Vidusha Rashmika, the Shusha, shushed one out as the Crusaders got their revenge. They win by 17 runs after losing the golden ball earlier in the day. Great to have your company once again halfway through the day in Malta, but still plenty of cricket on ECN with 2 more matches here. Then we'll take the show to Gibraltar to finish the night off with even more action. We'll see you here in 20 minutes for the afternoon session. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great start to your week. We'll see you very shortly for more cricket. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello there. Welcome back to Malta. Well, we're expecting a bit of a break. Weren't expecting it to be this long. But the good news is the covers are off and looks like we'll get some cricket underway pretty shortly. And remember, probably about 3 hours ago since we left you. And the idea was that we go into the third match of the day. And that was abandoned due to rain, so we head straight into the fourth match of the day now. It's match 60, Malta versus Victoria Lions. For the moment anyway, these teams split the points in match 59. I know they're working really hard on some solutions to replay some of these matches. But the news from the toss is that Malta won the toss and they've decided they want to have a bat. So both these teams still without a win. And yeah, Malta, as it stands, have 5 points all from washouts. And Victoria Lions have 3 points all from washouts. So 102 to 76. That's the expected score. Just have a look at the two lineups. I just saw Sujesh Apu's come in for the Victoria Lions, so a really handy player, formerly of the Knights, of which are a team which are always around the mark in ECS tournaments. For Malta, though, looking at their team, probably open up with Kostler. Fanya Mughal is always dangerous as well with the bat and ball. Niraj Khanna will have the gloves. As Johnny Grimmer that is, he may already be in Greece because it is his birthday this week. We do expect to see him back in week 4 sometime. Not sure if he's gone just yet, but that would explain his absence. But happy birthday to David Athwell, who is celebrating a birthday today. And I know that because I've already had some of the cake. But yeah, plenty of good players to watch out for. Victoria Lions, their captain Milton Devasia, he's a man who will play for the Maltese national team next week in the ECI. And apart from that, they have had some good performance, particularly Aji Wilson has been good with the ball. Owen John's having a very good series with the ball. They've definitely bowled better than they've batted the Lions. And the question will be, can they hold Malta to something reasonable? Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and welcoming back on his first day back on the daytime tour, at least in the ECS. Rico Full. Rico, yeah, 2 teams. To say they need to win is probably as big an understatement as you can get.
Yeah, hugely. And I was surprised. I mean, obviously I was paying close attention from Gibraltar to what was happening here. And Malta, well, for the 6 matches they have managed to play, lost all of them. So they're looking for their first win. Victoria Lions, the team making their debut in the European Cricket Series. Like you say, they've done good things, haven't they, out there with the ball, but the batting's been the issue. And it's nice to see Sujesh Apu there. He's a player that did relocate to the UK, but he's come in and making a guest appearance. That was nice to see him. And let's see if they can get something happening for them in this one.
He's meant to play on the weekend, but of course those matches were washed out on Saturday. But yeah, great to see Sujesh. Hope he's going well. No stranger to ECS cricket. I think they'll probably open up with their 2 most effective bowlers in Alwyn John and Aji Wilson. Alwyn John getting the first over. Noah Kostler, been a bit hit and miss. Interestingly, they've gone for Niraj Khanna at the top of the order instead of Fanyan Mughal. Khanna's had some good innings as well, but yeah, no one has really been able to perform consistently for Malta. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Just a slight delay to the scheduled start time by 10 minutes. But we are getting underway. 10 over aside match still, despite that 10-minute delay. Let's shake, rattle, and let's roll. Cricket back on the park, and Kostler, he's not happy with something.
Yeah, looks like there's something behind.
Is it the bowler's hand?
What's he? He's seen that bandage, and I think I can understand Kostler saying, he said, all right, I don't mind you covering up a cut, but it's a white bandage, which is going to interfere with
genuinely
the ball.
bothered him because he went in, as he saw the hands come together in the action, he saw the white strapping, so it kind of confused it with the ball. So you can understand that. Yeah,
I mean, that makes sense. And really, it's up to the batter. I've seen this a few times. Some batters, it doesn't bother them. But he's saying to John, nah, I think I'm going to remove it.
Be a wide start. But yeah, see the way that Alwyn John bowls, the hands do come together just for a moment when he's loading up to bowl. And so you can understand when the hands then come apart just before the action, then it can be a bit distracting to see that white tape on the non-bowling hand. Well, that's wild. That is a no ball, which is also a wide, but the no ball take precedence. Has also gone for 4 byes. And
oh no, it's going for a swim, that ball.
That's a disaster, really.
It's going into our makeshift lake. There's the covers that were doing their job, but now, well, the ball is going to come back even wetter, so it's double trouble for the bowler.
He said, if You want me to take my bandage off? I'm going to take the control switch off. That was a dangerous delivery. Look, you can understand as well. Yeah, it's been a little bit slippery out there. The bowlers have to watch themselves, but I think it's up to you as a bowler to make sure of your footing, even if it means you have to bowl a little bit slower.
But that one was a disaster. I mean, the poor wicketkeeper has had buys go against his name.
Worst rule change ever. I don't know where the petition was.
Pushpan Garden must be saying, how can that go to me?
Free hit.
Oh, and it's on the lid. And it was a free hit, it was, but it was John who gets the free hit as he wraps Gosler on the lid. Boom. Take that, he says.
Well, we've had a dead ball for a bandage. We've had a beamer, and now we've had a batter lidded. And that's the first 2 minutes of match 60. And never mind a free hit. The bowler's saying, well, I'm going to hit you.
Exactly. And that would certainly be signalled as one for the over as well. So John, once again. And Gosler says, yeah, I might be shaken, but I'm still keeping a cool head as he just defends this away. And Pepper Bites. I don't know if you can see the one of the sponsors for Victoria Lions. Pepper Bites. Nice. Cornwall chance. And has he got his man here? I'm wondering here whether the ball's on the deck. He doesn't take it.
Because, I mean, from the back, it did look like he holds on to this.
Yeah, there's the Pepper Bites. I'll come back to that in a moment. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it certainly looked like he's taking this gap because it wasn't a difficult one. It was straightforward and easy, but this will be better. Let's see. All right, just drops it for him, and the next ball after that was the wide. So just having a few issues. Well, this is the chance.
Didn't carry in the end.
And the next one is a wide delivery. Oh, hang on a minute.
Well, here we go.
It's been called no ball. So
must be for a field. Must be for illegal field. So only 2 allowed out.
A bowler not amused.
It's been worth the wait. Getting your money's worth in this
what
first
an over
over.
this is. And there you go. Well, hang on a minute. I want to see this side on. I want to see it side on, yeah. If this is above the shoulder, it'd be called a no ball.
Has to be a no
the
ball.
The one that hit him on the head
This has to be over the shoulder, in which case it's the second one for the over.
Yeah, that's got to be called a no ball.
That's definitely.
Yeah, because that's a ruling here, folks. 2 is what the bowler's allowed.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there's discussion. Good work.
Howard said, but that's what I do on free hits. And Noel's going, how many balls to come? There's 3 to come. Yeah, you can't argue the first one because it lidded him.
I think he's been told here, hey, Prajapati, the umpire, Abhishek Prajapati, like to see him out there. He's the man in black. He's just having a word with the bowler saying, any more of that, you're off.
Well, another free hit.
Slow delivery, being whacked away, and it will get 4 runs. And it's in the covers once more. Oh, watch out. Be careful in there because you go flying. Well, that's going to be nice and wet. And
well, I know this weekend is cricket on ice in Switzerland, you know. It's almost ice skating here when the ball keeps going over the covers. Yeah, it's a bizarre first over, really.
It's not over yet. Not a smile on the face there. For Noel Gosler.
Yeah, he has more runs than clonks on the head now, so that's what he wants.
First runs at the bat, that was. So that takes us to 12.
What's going on? Well, the Lions, brand new team to the competition. Marsa, 3-time champions.
Nice leave there. Proper authentic lead. Probably thinking, well, we've got 12 on the board already. I can afford this to go by.
Hello to Tarek, who's watching. He's asking, is this the only game? This will be the last game from Malta today. But we do have cricket coming from Gibraltar straight after this.
John gets a Yorker in. Good delivery. Nicely played out. Like the way that Gosler just maintains his body shape. It doesn't get the single. He's disappointed because he looks like he wants it. Now, these two, though, Vinny, they've had the issues with the running between the wickets, haven't they?
Sure have. Anyway, first over is finished eventually. It's 12 for no loss. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us on social media. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Rico at Rico Fool. Don't forget to follow at European Cricket for all the latest. And there's a lot happening in the world of European cricket at the moment. Got the series here in Malta. We've got the night series in Gibraltar, which is into its last week tonight. We've also got international cricket coming from here and from Gibraltar, men's and women's. We've also got the Champions League, which is the ECL coming up pretty shortly as well. So get involved. So Chris mentioning there's been a lot of rain. Just to explain to everyone, this is actually match 60. So match 59 has been abandoned. And I know there will be an attempt to resuscitate some of the games that have been lost to rain. I think we're up to about 17 now. And we'll see Anyway, Archie Wilson is going to bowl. And he's going to bowl the second over.
Always good to see a left armer. And you're going to see a bit of that as well as the fielder comes in. Gerald Peter losing his footing, charging in at the ball. Yeah, Pepper Bite, listen.
Yeah.
Pepper Bite's their sponsor.
Yes.
For Victoria Lions. And of course, all teams want sponsors. So Pepper Bite sponsor them. As soon as they got the shirts, who's out of business? Pepper Bite. That's not a good sign, is it?
Are you
it's
serious?
not a good sign
They
for
look
the
so
Lions.
new, those shirts. They're great strips. You can't actually see the detail on the trousers either.
Yeah, so my tip there is, as we see this delivery.
So we say don't sponsor cricket teams, is that what
No. My advice is, so that's this one. Good bit of fielding, but it does get there. Yeah, Pepper Bites forget. So Pepper Bites, but they're also sponsored by a garage.
Okay.
I would say don't take your car to the garage.
This is, I don't know if you can see the trousers. They're not actually black. They've got black with kind of these kind of slightly lighter hues. Victoria Lions.
Yeah, this is the replay of the one they get there, but
Get there easily.
yeah, there's a bit of an avatar about this.
Yeah.
Swing through the line of the ball, and mid on will do the fielding.
So Tarek's in the chat. I noticed that he always tends popping around now because he loves random questions. It is random question time. Last game of the day. So we are into the last game of the day by default. Michelle saying we didn't hear Maximo. Well, you just had to be tuning in early when Ajit Soman hit 4 of them in a row.
Yeah.
Still couldn't pull it out of the fire for the Warriors, who split their series. We've already had a golden ball today. Bit of everything. Had an unexpected rain shower that just wouldn't go away. But you want to say big hello to everyone out there. Throw the random questions in. I don't mind. You can ask me anything. Jumps me to see the extra bounce in this pitch. Bit of fancy work from the keeper, Push Mangana. He's been one guy that stood up with the bat for the Victoria Lions. I think they need him probably top of the order, I'd imagine. Sujesh Apu brings a lot of experience to them as well in his guest appearance. Got Devasia, the captain, who can certainly get after it. But, Marsa, he'll be a bit jumpy. And yeah, Kostler's had an interesting sort of time where he's played some good shots, but in between, there's been a lot of balls he hasn't scored off in this series. This is Cunner at the moment.
And gets a toe end of the bat. Fielder coming across, and we'll get there. So it gets a bit lucky. This is one that if you have a slip deployed, every opportunity, no chance for the keeper. But it's right at the toe end. Gets a little bit lucky. That's the batter, Kana.
Yeah, right down towards the bottom of the bat. So, Marsa, surely they opened their account here. No disrespect to the Lions, but the Lions have never even won a game on ECN. They've had a rough time of it so far. They have had their moments, though. The last ball, the over for Wilson.
Sort of drags his across. And, he's normally a good stroke player of the ball. Oh, Kosler, maybe that's just a sign he's just playing a little bit too early. End of the second over. 18 without loss. Get a chance maybe to look at the standings here.
Yeah, we can have a look. Yes, and if you're a fan of no results, then you'll enjoy what we've seen so far in the last few days. Some teams up to six matches rained out now. But look, here's the thing. I know they'll do their best to get as many of those resuscitated as possible. And we'll have to see. Lots of options are being looked into. We're trying to at least get the teams as many of the 18 matches as possible completed. Anyway, both these teams at the bottom. And don't forget the bottom 2 will be eliminated. It's unthinkable to think the previous champions would not even make it out of the group stage, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, previous champions, they've done it. They've done a hat-trick of wins out here. And I think without the AUM side playing in this series, the team that they've been twice in the final, they probably fancy themselves again. And Abu will come on to bowl here. Chooses Abu. Let's see how he gets on. Usually a very economical bowler. And starts with a nice full Yorker length delivery.
Yeah, so the only tournament that they didn't win was when the Super Kings played. It was in the middle of 2022. But they did win a bit of an upset, I suppose, if you want to call it that. The Knights hadn't lost a game in 2020, and then Master beat them in the final in 2021. Master got knocked out to Sweetie, which then was a huge upset in the June tournament. But they did win later in the year, and then they won it last year in a rain-affected final.
Oh, that's a beautiful seed there from Sujesh Apu, just getting this one right up there, drawing Kosler into the shot. Kosler sort of plays his half-heartedly. And yeah, that's a very good delivery.
Good area. It's a dangerous area to put at this stage of the innings, especially against a player like Kostler. Even the shots he's hitting, you know, hasn't really been hitting the middle of the bat for him. It's a tough place to be. We've seen a few guys struggling with their timing all through the day.
Apu goes wide, the crease, angles this in. Kostler, who manages to play this away, moves into 7 or 14 deliveries, so these two really need to get going. Niraj Khanna, he's somebody who can, I mean, on his day, he hits the ball so sweet and can really give them the acceleration that they need.
Look at those trousers. Look at this, the whole strip.
I like the detail of it. I really do like it. Like I say, it's very much the avatar.
Very different. Matthew's Auto Garage, though, they've got the premium space up the top.
Chance goes down. Oh, what an opportunity that is. And a chance to run out the other end. And once again, these two continuing to have their problems. Well, that's a chance, I think, for Tamil Selvan. I think he puts the catch down. And then he has a shot.
Yeah.
Watch this. I mean, they're doing the hokey pokey in the middle as the throw comes in.
That hits. I reckon he's just short. Kostler living dangerously. Apu will be wishing that one was held, but he doesn't have a wicket. Still bowling a very good over here in the third. Lions roaring back into contention.
Takes a little step outside the off stump this time, but not the desired outcome. Long on doing the fielding. Good solid performance so far from the Lions in the field. This is what they do. I mean, that catch being dropped, though, that's going to hurt them. Let's see how important that can turn out to be.
Golden ball seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? It was earlier this morning. There's that. You see, there's those little birds. They eat the bugs that eat the grass. It's the circle of life. They do make a few holes as well on this surface. Last ball for Apu.
He just lobbed this up in the air, and the fielder, well, it doesn't move quick enough. It's almost like he gets sunk into the ground, and that's a Vimal Pillai. I think he needed to get here, you know, just a little bit. I think he's got caught going forward and couldn't go backwards.
Yeah, couldn't really click it into reverse, I think. You can understand it's difficult to change direction with the rain we had in the middle of the day. Anyway, into the power play. 21 for no loss. Just have a look at this third over. And the second, I suppose. Really bringing it back. 12, 5 and 4 in the power play.
Yeah, nicely done. Hey, you know, I always like to have a bit of a moan about things now and again.
Oh, yeah. We haven't had an old man moan from you in a bit.
We do a lot of flying, don't we? And this is one for you. No, I always talk about people when they get up early and they don't get anywhere. What about this one? What is it with business class? I mean,
I wouldn't know, but
business class people, well, I know because I sat in the row behind business class.
Okay.
Right? So you're in business class. Everything's the same seats, the same everything. The best thing is, though, so they get sat down, and of course, the stewardess then pull the curtain across. Small is after this delivery. It's in the air. Will this go to hand? So excellent effort from the fielder. That is a superb dive forward. And that's this Rajan.
Wow, Rajan.
What an effort this is.
There. We talked about the difficulty of the footing. He basically makes a chance out of absolutely nothing here.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about aeroplanes. Well, this one was an aeroplane takeoff. Look at this. Comes charging in. A bit of a crash landing. What a catch that would have been.
Great effort. That's what I like to see from Lions, even though it didn't stick.
Yeah, superb effort. Wilson continues this time. Oh, well, this is going to be... would have been out if it was a direct hit. Well, this is just suicidal running. Fire
up the barbecue, because for all the singles they didn't take, Khanna, I don't know whether he ate the slice of birthday cake Kostler wanted or vice versa, but have a look at this. He just pushes and runs, and Kostler would have been gone, and the bowler misses an underarm for about 4 metres. That would have been gone.
Well, this is why bowlers bowl overarm, not underarm, because he's well off target.
I haven't forgotten about your rant.
No, I'm going to go back to my rant. There's too much happening here at the moment. Well, this is more straightforward. And in comes the throw. Yeah, so
Kostler cops it again.
Business class, they pull the curtains over, but I'm sat in the row behind. I can see everything. They have this wimpy little curtain which comes across the seats in front of you. You can see everything.
Sounds like jealousy.
No, it's not jealousy. I'll tell you why. And don't forget, they then close the curtains as well to the main walkway, right? But to me, as this one is banged into the deck and goes over the stumps, to me that is like going to a fancy restaurant.
Yeah.
Paying the extra.
Yeah.
And then they give you this lovely table. And where is that table? I'll tell you where that table is. That table is right next to the toilets, because if you want to go to the toilets in an aircraft, you have to keep walking through business class. So you have to open the curtains and walk through business class to get to the loo. So why would you book business class? It's like the worst seats in the house, isn't it? 4 runs, 4 carreras. That's a better shot.
We interrupt this rant to bring you this boundary, and it was unexpected, wasn't it? Because these two have struggled to get going. But this is more of what we know from Cunner through the V, gets 4, and takes him to double figures. Okay,
so
I've got a few issues with this.
All airlines have that. The business class is at the front. But if you want to go to the bathroom, you go through, you open the curtains and walk through, go to the bathroom. And then, of course, you're in business class and everybody's queuing up there while you're trying to have your champagne and your caviar, waiting to go to the loo. Yeah. Best seat on the plane, is it? I don't think so.
I understand what you're saying. It's the end of the 4th over. It's 29 for no loss. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Most planes that go any kind of distance, they have toilets at the back or the front. So I haven't actually ever seen one that has the front and not the back with the business class. So I don't know what kind of aircraft this was. Number 2, you don't really know business class like I know business class, because on these huge intercontinental flights, business class is a real step up.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it's got its own floor on the plane now on the A380. They've got seats that will go flat.
Yeah,
like you can lie down. So I think in Europe, the business class thing is a bit of a rot.
Yeah,
because you're not really getting anything. Like
I think you get free grub and a drink, I think. That's it.
Yeah,
and you get sat next to the toilets. Nice.
Yeah. So
okay, we've got a bit of spin.
All right, yeah, and it's going to be Devasia, the captain, to bowl.
And he gets launched, and it will go all the way. Balle, 6 carreras, una cita, the first of the innings. And that'll do nicely, says Niraj Khanna. You can bowl that to me again.
Yeah, change of pace, change of pace. Wasn't a bad ball, really, from Milton. When he hit the stumps, Khanna takes the chance, gets away with it. Maybe I'll ask people in the chat, why don't you have an old man rant? You don't even have to be old. You don't even have to be a man. Give us your best old man rant. All right. Wayne liked it. Hashtag Rico rant. Milton with the comeback.
Oh, gets away with it. Oh, this is I don't know about this, Vinny. What you reckon? I reckon it just sneaked inside.
Umpire's call from me. Let's have a look.
I mean, the keeper doesn't have to move.
Can't really tell from that angle. Didn't see it straight on, but
consistency. Well, this is
yeah,
on the legs.
they've been consistently pretty harsh.
Oh, bit of a boo-boo. Will they come back for 2?
Oh, these two.
It's all happening out there. First the misfield, then these two. Lack of communication again. They just haven't got it together, have they?
Credit to Khanna. He sees the misfield and says, you know what, I'm going to go. But he forgets to kind of look again until about now. But in which case, he almost sold it to Kostler.
I want to see these two on the dance floor. I think they'll be brilliant. Khanna and Kostler is whipped away. Should be fielded.
Yeah, they don't know who's leading, do they? If these two are dancing together.
Yeah, they'll have to, both of them wear steel toe caps because they'll be stepping on each other's toes for sure.
Still waiting for some rants. Anyone got some old man rants? Like I said, doesn't matter who you are. I want to hear them. I'll try and think of one myself.
Full toss, and this one is a chance. And
hit the edge of the pitch, which was tough for the fielder. Because even if you pick that up on the bounce, I think Khanna was struggling at the bowler's end.
Yeah, I think that was just Apu that's coming in, and doesn't quite. I don't think he sees it early enough to turn it into a catch, but he does well walk into it and just stop it getting past him.
For a team that won 3 trophies, they certainly don't look like it at the moment, do they, Marsa? Still, no wickets lost.
Yeah, the communication just not there. The throw comes in.
Let me call John the bookmaker. Give me everything I've got on run out. First dismissal.
And listen, has everybody been able to keep the Super Bowl result a surprise for you?
Yeah, I've just wanted fake Super Bowl news. Okay, this isn't really a rant. I see that Amar Sharma is in the chat. Now, I want to know, I've got a question for Amar.
Okay.
Because something appeared on social media and also happened yesterday. Well, short, and he tries to go over the top and does go over the top. This is a proper plug job, though, isn't it? The balls are coming from the air. They're not rolling. And so it'll be 2. They do run pretty well that time. And it's the end of the 5th over. It's 42 without loss. And just have a look at this. Balls that run across the ground actually do skate pretty quickly over the outfield. But balls that come from the sky, bang, actually goes backwards after it bounces. It's got a big dirt mark on it as well. Yeah, this is the beauty of the long season. Hey, coming up tonight, Entertainers and Pirates. My weather scouts on the ground say there's no issues with the weather there, except for the fact it's probably going to be blowing the ball all over the place. Entertainers and Pirates should be a good one, and that'll start pretty much straight after this game finishes. So 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India.
Yeah,
so,
that'd be a good one. Entertainers are on a high at the moment. They're unbeatable. Everything they do is just great. And Avinash Pai, he scored another half century yesterday. He's in good form.
Yeah.
Rui Bruce is there as well. They do look very strong and talented. And the Pirates, well,
They've been pitching games. They've been pitching games off Rugby CC, but they'd love to beat Entertainers, though. They'll have a really good idea of where we are. So, Amar, my question for you: why on the last ball of the game, on a high ball, did you take both your wicket-keeping gloves off and then drop the catch? Well, I know you didn't drop the catch on purpose, but why did you take your gloves off? Was it just panic? Now, Amar's been asked to keep this series, and he's the first to admit, he said, well, I'm not a keeper.
Yeah.
But he's actually done some pretty good things, but that was one that made us chuckle. They won the game, so there's that. Wide. Yeah. So I want to know what he was thinking. But anyway, his rant was the toilet is designated for the flight deck and business class passengers only. I think the business class crew were not vigilant enough to notice you there. Well, there you go. So maybe you just have to hold it if you're up the back. You're not meant to be through the curtain.
Oh, there you go. Well, I tell you, people are going there. And what about the curtain in front of you? I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean,
the classist society we live in still.
Yeah, it's like you're supposed to, you know, when you're supposed to go to school and the girls are supposed to put a long skirt on, you know, that covers your knees. Well, this is like, forget that, I'm just going to wear a mini skirt. It doesn't cover anything. It's just like putting a little bit of, I don't know, material across.
Yeah.
You can see everything. This guy in front of me, I could see everything he was doing.
It's like, you know,
I saw what he had for dinner and everything.
Don't ask me how I know this, but I'll talk about it in a minute. It will be a wide for sure. He's been pretty consistent. I think the last one hit the line as well. It's like when you go to the solarium and they give you, like, I think it's called like a disposable little bit of underwear, right? And I think it's about the same amount of coverage that your little curtain gives you.
It is pointless. It really is. Hello to Kitty as well out there. Hope you're well.
Yeah, okay. Kitty, nice to see you. She's sick off work today. That's a very Australian thing to pull a sickie, as we call it.
It's a thick edge and aiming to get in the gap, but he's going to overrun this. No, he gets there. I like the ducking. That fielder there.
Yeah,
that fielder there he's the team ducker, because whenever anybody gets the ball, he's the first one who goes down.
Well, it's either duck or be mown down by the ball. This is them hustling through for the run, but yeah, the fielder went back and he almost had the ball thrown into his head. Lucky he did get out of the way in time.
Yeah, here we go. This is the first down. We've got time for all of this. But here, watch he goes. Down he goes. The thing is, he ducks after he goes past the man front. Maybe he's going to throw it backwards.
Duck the arm as well. It's another wide. And yeah, he does step across to it, but it's not a pre-movement. Yeah. Anyway, Jay is back. Just read the ECN internal newsletter. Thank you, Jay, for your work with that. Got Johnny G, not the Johnny Grimmer, but John Gray in the chat as well.
Hello, Jay. Well, Jay's a man. He spent a bit of time in Gibraltar, and I think Jay, he went up there, up the rock, and had a good time. He was telling us about, he had a fantastic time with we won't call them monkeys, the apes, the Barbary apes.
Oh.
Maybe, Jay, you could tell us about the time you had up there. Maybe send us through, did you take any pictures? You can send some pictures through the video, you know, you can put them up.
Yeah, so just saw that Kitty is actually sick, so it's not a fake sickie. So hopefully you're feeling good. Hopefully you can get you through the day. Also plenty of cricket to come in Portugal tonight.
Come on, everybody.
There's some trousers that'll get you in a good mood.
Give Kitty a big imaginary social hug. Make it feel better as this one is blasted out of here. Volley, 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 brrr. Big hit, and that one has come sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of glab jambu.
Well, I was just about to say it's probably one of the least convincing opening partnerships for 50 I've ever seen, because they've tried to run each other out about 4 times each. There's been a couple of drop catches and a bit of luck, but there's nothing lucky about that shot from Kana. That was blasted.
Well, then he tries to send this one to the moon, misses out on it, doesn't get his footwork going at all. Should have been looking to hit this on the offside, really.
Back to the drawing board. So, okay, speaking of the monkeys / apes, I've got a bit of an ape update from my time off.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because, you know, I went down to Australia in the surrounds.
Oh, it's probably a chance, is it? It hasn't got the middle. Oh, look at that. Well, that ball. Well, I know you just mentioned Australia. That almost went through to Australia, all the way through.
Well, don't they say if you dig far enough, you'll get to China? Oh, I think this ball's halfway to China.
Watch this. It just plugs. That's a plug.
Perfect pitching wedge with a little bit of backspin. It actually genuinely goes backwards from where it bounces. No chance for a catch.
Kozlak, I think he knows he needs to get moving here. Down the leg side, it won't be out.
Pitches outside leg stump, even though I think it was hitting. Into the over, it's 58 without loss. So firstly, before I go to monkey news, Amar says he was really happy they won the game. In fact, they defended 65, so they did really, really well. He said he was a bit late to realise the catch was mine. I was already on my way to remove the gloves to shake hands. And yeah, in the end, it was comical. Well, he takes off both gloves to shake hands. That's something else. Anyway, Apu's still got an over. And so does Alwyn John. Devasi and Kumar probably the concern with the 4th and 5th bowler, but I mean, they're hanging in there at the moment. Lions still get to take a wicket. Okay, here's my monkey news. So as a few people know, I went down to Australia for Christmas. See my family, see my friends. I don't get down there very much. I was even recognised in a few different places in Australia. That was a bit interesting as well.
Okay.
I had a few people do the double take when I introduced myself. They said, hold on, are you Mr. Maximo? So
you see,
that
fame. I told you it will happen to you
some of the most
day.
remote places you'd imagine as well.
He waits for this and he clonks this and he goes all the way. There's a fielder there, but he can't do anything about it. He has to fetch it. So there's Kozla now deciding that he's going to get in on the act. I like the way he waits for this and he clobbers this out of the middle of the bat. Once again, it's too short and Devasia's first ball goes to the boundary once more.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what it is with Devasia. Maybe just needs to put a bit more pace on the ball. Just seems comfortable hitting pace at the moment. Either that or maybe really slow it down. Trying to juice a miss hit.
Okay, after this ball, you've got to finish your ape story.
Yeah, I'll get there. Bit faster. It's a good adjustment from Milton. Because he's going to be playing internationals next week, so there's very little margin for error. Okay, so part of my trip, I had a trip within a trip, and I went to Bali for a few days. And there they've got this monkey forest, which is kind of, the monkeys are free to come and go, right? But they tend to like to go to this bit because there's a lot of tourists there, right?
Yeah.
These monkeys. I mean, I've seen the monkeys in Gibraltar. I've been up there, apes, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
I've seen them steal bananas off children. They're pretty good. These Indonesian monkeys were amazing.
Yeah.
I saw you're not really meant to touch them, but one of the guys was kind of holding out his hand to see if it would give him a high five.
Yeah.
It sneaks up to the guy, fakes him a high five and picks his pocket. Anyway, this is up. Another catching opportunity. This one's held. That's a really good catch by Vimal Pillai. He's been very, very good in that region, even in difficult conditions. And yeah, he shows himself. So finally we have a wicket here in match 60. And it's Cutter that goes for 28. He's out of lives at 65 for 1.
Well, Pillai, I don't think he's going to take this catch. This ball is so far away from his body. I'm thinking, no, he's not going to take this. But somehow he holds on to it. That is a really good catch from Vimal Pillai. And that's the end of Niraj Khanna. 28 of 19 from him. But look, I don't think this is a bad time for him to go, because I think this is Mughal who's coming out now. And we know he, on his day, is probably the most dangerous batter. So,
for sure. And I think he'll enjoy this kind of bowling as well, because he likes to hit a lot of things on the onside. It won't be too quick for him. Devasia. No, he'll sense an opportunity as well that he can double down. Remove another dangerous member of the top order. Here's Fanyan.
Oh, this is launched into and it would go all the way, and that's what he does, just as we called it. That's being in the cow corner. Boom! Shakalungia!
Yeah, what a shot. And this is exactly what we said. The crystal ball's working. And I'll tell you what, the cricket ball might be lost in there. That's pretty much got all the way to the tennis court. How things can change for Pillai. He's a hero 1 minute, next minute he's searching for the ball in the bushes. But yeah, handy runs for Marsa. Yeah, okay, gives me time to give you.
Let's hear this.
I saw an ape pick a pocket, but there was nothing in his pocket. It quickly picked it and ran away, just in case there was a phone there or whatever. I also saw one running up a tree, a huge tree, like 40-metre tall tree.
Yeah.
So it's a rainforest area with a pair of sunglasses. And I actually got warned already, don't wear sunglasses, don't wear anything.
Tall as that one?
Taller.
Taller. Okay.
And I was like, that's weird. maybe it's had those sunglasses right. I'm not thinking, what's a monkey doing with sunglasses? Is there like a black market for it? Do they, do they wear them? I mean, they do share 98% of our DNA. Wait for this ball for Devasi. He tries around the wicket. And last ball of the over. I think McGahl wants as much of the strike as possible. He'll keep it. 6 and 1 for him. And Devasi is done. Goes for 27, but does pick up the only wicket of the game so far. It's 72 for 1 after 7. Tomorrow, we'll see what we've got on the rack. And I know that you'll be here. Corey will be here as well. He'll be back after his day off. The first ever Gozo derby in the ECS world. It's Gozo's Army taking on Gozo CC in the morning. Amada Day taking on Royal Strikers in the afternoon. Everything's a bit subject to change at the moment. I know they're trying to squeeze extra games in, but that's what it looks like at the moment. And the plan would be to start at the same time, 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. And in particular, Raw Strikers have been in really good form. Mudda Day a little bit disappointing compared to last time where they've been right up the top. But yeah, join us for another day of ECS action. Yeah. So the monkey's running up with the sunglasses. Then I get up the hill and there's a bit of a crowd of people. And yeah, just look at the monkeys like you do in this part. Sujesh is back. And this is miles in the air. Well, good luck catching this. I don't know if it'll carry in the end. It's another plug job. Get your shovel out now. There could be a run out.
He doesn't have the ball.
Yeah, so I thought they went further off the bat, but in the end it was grounded in the infield.
I think everybody was trying to find where that ball went, and you just have a look at Kosler's bat. I think he would have been short if the ball was taken here by Apu.
Yeah.
This is good work from that man who took the catch earlier. Really good, Vimal Pillai. Gets the underarm throwing quickly. But the bowler, look, guilty of not getting behind the stumps. Look, you see the reactions.
Well, he starts there, but then feels like he has to go to get the throw. There's a bit of talk about asteroids in the chat. What about the meteor craters that these kookaburras are leaving on the field?
I know this one's down the leg side. Not a good delivery. He's well hit, and the fielder, well, he can't get down and stop it. So there's going to be 4 runs, and that was, well, it's a gundy ball down the leg side. And someone like Fine Mughal, he's going to put it away. So 4 more to him. The fielder, I think he just had to go down here, and he doesn't. He tries to stop it, gets past him 4. But look, I know a lot of our viewers of watching our fan code will know parts of India like Shimla, for example, and the monkeys there. Well, I tell you what, they work. I mean, they're gangs, and they work. The way they work, it's that they're just master thieves. They're There's no other way to describe it. Some will distract you. They think they're being really cute. The others will come. They'll open your rucksack and take whatever they want.
I was hands in the pockets the whole time. And when I parked my scooter, someone had left a backpack there. I saw one try and open the zip for about 5 minutes. They can open zips on bags. But the sunnies up the tree, that was the best one. I went up and there was a young couple, and people would come and go. I noticed this couple stayed there. And I said, "Are they your sunglasses?" She said, "Yeah, they're my sunglasses." Just stole them off. And then this guy had a slingshot, and he was trying to get this monkey out of the top of the tree. It was miles in the air. It was 40 meters high. This is a hit down the ground. Takes some stopping. It won't be stopped. Just a bit too straight for the fielder. So another 4 runs, and McGahl's made such a big difference. You mentioned it, that perhaps the wicket was a blessing in disguise, because Funyun, he's looked good.
Yeah, this is a powerful straight pull, if you like, but he's hit that, as you said, Vin, nice and straight. Nobody's going to stop it.
I just had this vision of him hitting with the sunglasses with the slingshot, and then, okay, you got the sunglasses back, but they're in about 10 pieces.
Yeah. Well, or you have visions of the monkey saying, well, you can throw little pebbles at me, I'm throwing coconuts back at you. That wouldn't work so well, would it?
Funny old world.
It is. Okay, back to the action. Short doesn't quite get hold of this. When they go for 2, think about it, but you can see Kosler saying, nah, let me have a go at this one.
Will Jennings saying some truly magnificent moustaches on display in this game. Forget the player of the match, give a Charlie Chaplin award instead. I tell you what, for me, Stevie Roy from Gozo CC, he's still my #1 moustache. Maybe it's tossed between him and Manuel Augustine from the Royal Strikers, who you'll see tomorrow. So yeah, moustache of the tournament should be an award, I think.
Looks to launch it, doesn't really get too much of it. It'll take the single. That will be the end of the over. So Sujasapu's spell goes for 16. Not badly, I still think, in this format. If you can get your 2 overs in and keep it under 20, you'll be pretty happy with that. But they know that with Fine Mughal, they're opening up. They're in danger of this score getting to around about maybe perhaps the 110 mark. 84 now for 1.
Jason in the chat, he's sent you the monkey photos, so if you flick them across to me, I'll get them on the broadcast in the second innings. All right.
Okay, thank you, Jay.
Looking forward to seeing Jay in person pretty shortly as well. You see how the scoring's picked up now. Some of those double figure overs struck together. Time for the 9th. And what's your best case scenario for Victoria Lions? Probably somehow keep it under 100 and bat out of your skin. But yeah, to be honest, their batting has been a bit rough so far. There's some of our new crew, in fact, all of our new crew there, except for Steph. We've got Mahel as well as Sully and Nilkesh with us now. Stephen Gooch joined us as tournament referee.
Oh, this is up in the air. It's a chance, and it's well taken, well held, and never looked like he was going to drop it. Krishna Kumar, good work from him, and we see another wicket go. Well, we know, cause I think he does the right thing here, Noel. 23 of 25 deliveries, and he just decides, okay, I've got to go for this. Maybe somebody, I don't know, wonder we're going to see maybe someone like Harun Mughal
maybe
come out, use the long handle as well.
A few options, to be honest. Got to say, we talked a little bit about monkeys picking pockets. And Krishna Kumar looks like a cat burglar with that beanie. You saw plenty of beanies in Gibraltar, didn't you?
Yeah, big
on
time.
The field. We saw the earmuffs as well. And we had a bit of it here as well. That time of year. Anyway, well done to the players.
Still, I've got to say this, the conditions in Gibraltar on a couple of days, I've never experienced cricket being played in conditions like that. There was one day where we had gale force winds. It wasn't actually raining, but it looked like it was raining because all of the mist coming over from the sea. It's quite incredible. This one's a swing and a hit.
Yeah, Harun Mughal does come to the crease at 4. Has a swing at this. Probably the one for the over, I think. Just eyeballing it. This will be a better look. Or maybe not.
Captain.
Maybe round shoulder height, maybe not above.
Captain comes out and joins his brother. Quite happy just to get back onto this. He'll have a go, I'm sure. And if he hit, Harun Mughal would have been gone. He turns around and thinks about coming back, but his brother, Fine Mughal, was still going. He couldn't get the brakes on.
Well, Harun has a bit of a habit of coming out this stage of the innings and getting run out. And this would have been no exception. If this hits, he's a dead duck.
Oh, look at that. Well, the picture tells the story. So close, he says. So close. But he makes it, Harun. No, he can't bowl there, because you bowl it there, you're going to have to fetch it. Full toss on the legs, smashed away. The second time he's been fed in that department, and the second time he does not disappoint Fahim Mughal. 4 more to him, and he moves to 22 of just 8 deliveries.
Made such the difference. In retrospect, if they knew he was going to hit him this well, they would have kept him opening, I think. And yeah, Kostler, he's been hanging around, but he's almost playing his way into the middle order, I think, when you've got Kana and Fahim Mughal available.
Oh, goes for the short delivery and bangs it in, asking the question. But I think this one...
Let's call this a wide, I think, for missing the leg stump.
All the height, which one?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think it was above his head. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It was just above the head.
But it's a good reply, but it's going to have to bowl it again. Sniff at this. Well, I tell you what, Fahim Mughal is going to go after him here. And misses out on it. Now, I wonder whether this one, let's have a look at this side on, what's the height on this line?
I think it's probably okay. Definitely takes off. It's an awkward ball to try and hit. Definitely an awkward ball to try and pull. Ooh. It's close. I think
he gets down there, doesn't he?
In his standing position, I think it's probably just okay. That's not.
That's not. That should be a no ball as well. I'm pretty sure this will get called. Yeah, it has been. It's a Gandhi ball. It's down the leg side. Well, not only does it get thumped to the boundary, but it's going to be a free hit, and you do not want to give Fahim Mughal the license to go the full Monty, because he will punish you.
Yeah, and look, don't forget, I think it was Alwyn John bowled one of these in the first over, right? So he's on his last warning. He's just got one more ball to go, though. He's got to get out of it. Just talking about Gibraltar, though, and the sea surf coming up over the cliff and all that. Apart from the fact that it must have been freezing and you'd had salt water spraying in your eyes, how magnificent is that venue?
Best view.
And it's like Titanic, right? You go out there on the lookout and it's like
the views are amazing. Absolutely amazing. There's no doubt about it. This one, well, he would have been appealing if it wasn't a free hit, I reckon, but he gets away with a dot. So the finish is 95 for 2 at the end of that. So 11 come off that one. So it was pretty decent one from our side, but they'll still be looking for this one. Look, the views, you're right. That's a Europa point. The views are sensational. On a good day, and I'm told that they're in Gibraltar for most of the time through the spring and the summer, the weather is glorious.
Oh, yeah.
It would be just absolutely magnificent. But, you know, there was one point when we were shooting some of the intros where the cameraman couldn't keep his feet. I
Yeah.
mean, you know the size
Yeah.
of Manav. Manav
Oh, yeah.
took off. Manav actually took off. We had to hold him down. It was so strong.
Here's Vimal Pillai getting a bowl. They're looking 100 and more here.
Haroon does the right thing and he says, no, you stay there. Yeah, that's right. You've got to have Fire Mughal on strike for these remaining 5 deliveries, and that's good from the captain. Haroon says, okay, I could take another one, but I'd rather have you on strike.
And of course you can see Africa from the tip of Gibraltar as well. And Morocco around 25, 26 kilometres away. He's swing and a miss. It's well bowled by Pillai.
Yeah, I think this comes out quicker than Fire Mughal is expecting. He's not got much of a run-up, but this goes through pretty quick, you know. Takes the batter and the keeper by surprise.
There's everyone jumping back.
And this one is short. It's Gandhi. It will go the difference. It's 6 more, and just like that, Marsa bring up the 100. 102 now with 3 deliveries to go. Every time they bowl short, it's got punished.
Yeah, you say short. I don't think it's that short. It's a little bit short. It's probably below stump height, but he's in now, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's got such a good eye. He just waits for the perfect moment and judges it. Maximo time. They are past the ton now. They've got time to get a few more yet.
It's a full toss. Is this one going to get in the gap? No, fielder does well. They want to take 2, surely. No, they decide not to. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, they should have.
You know you're running to the safe end. Is Fire Mughal. He has to get back there. Haroon Mughal, I think he needed to sacrifice himself.
He's got
here.
a bit of FOMO, to be honest, and he wants to.
Hits this and it plugs. Fielder comes in. They decide to keep it to the 1. So
I suppose it gets to the point where you do kind of want some runs for yourself, because no one will remember that when they look at the scorecard in the future. So he gets a 3rd run. Anyway, back to Fanyan. He'll try and finish things with a thump. Last ball coming up.
yeah, can they get to the 110? They should, because it's Stungandi. It's short and it will get belted away. And Fire Mughal smashes another one over the boundary rope. He'll finish on 39 and just 15 deliveries. The 110 comes up, 110. And Marta surely will believe that they're about to register their first victory in this series.
Yeah, well, any length has been punished, really, in that last over. And we go back to the beginning, and it was Kostler. It was ring-a-ding-ding on the side of the helmet. That was on a free hit, but he was the one that got hit. There's a weird first over, actually. It was almost a return catch to Alwyn John. And, well, Kostler survived that. In fact, he seemed to be able to survive everything, but he couldn't survive a slow strike rate, really. That was his only undoing in this innings. These two kept trying to run each other out for most of the first half of the innings, but they were never actually caught short. That was a great effort on the boundary, wasn't it, by the fielder to try and make that into something. How about that for a barbecue job? But the bowler missed 3 stumps. He'd want to see a 4th stump there. But look, here's the thing. Lions, even though they had moments where they seemed to be working their way back into the game, they couldn't get that crucial wicket. They couldn't get Fanya Mughal out there earlier. And once he did get there, they couldn't get him out.
Yeah, I mean, he played some good shots, didn't he? But I have to say, they didn't bowl very well to him. I mean, I can't remember any bowler trying to keep the ball outside the off stump. They all aimed at the stumps or down the leg side, and they just got punished. This was a really good catch. And Vimal Pillai, well, he certainly tried it, did his bit. Came on to bowl the last over, that didn't go his way. This one was another one. So they have taken the catches, Krishna Kumar this time. This one could have been.
Yeah.
He could have had Haroon Mughal.
I think in the end, what really takes this innings out of control, a couple of those high ones, obviously the free hit being cashed in there. But I just think, yeah, Mughal, you get him out there earlier, you get him out there with your spearhead still with the new ball, maybe he can force a mistake. As it was, there was no pressure on him. And then when they got it even slightly wrong to him, he was punishing, wasn't he? Ends up top scoring, 39 off 15 for him with 3 6s and 4 4s. Apart from that, you see the openers getting into the 20s.
Yeah, I mean, that's looking good. That's more like the master that we know. You've got the likes of Kosler and Kana giving them a steady start, and then they make way for the hard-hitting Fire Mughal. And he did not disappoint. 39 quick-fire runs of 15. 110 on the board. So Master, they're starting to get it right. And maybe it's David Atwell and his birthday cake that's got them started as we have a look at the bowling
I'm
figures.
predicting an Athwal wicket in the second innings of this as a birthday present. But the Lions won't be giving it easy. See, Alwyn John 1 for 19, occasionally a little bit off. tough though with those high balls. Not easy conditions to control the ball. Archie Wilson none for 13. Sujesh Apu bowled pretty well as well. None for 16. Devasi at the other wicket. But you can see there the 4th, 5th and 6th bowlers a bit more expensive than the top 3. And that made all the difference. 111 will be the target. The Lions chasing their first win in ECN cricket. Will Master opened their account. You'd imagine so, but anything can happen, and we've already seen it's a very unpredictable day here in Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, back after the break for the last innings from this island nation. Then we're off to the nation of Gibraltar for 2 more matches tonight. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground for the conclusion of this match number 60. Here's the final innings coming up of the day. Malta taking on Victoria Lions. Both these two teams have not registered a win in this series so far. Malta, 3-time champions and the reigning champions. Well, they've lost 6 on the spin. And, well, the Victoria Lions, they haven't done any better. They've lost 8 of the matches they've been able to play. So, Malta batting first, got the runs on the board, 110. The Lions, a team that have struggled to get scores over 70. Only one occasion they managed to do that. But they've got to try to get to 111. Yep, the Nelson for victory. See how they got on. It's Pradeep Pushpagarden to face the first delivery from the man who did all the damage with the bat, especially was destructive, Fahim Mungal. He's going to open up the left armour. If he can get those that ball to go across the right hander, his Yorker deliveries can be pretty difficult. And he does get a fair bit of swing, but he's bowling to the left hander this time round, so he'll be aiming to short of a length outside the off. Let's see how he gets on. Well, he goes very short. This will be called a wide. And that looked like a proper loosener from Fahim Mungal. Welcome back to everybody on the chat as well. Chris Smith, how are you doing, Chris? And Johnny G there as well. There's not the Maltese Johnny G. It's nice to have you with us for the final innings from here from Malta. But don't forget, 2 more matches coming on at Jib. This is going down the leg side. That's the movement I was talking about that Fahim Mungal can get. Yeah, remember in Gibraltar, listen, 2 classic matches. Entain is a team that are on a pretty good run. And Pirates, one team that probably can, if they play it right tonight, can pip them. Kenro Inesta will be the key, of course, with the bat. They've got 1 or 2 other key players as well. But if he's on song, he's the man who's hit the most boundaries out there so far. This is a bit short. This creeps up on him. Not able to get anything on that at all. Just looking at this field here, for me, I think Malta a little bit too defensive. I mean, I'd like to have a player in either side pretty close in catching positions, but you can see they've gone on the defence straight away on the leg side. I'd have somebody there. Mungal once more. It's down the leg side and missing out on these is the batter, Pushpagarden. Yeah, see that? Missing out on it, just needs to get his body in the right position and just use the timing, use the pace of Mungal against it. Pushpagarden this time gets bad onto it, so they will get the first runs off the bat. Pushpagarden gets a single, but got to try and stay up with this rate, because before you know it, I mean, it's already starting, of course, at the 1 at the 11, and if you don't get that, you get anywhere near it after the first, well, that will rock it up pretty quickly. And let's see how Kuma can deal with it. And Kuma played a good part in the field, took some nice catches behind the stumps. Niraj Khanna just directing the field. But yeah, I'd have a bit more pressure on them. They've done that here now. 2 men in close. Close mid-wicket and the offside. Good delivery. Much more comfortable, isn't he, bowling to the right-hander, Fahim Mungal. Gets this to go across the batter. A difficult angle, isn't it, for the left-handers to deal with. But I'm pretty sure he'll try to go just a little bit wider as well. Fahim here, maybe looking to get that off-stump Yorker delivery. And there's that movement away. And if you look at where the batter is, he's nowhere near the end of the over. Comes just 2 from it. His feet are way down the leg side, so he's taken himself away from the ball, and yeah, he can't get close. I mean, the only good result could have been there. There's a bit of a thick edge, and the ball raced down to the boundary. That is the end of the over. And well, we reset that today. My first match, and we got a golden ball. Vinny, that's how it works. The luck of Rico, eh?
Yeah, it's nice to be back with you, Rico, of course. And so we had 2 matches since the golden ball. Yeah, resetting the count up. 33 was the count this time. I'd like to see it maybe go down in single figures. See some close matches maybe tonight in Gibraltar. They deserve one.
They do.
Yeah,
we were so lucky when we were out there. We had so many close ones.
Yeah, so this is Arsan Arshad Yeah, Fanya Magal bowled a pretty good first over. This one just slides in and push McGowan. He's one guy that can hit boundaries, gets the 2 away. Yeah, so the Malta squad, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, and I can tell you that Fanya Magal is in that squad, I believe. Maybe we can get that up at some point, but yeah, looking forward to seeing how he goes. You can see how he's a handful with that new ball. He gets that, I wouldn't say reverse swing, but it's right to left swing for a left-hander. It's pretty unusual actually to see left-hander swinging the ball that way, but you can see certainly gives the batter something to think about.
Shot, short delivery, and this has been pumped and will go all the way. Nice hit, gets into position early and just, well, effortlessly helps this over the boundary road. This is a nice shot. This is more like it. I was saying he was trying to force it with the Fine Magal. I know Magal's probably just a little bit quicker, but that's the way to do it. Get yourself into position early and put it away. Nice shot.
Yeah, well, there he is. You can see him top right there, Fanya Magal. Mentioned there's 4 or maybe even 5 Southern Crusaders in that lineup that are playing in this tournament. So yeah, Fanya Magal gets a chance next week, and Varun Prasad, we saw him playing for Malta earlier in this tournament. Again, looks a little bit out of nick, but yeah, that'll be exciting. Of course, we're only what 6 or 5 days away now, actually, from the ECI. So yeah, bit of chat in the live chat at the moment about maybe mowing this grass. It's not so much that the grass is long; it's not. You can mow it as short as you like, but it's the actual surface underneath the grass which is soft. Because the balls that are rolling along the grass, they're actually rolling fine.
Yeah, it is. It's just very soft because of the amount of rain. And don't forget, they've had a record amount of rainfall in that 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's very soft underneath. And the grass, I mean, you can see it in the shot there. The grass, trust us, the grass is not long. Hello to Tim Redmond, who's in the chat as well. How are you doing, sir? Nice to have you with us. Taking on Haroon, who gets, well, he launches it. This hits the target. And we're going for a line review here. And that's probably because you see there not enough time for Andy Nowdy to get in the right position. But I think you'll see from here that the batter comfortably gets in.
He's being short. He's being sure, I should say. Just noticed that the first ball this over was a 1 short, so that hurts. So he's in. I think he just wondered if he grounded it short, grounded the ball, grounded his bat past the line or not. Because you see how he's in the air there?
Yeah. See it one more time here, and he runs pretty well, and he's watching all the time.
Yeah, see how that bat comes down in the crease first, and once he's in, then no matter what happens, even if he's in the air, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's a rule change if you're running or diving for your crease. Yeah, so hey Tim, hopefully you're well. Still plenty of cricket to go. Still 2 full matches plus this on ECN today.
He's short. They're trying to push for 2 here. Just wondering, they think about it, and they decide against it. But I like that. Both batters, they take the initial couple of steps. They putting pressure on the fielder who has to get the frame pretty quickly. And if it's a bad throw or the keeper don't take it, they've got the opportunity. I like to see that. So both batters are slightly, no, they're not hitting the boundaries that they need to. They're putting the pressure on. Long way up, should be keepers. He says, leave it to me, Niraj. And he fluffs it. Well, Johnny G, where are you when we need you? That one is not a highlight that Niraj Khanna wants to be shown again. He says, mera catch, mera falya, pare raho, sare pare raho, aaja, meri pyari. Oi, kidhar gayi? Lost it. And I like the way he just turns around and says, I'll just show you who I am.
Yeah.
End of the over.
Lost it in the sun. It's the end of the second over. It's 13 without loss. Well, he didn't go the Amar Sharma strategy of discarding both gloves, but maybe should have. Anyway, let's have a look at the table, and you can see Marsa hasn't been updated as yet, but you'd imagine they would fancy their chances of getting a win here. It'll take them to 7 points. And leaves the Lions really in the cellar, doesn't it? Because the bottom 2 teams are eliminated at the end of match 90. This is going to be Faisal Maros to bowl over number 3.
It's well struck. Oh, this is beautifully timed. 4 runs. What a lovely shot this is. And gets himself into position early, gets the whiff that he wants, and he carves this through the man at point and cover and gets 4 runs for it. So good starts at these 2. Just starting to find the rhythm. Really nice shot.
Well, to be honest, it's not that dissimilar to Marsa, who gave a few chances in their first half of the innings, but didn't lose wickets.
Oh, wild swing here.
Bit of a swing there. And yeah, well, you asked for the monkeys, and Jay sent in some pictures of the monkeys. Have a look at, number one, the monkeys, but number two, the view. It is something quite amazing, isn't it?
It's sensational. And yeah, Jay took a walk up to the top of the rock. This one gets played away. But you know that, I mean, we call it the rock. That's it disrespect.
Oh, no.
There's trouble. Big trouble. And, wow. He said, why didn't you throw it? Get him in the gloves, the mud. And he's right. It needed to be thrown into the gloves. And, well, Neeraj Khanna, I just get the feeling that if he takes these on the bounce, I think the batter would have got in. It needed to be a good, strong arm into his gloves.
I bet
Watch
they're not
this.
looking at each other. Yeah, he turns blind, and then you see that 45 Kumar was looking at the ball for a long time. You see, Khanna, he complains about the throw not being good, but you have to pretend the stumps aren't there, and if he caught that, he still could have run him out.
Okay, well, this could be out here now. Or has he got enough of this? No, he's got enough of it. It goes all the way. Harumangal. He punches the air in disgust as it goes over him. It's a nice hit. Pick it up, Haroon. Get it back. Well, after missing the opportunity, the batter has a big swing at this. That's Krishna Kumar. And he gets a maximum as he moves to 20. Just 9 deliveries.
So, look, that's exactly what they need. No doubt about it. They'll need more of it.
Captain.
Yeah, I think they rely very heavily on their top order, the Lions.
Slow delivery, good comeback from Mahrose.
A bit of chat about the running between the wickets technique. What I would say is if you're running on the grass, it can be a bit risky to slide your bat before the line because we've seen it plug in conditions like this. But if you're running on the artificial surface, which is where I'd be running, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think the footing is surer there. Then you can slide your bat properly, knowing you can get a good slide in. So that time he plonked his bat, but he plonked his bat just in. And once that happens, once it touches the ground, you're fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, I'm running on the artificial surface. This is the end of the power play, so 26 for no loss after 3, 2, 11 and 13 in the first 3 overs.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about the rocks. I mean, I don't know if you know, Vinny, but inside the rock of Gibraltar, there's 55 kilometres of tunnels and roads.
I haven't seen all of them. But
there's more inside the rock in terms of outside. It's quite amazing.
I've been in the rock and I've done the tour there.
Yeah.
Actually did it with, oh, there's Diana. There we go. She looks undercover today, doesn't she? No, I've actually did it with the late, great Bully. I did it with Bully and I did it with Rob. We lost Bully a little while ago. It was a bit shocking for our community. But, you know, he took us up there and went the old war tunnels. And there's so much of it you can do. There's a bit that actually says, look, if you need, from this point it's 20 minutes back, so turn around. Otherwise, you're going to be walking for another hour. You know, it's so intricate. Here's Surid Roy, who's into the lineup for Master. He starts with a wide.
Yeah, it starts with a wide. Yeah, and they've got, I mean, you can accommodate up to 16,000 people in that cave, and that's the people and supplies that could last for up to 6 months. It's quite amazing.
Yeah.
It really is. Short, Gandhi, and this is going to be another wide.
I reckon that's a no ball.
How many times does it bounce? Yeah. Does it bounce? What's the second bounce?
Yeah, second bounce is off the pitch, which normally wouldn't be a no ball, but see, this second one bounces definitely before the crease. So I reckon that's going to be a no ball, which means that you'll get a free hit at this. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, you can understand that. I still don't like that rule. I think you should be allowed 2 bounces.
Why?
Because it's more of an inclusive rule for, like, you know, kids cricket and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like it's rolling or anything. Anyway, let's giddy up. Not out. Can't get stumped off a no ball. The only thing here, I'm just curious, does he take this in front of the stumps? In which case it'd be another no ball. Yeah. Is there a snatch here? Look, there. Look,
it's going to be another no ball.
It's going to be another no ball here. I'm sure about it.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if they're having a look at this, but they might just...
He's gotten away with one here.
Oh, hang on a minute, hang on a minute. Oh, no. You don't escape us.
Yeah.
And, well,
I had my suspicions about that. Yeah, because look, this is actually arguably as much of a clanger with the gloves as Amar Sharma yesterday.
Yeah, that's crazy because you can't remember. You
can't even be stumped.
He's stumped. So why he's taking it and trying to get the stump in? This will be called. So already been guilty of one catch drop, which, well, you call it a drop when he didn't get his gloves to it. Now he's encroached way before the stumps. There you go, no ball. He's like a naughty school child.
Tell you who's not happy is Surid Roy. He said, hey, I finally got one to bounce just once. And now look what you've done to me.
Good work from the match officials. They're
Hand in the
working well
cookie jar,
together.
but the cookie jar was empty anyway.
Free hit, license to go to full Monty, and well, he plays at a wide delivery, but I suppose because he's moved so early, the umpire probably wouldn't have called it, but only gets a single, so it's Shuri's Roy, Shuri's Roy, I should say.
He goes from 3 off 0 to 4 off 1 now.
Yeah.
It's an odd 4. Anyway, yeah, Surid Roy is a guy we have seen a bit of on ECN before.
Okay, now to the left-hander. Let's really go after this, Pushpagarden. This will be another wide.
Yeah. So this guy we have seen play for the Maltese national team before. He's also played some cricket for the Super Kings. He's played for the Southern Crusaders as well. And of course, Marsa. And yeah, we're hoping he can get that control.
A little bit too short. Hits it well, and well, no, I think the fielder, what's the fielder? It's the fielder saying it's 4. He's saying no, it's not a 4. We'll have to double check.
I think he's putting out his hand just to try and to kind of break his momentum. But yeah, let's have a look when he touches the ball with his foot. Where is his foot? We'll get nice and slow here. And yeah, I mean, that to me is okay. Because you've got to give benefit of the doubt to the fielder.
Yeah, fine regard. Gets the foot there and does well.
To me, it looks okay.
It happens right in front of where the scorers and match officials are, so they've got a good view of this as well. Better flighted delivery there from Roy. That's what he needs to do. He's been a little bit too short. I think he needs to just back himself and give it a bit of flight, and he does. Just a single.
Yeah, Surid Roy, you can already see how much he's got his control back. It can't be easy coming in as a spinner. Coming in pretty cold.
Listen, it's just the case of just putting the bat out, and they'll take a. Oh, wow. I want to see the reaction here from Kano here after this throw.
I think
there was no need for it.
The same fielder fields it again. Because it bounces straight off the keeper's pads and straight back to him.
Watch this. The throw was harder than the shot, and he says, "Oh, yaar, ki kar ditta." He says, "Sorry, my bad."
Obviously, got someone else to do the second fielding.
Asking a question here, and he's going to get a wicket. So a little snick, and Krishnan Kumar will have to depart. And the lucky 2 they got ends up being unlucky for him because going back on strike, and Roy gets the wicket, and it's a tame one in the end, isn't it?
Just a tiny little nick, and this time, Kana, again, we saw him reaching before. This time, does make sure he stays behind, and yeah, nice little bobble. Well, maybe the fact he got cracked in the shins last ball works out all right because they got the overthrow, but it resulted in the first wicket. And it's Krishna Kumar that has to go for 18, and the Lions lose their first after a promising start. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, Shooter Roy, he's had all sorts of problems getting his line right, but now he seems to have found it. And just getting the ball to pitch, and the batter trying to give himself a lot of room to play the cut shot. The wrong choice, really. Would have been far better rocking back and trying to hit on the onside. Here we go. New batter. Ooh, this one. Yeah, quarter wide. He doesn't like it, the bowler, but the umpires have been so consistent on this. Right call for me.
Yeah, definitely goes straight over the line.
Yep.
He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? Surid Roy, Devasia, the new batter. Tries to load one up. Well, this is interesting, you know. I think he's probably back, but his heel was like bouncing around. His foot was bouncing around. I think it's all to do with the timing of the bails.
It's going to be interesting.
Off.
I'm just wondering whether the momentum going forward is taking him off his feet here. I mean, he slides it back. Let's have a look. So at this point, I think he's gone, you know.
I think his bat is back.
Do you think?
Yeah, if you look at the exact, let's try and get the exact moment that the stumps get hit. See, look, he gets the bat down, I think. You see, you can't really see because his foot's in the way. I think that bat is down.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to go with the
because the bat doesn't move again, you know what I mean? So to me, it seems okay.
Yeah, probably go with the call from the on-field umpire. But yeah, I mean, looking at it again, I mean, I was having a look at the foot, but yeah, you're right. I think the bat saves him as he spins all the way around.
If that's noticed, yeah, for me, the bat is down. And even if it's not, the foot is kind of obscuring it. So I think, yeah, it's given not out. I think that's the right call based on what we saw anyway. It does take us to the end of the over. And Devasia survives. It's 37 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, look, like for like, I know they lost the one wicket, but they're going at a better rate. They're 37 compared to the 29. But remember, there was the big hitting from Fine Mughal. But look, this is what we want to see. It's the birthday boy. 50. Well, he's got 51 on the back. Well, that's an old shirt because it's now 52. He's 52 years old today. And will he pick up a wicket and have a double celebration? He's already had some cake.
I had a toast to him when we were having his birthday cake. I said, to one of the world's great slow bowlers. And if it was just on pace, he is one of the world's elite slow bowlers. Got to say, David, he's one of my favourites here. Gives up a lot of time for his cricket, and yeah, wishing him a very, very happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Can he get a wicket on his birthday?
Well, that's a good delivery. Look at the swing on that. A real bit of late swing. And the fielder uses his feet and then says, OK, I'll get it. Not the best way to do it there.
Yeah. The thing with foot fielding is you then still have to pick it up anyway. So if you pick that with your hands, I don't think they try a second. But as soon as you go to kick it, they know they've got a fraction longer to get through for an extra run.
Is David Atwal getting a bit of reverse swing here?
Yeah, just getting some genuine outswing. He had the seam position just right there, straight down the line.
Wide ball went for I would say the quicker one, but it ends up being pretty short as well. And Abhishek Prajapati out there with Andy Nowdy calls the wide. And be another as well.
You can see he definitely doesn't want to get too close to the batter. He knows that if he strains outside leg stump or even goes on the stumps, he can be pulled away. So he doesn't mind giving up a wide or two. Yeah, but David, come on, it's your birthday. You got to cash in your gifts. Let's see if they give him a chance.
Firmly hit. He's got fielders out there. Fine Mughal will not make no mistakes. So he just casually underarms it back to Atwal. Come round the wicket here to. Oh, that's a nice touch. I like that.
Oh, that's special effects.
Nicely done.
There goes our budget for the year.
Nice work there from
nice
Elsa.
Work. Yeah, Elsa. She's on fire. Probably Valentine's as well. And Martins deserve a shout out.
Another wide. It just needs to go a bit fuller, doesn't it? A little bit fuller. And they'll get the ball wicket to it. I think one wicket to wicket delivery. I think he's going to, because they're swinging at this wild. Pitch it up and he's going to get a wicket. Well, that's not pitched up, and that's not going to get him a wicket. That's going to be 6 runs. I'm sure that goes all the way, and Fine Mughal is saying, catch what? As it goes into the mud there. So that's not nice. You can't do that to him. It's his birthday.
I was going to say, for he's a jolly good fellow. And yeah, this kind of rocks into the hitting zone of Pushpa Garden, who is strong in that area. You've got to get it even wider and try and swing it in just inside the tram line. Come back ball. Almost came back, but didn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, called a wide, and I mean, David tries to camouflage this with his body.
So you get out your driver's license and say, look, it's my birthday. If I could just get that one call, please.
Oh, well, asking the question, but does it do too much? He's down, he's asking, he's on one knee. It's like he's proposing to Prajapati. Prajapati saying, I'm not interested.
I don't know if we see this in the replay, but the finger comes out there pointing that was going on the leg side. I hate that from umpires. Eventually, you see around here, maybe just after this, we'll have to go back to live action, but yeah, the one finger pointing, I don't like that as a batter. Put that one finger away, please. Just say not out and get on with it. Anyway, a single to finish the over. And they're in the game, the Lions. Remember, before this, they've only made one score over 69, which is when they made 84. Right now, it's 52 for 1 at the halfway point.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's important that Pradeep Pushpagarden keeps going, 20 of 13 deliveries. And Milton Devasia, who's joined him out there, well, he can provide the support. This is what's coming after these matches in Gibraltar. And Entain is taking on Pirates, 2 top teams. That'll be an interesting one. Entain well, pretty soon. That excellent run they've had has got to come to an end, surely. Pirates, they're a team that can do it. So that's going to be an exciting one.
Look for an up-to-date count on the Entainers winning streak, because they have been absolutely smashing.
I reckon 16.
You reckon 16?
Yeah.
I've got, so they went, I think it's 14 in a row. The reason is they had some washouts against the Sloggers. But yeah, they went from 3 and 5. And remember, they're right down the bottom of the table at that stage. Yeah. They won 14 in a row, and they're still on that streak.
It's played away, and the fielder goes down, but tidied up.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's trouble. Adios. And that is a real mess up. Well, you see a batter who's putting his hand up, but Pradeep Pushpagarden, that is not what was needed at that point. And I'm not sure. They just probably want to check if the batters have crossed, but I can tell you they have.
I don't know, actually.
You don't think so?
Well, I reckon it's close. So it's all about who's out here. So, see...
At this point, yeah.
I actually think that Devasi is out. Because I think at this point, if whoever's got the closest bit of their body or their bat to those stumps, I think it's Devasi. See, I don't think they've crossed yet. What do you think?
Very close.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it's very close. I think maybe it's going to be a photo finish. I don't know if we get anything on here. This will tell us who comes into the screen here. Let's have a look.
Yeah, but it's not who reaches there first. It's at the moment that the stumps are hit, and we can't see either one there.
That doesn't tell us.
So yeah,
the work to be done here by Shubhas Roy, the third umpire. We'll be having a look at this with Stefan Gooch, and just there. Well, I tell you what.
For me, there's no doubt at all that Devasi is out. That he's closer to those stumps than Pushpa.
Well, that would be a result for Victoria Lions.
And there's the result. Yeah, it is Devasi who's out. So a great camera work as well by Spring Productions to get that right. But it's just self-inflicted, isn't it? But I think for the Lions, even though the captain can be destructive on his day, Pushpa, he's in, he's on 21, he's the guy. If you have to choose, you keep him there. But that's a run out, and it's 53 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he gets lucky in now. You can see he's having a chat with the new batter that comes in. And yeah, the right call, so they didn't cross, so Pushpa is not going to be on strike. The new batter comes in. And you can see the celebration from Arsenal Arshad. I mean, the wicket, though it won't go down to him, I think he knew that they needed that breakthrough, and it ends up not being Pushpa. So it's not the joy they wanted, but a new batter comes out, is Rajan. And he's in the action straight away as this one sort of creeps up on him pretty quickly. Arsenal Arshad, just get the ball to zip through.
So in a way, Pushpa gets rewarded for being too slow to cross in time. So I do think he's the one you want there. Especially the fact he's a left-hander as well. You've seen it swinging around, throwing the bowlers a little bit.
Yeah.
Suleiman threw that in pretty quickly to Niraj Khanna.
Oh, he plays this right off the stumps. Dangerous looking shot.
Yeah, he's walking LBW candidate, isn't he?
Yeah,
but
I mean,
it doesn't matter. He's got a good eye.
He's got a good eye. I mean, if this hits, he's gone. I mean, everybody's going up. I mean, look where he plays this off.
And because he's so far back, he's pretty much back behind the crease.
It's been a good day for left-hand batters.
True.
Left-handers have performed today.
Tell that to Basil George.
Well, Basil George, maybe not, but 4 runs. Look at that timing. Well, this is now Rajan saying, who comes out there. Aditya Rajan, well, he's showing that he has got the potential to stick around there.
Yeah, what a good shot.
Good shots. That's
Nobody
nicely
at deep point. And look, Rajan is a guy, I think he bats pretty well. I mean, I know their batting can get a little bit thin if you go lower down, if you penetrate this order, but right now they're pretty much on the pace, you know.
Shorter one. Oh, and he plays the hook shot. And the fielder gets down. And it is Roy. It does well. Gets a good throw in. And Niraj, well, this time, his pads don't let him down.
Hardest working keeping pads in Masa at the moment for Niraj Khanna. And you can see there, they're scared off the second run, and rightly so. You can see from Rajan, he's got a bit about him, but they need a good partnership. Last ball of the 6th.
In the air, and just dropped short of the fielder. They've got the trap set there, haven't they? And Mohamed Suleiman does the fielding. We haven't talked much about Mohamed Suleiman. I mean, he didn't get an opportunity to come out there, but he's another one. I think if you've got him in your side, for me, you've got to have him in the power play. That's really, he can either click or not, but if he clicks, he is destructive.
Yeah, that's true.
And also, he's a bowler as well, so I wonder if we're going to see him have a bowl.
Spoiled for choice, but I mean, they still can't find the right combination, really. You see McGall's still got over to go as well. Arshad's bowled out now. He's the first one to bowl out. So they've got heaps of options with the ball. That's the thing. You still just wonder if the Lions have what it takes to pull this off. But 12 and a half and over. It's not out of the question.
They're going to go for the spin of Harun McGall. So now Haroon, he will toss them up. There's no doubt about it. So this is all about, I'm going to throw them up, guys. I want you to catch them. And right on that note, the first ball he bowls is a quicker one. So he's outfoxed everyone. Haroon Magal with the first one, including myself. So normally, as the captain, he tends to underutilise himself. But he's in the action here now. This one's a full toss, and it's been clobbered away. Thank you very much. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well done, Oros. I don't think even she was ready for this one. The ECM photographer. Some lovely shots on the social media and some videos as well. Look out for them. The catches on Facebook, Instagram, and all over social media. But wasn't too amused. But she's a bit of a ball magnet.
She's not going to win too many fielding trophies, Diana, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, Magal, it's playing into Push Bangaran's hands here. I still think we haven't seen enough of bowlers trying to get across Pradeep Push Bangaran and force him to play another type of a shot. But still, Haroon probably feels if he can get him to miss one, he might get his wicket.
Oh, this one will be close. And umpire shake of the head saying no, it's going down legs, but worth an appeal. So it hits him sort of pretty low down, but umpire saying nah, it's going to go into miss. Let's have a look.
Yeah, definitely missing for me. I just think the natural angle is kind of threatening, but I'm not satisfied that's going to hit. No disrespect to the Lions, but if they can do a number off on Marsa here, Marsa are going to be in the hall of mirrors. There's going to be repercussions. And, wow, can Rajan do something here?
Big swing, doesn't really get to the pitch of it. Probably the right shot to play, but you can see with the wicketkeeper, Niraj Khanna just standing a couple of steps backwards. I'd be coming out, getting to the pitch and then playing the shot. You still got time to get back.
He's hovering though, Niraj behind the stumps. A sneaky back stumping.
Slice up in the air, chance, who's going to get there if anybody? And well, this is, I think that might be Fire Mughal with no brotherly love missed there. And they're going to go for another. They're going to get three. And oh, could they go again?
Is anyone want to go anywhere near the stumps?
Any one of the batters, any one of the batters could have been out here. They could have been caught, it could have been run out or run out.
So we had a drop, catch and 2 run out chances on that ball. Yeah, that's the first one. That would have been out. And they said, let's take another one. There's nobody home. So whoever that was, we can't even see, throws it back in.
Nobody wants to throw the ball to Niraj Khanna's gloves. We didn't see Fire Mughal, who could have had the catch. Talking to catches, is this going to be another opportunity? In comes the fielder, and well, he throws himself at it. And oh, what's happening? It's Kung Fu fighting in the middle there in the Marseille ground. Well, that's a red card. Send him off. He's down, he's out. Oh, well, what is going on here? First of all, it was the fielder, Arslan Ashad, who threw himself at the ball to block it. And then who comes in here with the flying tackle?
I think that's Maro's. I can't see yet.
Have a look at this. Watch out, incoming. Oh, wow.
Well, there we go. And at least it's a soft landing. Maro's, he's cracked up his entire team. It's an absolute spine smasher to finish the over. It's 73 for 2. Well, I mean, first, Arshad lays an egg, essentially, when he tries to turn into a cat.
He's got Musa one on his back, but that was a moose. Let's see that again. Elsa, come on, fire it up again for us. That was sensational. Here we go. Watch out for this.
How's the airtime he gets as well?
This is an amazing leap. Watch this.
It's like a high jumper.
Whoa! That's incredible. Yeah, give it to us again and again. We love it. Oh, look at that. He's
Tell you what.
Definitely moosed.
That's a proper impact crater as well on the Marsa International Cricket Ground. Does that go up on
He's going to bowl now.
He's fine.
Oh.
He's absolutely fine.
Is he?
Any good chiropractors out there? We need you.
Well, 73 for 2. The start of the 8th over.
Now, after all that, it's 38 to win off 18. Now that's 38 off 17.
Oh, this has been walloped. Well, he's got moose wall on the back of his shirt. Well, this has been moosed. It goes the distance. And nobody's stopping that right in the area. What a nice hit this is from Adith Rajan. He's looking at the business here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Rajan's the guy we've seen him opening. Didn't really work out. Yeah, that's a proper shot. This one's coming up tomorrow, by the way. Gozo Derby to start the day. Monday Day versus Royal Strikers. Rico, I know you're going to be here with Corey. I'll be watching on, don't worry about that. It starts 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Back to this game, though, and It's come alive. Lions. Do they believe here?
Oh, well, this was spicy. Well, can he hit him? Well, which end they're going? He can't mess this up, surely. And they're going to go upstairs. Does he miss the first time?
Yeah, that's what I saw. I mean, firstly, you can kind of understand Pushmayat and wanting to go on the fumble, but it never really got away from Niraj Khanna. But I reckon that Marose, he air swings at the stumps.
Well, here we go, watch. Yeah, he misses the first time, and that might be enough for the dive to get Pushmayat in. Yeah, I reckon he makes it. You know.
Yeah, he's there. He gets there.
Oh, well, he's certainly having a charmed life out there. He's Pushmayat. Twice he's given opportunities. Twice he's safe. And this time, well, he knocks him over. Chuck the Bhatte. And, well, Chuck the Bhatte, the man who's throwing himself all over the place. Now he knocks the stumps all over the place. He gets a very important wicket of Rajan. He'll go for 15 off the 8th delivery that he faces.
A good innings from Rajan, really.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes at the pace required. The worry is, like, who is going to be able to partner Pushmayat and get him closer to this total. But really entertaining game so far. A little bit bad that we had a game rained off because I wanted to see these teams go at each other again. And this will bring Vimal Pillai to the crease. And, yeah, I mean, his job first and foremost, I think, is to get the left-hander, Pradeep Pushmayat, on strike. Well done to Marose, though, who in the last 5 minutes, he has basically barely flopped on the ground and he's missed the stumps while he held the ball. And he's got a wicket now and he almost has a second. And Sunil Seema comes in. This is really, it should never have been 2, but they'll get there. Oh, it's going to be 1 short. Look at that.
Yeah.
So for all that, they get 1. And it was almost run out as well, in which case it would have been a long dot.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just going to be 1 run to Pillai. See the signal from Andy Nowdy. Anyway, it's only 1 run. Will that matter? Yeah, I suppose that's the end of the over. So now Pushmayat will face up. Things are getting a little bit out of hand, but here's a guy that can hit a long ball. We've seen that. It's 80 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just 4 runs behind where Marsa were. And don't forget, Marsa had lots of Haroon, not Haroon, it was fine. Magala was smashing the ball to all parts of the ground. So it's, I mean, it's a little bit like, isn't it a bit like the first match we had this morning, match 57, which went to the golden ball? It's the same sort of thing. I mean, 31.
You need a run here. I mean, look, the best over in this innings is 15. And that's pretty much, well, 2 15s get him a golden ball.
Yeah.
Anything less than that, they lose. Here's Haroon in over number 9.
Full toss.
Run.
And they want 2. And in comes the throw. And they're going to get 2.
Oh.
And Marsa, they're really messing it up.
No.
Will they go again?
What are you doing? Oh, this is crazy. They're like untrained lions out there. And yeah, you're happy to get the 2. And I think the fielder there, I think was that Arshad that comes and fields it. He's got to be going keeper here. Don't worry about trying to get an easier run out at the bowler's end, because you're really trying to get the guy who is the only man really on the field that can take the game away from you. So they do get 2 there.
Magala, the captain, quicker delivery, but it's been dispatched and it will go all the way. Balle. Pushmayat just keeps going from strength to strength, and this Maximo takes him to 40. And this over, they need it to be a good in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and it's happening, Vinny. It's happening.
Right into the wheelhouse again. Backwards cap under the helmet. That's how you know he's serious. 10 balls to go here on day 15. What a day it's been. Oh, 3 for the price of 4. But I tell you what, the cricket you have had has been incredible.
Well, I think his bat is busted. He's hit that one so hard.
Don't change the bat.
It's interesting that it was actually the keeper. It was actually Niraj Khanna that says, "Hey, buddy, if you're going to carry on, I'd change that piece of wood if I were you."
I just think he stole it and said, nah, use another one. You say, I don't know if I want another one because I just hit a 6 with it. They do say bats, they're the best just before they break because they've got a bit of give in them, a bit of extra elasticity, if you like. Pushmayat at 40, 23 off 10. Need another boundary this over, I think. Here he is facing up.
Yeah, no. Are they going to try for 2 here? I reckon they, well, they think about it and decide no.
Still, you got to be throwing that ball to the keeper's end, regardless of if they're going or not.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, if I'm running between the wickets there, as soon as I push my gun and I see the ball coming to the bowler's end, rolling in, I'm running and I'm sacrificing my partner just because he's on the hot hand. Okay.
Can't be a dot here.
Yeah.
Can't be a dot. Need something. Well, that'll help.
Will do.
Gets a single, so we'll get Pradeep Pushpagana.
Oh, no.
What are they doing here? And they're going to get there. Go again. Go again. Why not? Oh, they are taking him on. In comes the throw. This time they do. Well, listen, I don't mind that Pushpagana gets on strike.
Yeah, but he's saying...
This is just comical. Marsa, they're bottling it here. They're in the panic station. Look at
There's
this.
a few things going on. Kana misses the ball but hits the stumps, which means now you need to knock the stumps over. So they say, let's go. Kana can't find the ball. And then eventually there's a run out.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, but look at this. Kana actually, then he doesn't know where the ball's gone. It gets past him. He knocks the bails over, which means, okay, you can still run him out, but you have to knock the stumps over. And then look, he's looking around. Where's the ball? Meanwhile, that's about as good a result as you can hope for.
Yeah.
Because they should have got one and out, but now it's going to be 2 and out. So that's better, and it gets Pushpagana back on strike.
Oh, wow. It's all happening out there. And I tell you what, Marsa, they just, I mean, this is the pressure. Because they haven't had a win, they're really feeling this. And some of the stuff is a comedy of errors. Captain bowling. And it would have been a wide, but it gets played out. When they go for 2, they've got to, I think. Here comes the throw. They've not been good in these areas. Yes. And that's another example.
That's the other thing. You're not actually sacrificing because they still got to make the out. I mean, this reminds me of a heavyweight prize fight where both boxers are punching themselves in the face. No, again, the 2's good. Gets Pushpagana back on strike.
Fine. Haroon Magal just doesn't fancy the ball when it's thrown out. I've got to throw it to the keeper.
This is going for 6 as well, I'll tell you that.
Oh, it's a Gandhi ball. Oh, he misses out on it. Full toss.
It's good slow ball from Haroon. And makes him reach for it.
Okay. Here's it. This is now, okay, Pradeep Pushpagana, he knows he's going to go back on strike. As that will be the over.
Yeah.
So 93.
Yeah, 93
on the board.
This is what's coming up in Gibraltar tonight. So Lorne Burns captaining Antainers tonight. Avinash Pai in the lineup, having a good series. And yeah, how about Gideon Crichton as well? Hasn't he taken a bunch of wickets? And for Pirates, they'll be hoping to end that 14-match winning streak for Antainers. You've got Keynes and Reyes at the top of the order.
Yeah.
They can do some damage. And then one of my favourites, Richie Cunningham. More of a bowler than a bat, but
Richie
I think
Cunningham. They've got Ishan Patel's look good as well.
All right, here we go. 18 off the last over of the day.
Short ball.
Run.
Got to go back. Got to go 2. It's got to go on strike. It's got to go for it no matter what happens. They throw to the right hand, and it's going to get them out. This time, they finally get it right. And it's a better highlight for the keeper, Niraj Khanna. But look, they had to do this, really. You had to try and get back.
Yes.
And good thinking from the fielder as well. Would have been easy to throw to the bowlers, but he decides, no, it's Haroon Magal, the captain himself. And no mistakes from him.
So if you're going to go a bit next level on this, probably if I'm the non-striker, the supporting batsman, I'm probably trying to keep the keeper's end safe so that they're forced to throw to the bowler's end and then try and cross to get him back.
Yeah.
That's very kind of high-level, next-level thinking. But I think there was an opportunity to try and keep that end safe because, yeah, there was never 2 in it. Finally, Marsa realised that the play there is to go to the keeper's end and actually try and get the guy out that's hurting you. So that makes it... what's that? 17 off 5. Hardly, even if Master take the points here, it's hardly convincing, though, is it?
It's not convincing, no. They just, but you know what? The win.
Win's a win.
Will be gratefully received, and that could change everything. Ryan Magal down the leg side, just needed to step inside this and take the wide. And I think the day that Niraj Khanna's having, I don't think he would have stopped it, you know.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
Isn't getting into. I mean, Bagmaster, one of our favourite teams to watch, no doubt. But let's say they can get some of their guns going, get Khosla going, get Fanya Magal going. Then you throw Bikram Arora back into this lineup, you throw Varun Prasath into this lineup, and they're a team that go all the way still, but just short of confidence and short of points. Still, what's that, about 6 matches to play after this, I think?
Oh, he's bangs this back into his own body. Oh, well, there's another batter that goes down, and this time it is John that ends up on the floor. Alwyn John, and watch him go here. You see, just have a look. Alwyn John doing the backing up. But see, the thing is, he's running off the sort of running half on, half off, and then because his feet get
he took
moist,
the grass onto the pitch.
Yeah, down he goes.
Monroe's, where's he? I know how you feel. Right, they need a boundary now or never. I think it'll be never. What a game. I mean, the Lions, it's their highest score they've ever scored. They can take a lot of confidence out of this performance. I really like the way Pushmayadan's batted, really like the way Rajan has batted. Madan Bilath is not in the lineup today. He's been another guy that has been able to score runs for them. It looks like Master can do just enough. Let's see maybe if the Lions can pick up 100 for the first time on ECN.
Well, they try up in the air, and Fine McGall says, leave it to me, and he takes a very, very good catch. He's a good cricketer, this man, isn't he? And he shows the others how it's done, keeps his cool, takes the catch. And look at his bowling figures. Well, that'll be 1 for 5, and with the ball to go in his spell and the ball to go in the match. Very good catch.
Top and tails for Fanya McGall. Bowled the first, bowling the last. Really handy bowl to come back and just bring a bit of sanity to proceedings. Okay, we'll see him in that ECI this time on the weekend. But right now, shame for Aji Wilson. He slips out, then he gets out. Here's Sujesh Apu. He'll get 1 ball. Again, nice to see him back in Malta. He's moved back to the UK now, but he's making a guest appearance at Victoria Lions, and he's probably saying, well, I'm okay, but I don't know about if I can hit a 14 to win the game, because that's what they need.
I mean, get a boundary, get the 100 up. That'd be a big plus, I think, for the Victoria Lions. Of course, team making their debut, it's always going to be difficult to get going, but they're another one. They're searching for the first victory, and I think when it comes, and they will be better for it. And we've already seen they've got some good players there. Anyway, last ball of the innings.
Need a no ball 6 and 6.
And, they'll run hard. They'll get the single. It's going to be no real effort here from Fine McGall. He thinks about having a try and thinks, nah, we'll leave it be. And that is the end of it. It's going to be a good victory in the end, I suppose, on paper for Marsa, but they've still got work to do. There were some frailties there. There were some panic stations there as well. There was some comedy. There was some action. There was some drama. European cricket, baby, at its best.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Rico Full. Great to have you back for a full day here in ECS cricket. Well, cue the circus music, because there's going to be a little bit of everything in these highlights. You see Aslan Arshad. He was on early on. They checked that one, of course. He was fine. There were opportunities. This is one that kind of goes after. This is a sign of what was to come. He barely gets any leather on it. Back to his position. Morose, well, he'd be in the action later as well. And look, yeah, the Lions, I mean, they knew they had to go after it, but I really liked it. They did go after absolutely everything. I think they kind of cashed in on a few errors that Marsa were able to offer them. This was a bit of a disaster all round as well. Probably should have been out. It hits kind of between the legs in the end. But look, when it comes down to the Lions, it was better, but it wasn't quite enough to get their first points in ECN cricket.
Yeah, but I did like their approach. They never gave up. They kept on fighting. And I think, well, a lot of credit goes to the batting there of one man, and that's Pradeep. I think he batted really well. He made things happen, Pushpagarden. And he got some good, valuable support at times as well. This one was, well, after dropping the catch. And then there was one stumping where he took the ball in front. Well, it was a good moment for Niraj Khanna. But there were still concerns as they kept doing things and making mistakes. Here's another one. This one ends up going in favour once again of the Victoria Lions because Pushpagarden didn't cross, so he managed to stay there, and that was important for him to stay there. Finally, they get things right. But this one, well, watch this. If you want action, well, this is explosive. Woo! Down he goes. That was just something else from Faisal Morose.
And there was a bit of knockout attempted as well. Then Morose misses his stumps from point blank range the first time. And by the time he did knock him over, the batter was in. Weren't done yet with a bit of drama. Very next ball, Rajan went trying to pull a ball that wasn't over bail high. And really, he was down to push him out and try and make something out of nothing. And guess what? They did make something out of nothing here. They get another run. Khanna couldn't find the ball. And then eventually he found it at the other end. McGall with a run out. But really, it was a bit too much for one guy to try and get them across the line. Probably needed Rajan to stay there a little bit longer, get them a little bit closer. And well, there were balls flying everywhere. And not just the cricket balls towards the end of that. Anyway, this was the run out. Eventually they got pushed out at the keeper's end. Kind of decides to get on the full. That was probably a good option. And yeah, it will be a win to Marsa. This is a really good catch from a player that didn't do too much wrong this game. I mean, how important was his innings when you thought of it? Yeah. And in the end, they get across the line by just 12 runs. More cricket coming in Gibraltar tonight. And yeah, we're only around about 8 minutes away from a start there. The Pirates winning the toss. They're going to bowl first. They want to chase Lorne Burns. Again, he's one player not selected in the T10 this week. I saw in the chat they may think he'll have a point to prove. So Joe Wegasani is standing by. You can actually turn over now if you like and catch that game. It starts in just 7 minutes' time. Push without him was a shining light, wasn't he? 44 before he was run out in the last over. And Krishna Kumar, he actually did a good job for 18. Apart from that, Rajan impressed with 15.
Yeah.
Devasia had to be sacrificed in that run out. But in the end, look, you look at the Victoria Lions, already they've improved a lot in such a short amount of time. I'm sure that there's a surprise win for them somewhere down the line in this tournament.
Yeah, massively. They pushed the reigning champions all the way, didn't they? And I think you're absolutely right. And the Buddy Push Garden, he was good. But the support he got there towards the end as well from Rajan was essential. But for me, quite clearly, player of the match was Fine Mughal. Very important knock from him early on when he got 39, not out of just 15, and then his bowling figures there absolutely superb. Just 6 runs conceded and got that brilliant cordon bowled as well. Was well supported by some of the other bowlers as well. Harun Mughal, a little bit expensive, but it's nice to see the captain out there backing himself and doing some bowling. Big surprise for me is that the likes of Mohammed Suleiman in that contest didn't get used at all.
Yeah, that's true. It's the way it worked out. Of course, these two teams just playing once this afternoon. And look, we don't have any information about how and when games will be rescheduled. There is some talk about trying to sneak some extra games in to make up all the matches that were washed out, including one today. But we'll just have to see how that goes. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there in the ECN universe. It's great to have your company once again. We are apologetic for the weather, of course, and the interruption today, but it's good we got back on the field and a highly entertaining finish to the day with over 200 runs. Rico, welcome back to you again to the ECS. It's great to have you. And a golden start for you as well.
It's great to be here. Yeah, bought a little bit of luck with the golden ball as we saw a victory for Masida in a match against the Southern Crusaders. Crusaders beaten for the first time, but Crusaders came back with a bang, didn't they? Winning the second match. And, well, even though the weather tried to spoil my first day back here, well, it did take out one match, but we did see Marsa and the Victoria Lions go head-to-head. And Marsa registering their first victory as well, the reigning champions. The Lions, better from them, and they will get better.
Yeah, they will. Best score they've ever scored. I couldn't quite get the 100, but not far off. Okay, I'm actually off. I'll see you on Friday back behind the microphone. Got some important work to do. Some important planning. I'll leave you with Rico and the very capable Corey Rutgers in the interim. But for now, from Malta, we're about to teleport to Gibraltar. Join us in just about 5 minutes for the first ball. But until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you soon for more cricket right here on ECN. You've been watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Here's some highlights of the day in the ECS Malta.